Well, here we are. How you guys doing? Please excuse the way I sound. A little bit congested and very sore, but otherwise, well, hope you guys are too. And boy, whew, doggy, do we have some stuff to talk about today. I think, I'm assuming actually, because the Megyn Kelly video I haven't watched. I woke up and started the show, and here we are. We're gonna watch it together for the first time. So sorry, I'm blowing my nose while we're doing this too. Anyway, but when I woke up, there were two things I wanted. I wanted the Megyn Kelly interview because I knew that one would be interesting, but we had to take Phoebe to the doctor today. And as we were driving, Lady Monkey and I are talking, and she tells me about these two guys she saw on CBS News this morning. Now, I don't know if that was actually on the morning news or just another news program, because CBS Morning News is an actual show she watches. But anyway, and she's describing this new book that these two guys wrote. And I knew exactly what she was talking about. And I think she's like most people, that Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson are just two guys she's never or rarely heard of because she doesn't watch CNN news. And she's telling me about how shocked everybody was, about how they were like, oh my God, I can't believe things were that bad. We didn't listen. We didn't listen. And I just had to laugh. I'm like, that's fine and all, but I mean, these are, as I said to her, like, I have no doubt that the Biden administration was lying to the press, but the press didn't have to believe it. That this is their they were lying to us. And you chose to believe it. You chose not to question that at all. And now they're all out there acting like, oh my God, can you believe he was demented that whole time? Yes, I can. And now all you fuckers are like, oh my God, he's got the cancer. Can you believe he's got the cancer? And I guess I should address Biden's cancer real quick. 3 days ago now, 4 days ago now, I guess. We get the news that Joe Biden has level 9, stage 4. I don't remember what stage it is, but it's whatever their little scale is. It's like a 9 out of 10 or whatever. Prostate cancer. He's got the prostate cancer. So now he gets to talk about his own cancer instead of Bo's. Here's what I'm going to say. I have no idea if Joe Biden has cancer. What I do know is the only reason that this came out, the only reason that they announced it when they did, was because this book was coming out, and this didn't have the saving grace for the Democrats that they thought it was going to. Because Jake Tapper and them, they announced this book expecting everybody, all of us sitting at home going, oh my God, Biden wasn't all there? How'd we miss it when we all saw it? And that this is all to save the Democrats. And we'll get to this more just when we talk about the title of the book. And it wasn't working. And it was having the dual effect of destroying the Biden legacy. And there is nothing more important to Joe Biden than his legacy. So you have these two things in tandem, and they're like, all right, well, we'll show you. Look, stage 4 metastasized cancer. It's in his butt and his bones. Now you can't say anything bad about him. Hakeem Jeffries comes out and says, oh, you guys need to stop asking questions about what went on the last 4 years. He's got cancer. It's disrespectful. All of this is just image. It's all to protect the image, an image that he never should have had in the first place. But look, if he has cancer, I wish him well. I don't wish cancer on most people. I'm not going to say not on anyone, because if I found out, I don't know, Xi Jinping had cancer, I'd be like, I don't care. There's some bad people out there. I know we're not supposed to say you never wish ill. Yeah, I wish ill on people sometimes, but not cancer. I save that for the worst of the worst. And Joe Biden was a bad guy his whole life, but he doesn't deserve cancer. Although the way that they're doing this, the way that they push this out there to save his goddamn image over a book about shit we all knew, get fucked. Okay, the Joe is literally doing what he's done with Bo. Bo had the cancer, so you can't question me about nothing. And that's not working anymore because people realize he doesn't even know who the fuck Bo is. So now it's like, oh, I got cancer. You're telling me you guys missed stage 4 cancer? You missed stage 4. Uh-oh. What's wrong? Oh. Sorry, guys. I should put something on the screen so I can tell. You know what? Hang on. We're just going to switch to my other internet because we don't care about the video as much today. So 1 second. I'm going to disappear for half a second here. All right. Let's see. I'll wait to make sure you guys can hear me. There we go. Okay, so back. Sorry about that, guys. Hey, Nuts. How you doing, sweetheart? You're here for a long one tonight. That came out all kinds of wrong, didn't it? Nuts is here for the long one. I have little sympathy for Biden in all of this because his cancer is just more of the same. It's just more of the bullshit lying about this man's health. And now no, this guy who's the president of the United States, who goes to Walter Reed and who they monitored continually. You're telling me 6 months after he leaves office, they suddenly find he had stage 4 cancer? Get fucked. Do you know, they said he went to the doctor because of ongoing urinary issues. Joe couldn't get it up anymore. And they're like, check his prostate. Oh my God, he's got stage 4. Yeah. Could it happen? Sure. Did it? No. He's had this for a while. If he really does have, if he's really in stage 4, and he's had it for a while, a long while. And there's some suggestion that he may have had it up to at least 10 years. But, who are we? I'm not a doctor. Just like when Fauci said things and questioned it, I don't have my own lab, so I probably shouldn't be talking about it. So here's what I will say. I wish him well with his cancer fight, but it doesn't excuse any of the other shit. And I'm not going to stop talking about this or pointing out how the media and the Biden administration lied to all of us, and nobody knows who the fuck was in charge of anything for 4 years just because they came out and went, he's got cancer. Speaking of which, do you guys remember when he said he had cancer? Tim, it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tim. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I hope you have a good one. I really do. There was a time, because we even watched it on this show, where Joe Biden was giving a speech and said he had cancer. I want to say the clip is from 2022, but it's been a long time since I've seen it. But I remember making fun of him at the time going, you don't have cancer, you dumb shit. Maybe he did. Maybe I was wrong. Because it would make far more sense for him to have had this long and then being, oh yeah, it's stage 4 now. Then the president of the United States, a man whose health is monitored constantly, just suddenly getting this aggressive of a cancer this quickly. No. Monkey, you already gave me a song. Well, take it anyway, Timmy. You save it for next year because I'm surely going to forget. Happy birthday anyway, my friend. Don't tell everybody. Now everybody's going to want 2 songs. But did you guys see what happened there? Did y'all see that? Nut said happy birthday to Tim, and that's what made me go, oh, it's Tim's birthday. I told you guys, I don't know what it is, but when Nuts is like, somebody's got a birthday, my eyes immediately drawn to it. Don't know why. Can barely read the fucking screen, but that I saw. Anyway, let's get into this. So when I woke up, I had two goals. I wanted to find the CBS interview that my wife saw, and I couldn't find it. I'm positive I couldn't find it because the one I did find is only Jake Tapper. This is, I don't know what show this is, but this is a CBS show, and so I watched a little bit of it, and I'm like, oh yeah, we gotta talk about this part of it. So we're gonna watch this, and then we'll watch the Megyn Kelly thing, and we will talk about all of it. Now, I don't know if we're gonna watch this whole 4 minutes here. You guys know me; I have a tendency to ramble and cut off interviews and stuff. So we already have a 2-hour Megyn Kelly show to watch. So what I do want to watch is the beginning of this, at least. So here we go. Be here. Oh, and for the record, we are on the AT&T. So if the video is spotty, I apologize. The audio should be fine. And ramble, you? How dare you? Wait, it's Faithless's birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Faithless. Happy birthday to you yesterday. Happy birthday. Hope you had a good one. He said he didn't want a song, but he gets one anyway. Oh, yeah. And see again, that said happy birthday, Faithless. And bam, there I am. I don't know what it is. I think it's the avatar gets my attention. I honestly have no idea. Do not sing. Damn it. Too late. That's your fault, not mine. So this is Jake Tapper on his new book alleging Biden's inner circle hid signs of decline. Can we all please stop pretending that the signs were hidden? The signs were not hidden. Now, Megyn Kelly tells us, because I've watched her show, maybe 2 of her episodes broken up into clips recently. Because I haven't watched her in a long time. It's not that I don't like Megyn Kelly or I don't like her show, but she has a tendency to bring on people I don't care about to talk about shit I don't care about. So I haven't watched a lot. But to get in the mood for this show tonight, I've been watching over there, and she tells us that she read the book, and you guys will be shocked about some of the stuff in there. She said, people are saying there's nothing new in here. They're wrong. And I'm willing to believe there's things in there that we didn't hear about. And for instance, I saw a clip of Alex Thompson, Tucker's other half here. He was over on CNN and explaining about this town hall that they had for Joe Biden. And I don't know if this is going to come up in the Kelly interview, so if I'm repeating, sorry. They had a town hall, a fake town hall. A fake town hall that was only meant to be used to get commercial spots. They were going to set it up like a real town hall, have people ask, Mr. Biden, why are you the greatest president? And then he would give an answer, because Bo died. And then they would cut it together in a commercial. It was never meant to go out to the public in any other way. This wasn't something they were going to put on CNN and, have town hall. I'm using air quotes, town hall, with nothing but supporters in there pretending that they are undecided. No, just for commercial sake. It was literally just a production. And Biden did so badly that they scrapped all the footage. It was so bad they could not use any of it. And to Megyn's point that there's stuff in there we haven't heard about, I'll be honest, I'd never heard that before. I did see Joe Biden give a little speech or make a video. Remember the Biden video where he talks to us for a couple of minutes, and in like a 30 or 1 minute long, 30 second or 1 minute long, was it technically an ad? I don't remember, but there were like bajillions of jump cuts in it. Like every other word was a jump cut. You're not gonna get credit because we found out this one little thing they hid when we didn't need that. You didn't need that to know how bad he was. We saw it when he couldn't give just a 2-minute reading. Keldrick, thank you. The signs were bright neon, but the Democrats and the media decided to wear blindfolds so they could pretend they didn't see. Yes, 100%. Oh, It was hidden underneath a neon sign. Yes, yeah, exactly. So there may be specifics in the book that we don't know about, right? I mentioned that check your DMs for party of the Megyn Kelly. Huh? Now I got to just check my DMs real fast. The nonsense of it though, man. I did see on Megyn Kelly's timeline. I don't have anything in my DMs, bro. Megyn Kelly on the on her Twitter, the only part that I know that happens in this interview is that apparently Jake Tapper says that he reached out to Laura Trump and said, "You were right." Remember, we watched that clip the other day, and this is like 2019 or 20. I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's during the 2020 election. Laura Trump says every time she sees Biden get up on the stage, she's like, "Please, just can he actually say it this time? Can you spit it out this time, Joe?" And Jake comes back like, "How do you think that makes little kids with stutters feel, bitch?" I threw in the bitch. He didn't actually say that part, but it's what he was doing. "You stupid bitch. You're making little kids feel bad. You know that, right?" And Laura's like, "No, I'm just pointing out that the guy's in cognitive decline." And Smuggy McSmugs, that would have been so funny if I didn't trip on it. Smuggy McJackass over here, he's like, "You are in no position to comment on the cognitive ability of the great esteemed President Biden." All right, I might have paraphrased that part too. But it was some smug bullshit about you're not in any position. Look, if I see somebody who's walking down the street and they're limping, right? Every time they take a step on their left foot, their face crinkles in pain. They kind of hobble a little bit. They reach as though they're trying to find a hidden rail. I don't have to know exactly what's wrong with them to go, that dude's leg hurts. But when it came to Joe Biden and this bullshit about his mental health, we got tons of this nonsense. Are you a doctor? You're in no position to talk on this. You were just making fun of stuttering kids. You know, and I'd like one of these motherfuckers to come out and admit that this had nothing to do with Joe's goddamn stutter. And again, I don't know if Joe or if Tucker's going to do this. Not Tucker, sorry. Tapper is going to do this here, but he should be. He should be out there going, "I sold a lie and used children to protect a political party because I'm a douchebag." That's what he should be doing. And instead, he's getting kudos for being willing to admit he was wrong. What have I told you guys before? Yes, being willing to admit you're wrong is fine. But it's better if you're not wrong in the first place, especially on something that was so glaringly obvious. This is like some guy standing outside in the rain and you're in your house. And he goes, "Come on out, it's not raining." And then you step outside and go, "I just got wet from the rain." And he's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was raining." Uh, well, thank you for apologizing for lying about it. I totally believe that as you were standing there covered in Democrat lies, that you didn't know you were. It's just more of a cover up. Exactly, Faithless. And this is my problem with all this shit. It's my problem with the cancer story. It's my problem with this book. It's my problem with the mea culpa that's going on with the press, which really isn't even going on in the first place. Which brings me to this clip here and the topic of their book and the title, Original Sin. What is the original sin? What's the original sin in this? The original sin in the Bible is eating the apple, right? Well, actually, probably a fig. Eating the fruit of the forbidden tree. In this case, the original sin is lying to cover up Joe's dementia. Okay. Sin's a pretty strong word, first of all. But Jake goes on and he says this.
The debate was the turning point. That's the hinge moment for you.
Well, it's the hinge moment for him and for the country. But what we all saw on stage that night was something else. It was somebody who was incoherent, who couldn't follow a train of thought.
That was something else for you? Until the debate, guys, until the debate, Joe Biden followed every conversation. There wasn't a debate in 2019 or 20, I forget exactly when that one happened, where Joe Biden is on stage and in the middle of a rant, he just goes, well, anyway, because he forgot what he was fucking talking about. Never happened before. There's not tons of video of him before the debate getting lost and saying shit that made no sense. Now, they are harder to find because most of that stuff was so media massaged that the true jackassery that was happening was at least massaged. We'll call it massaged. No, it was lied about. It was just fucking lied about. But we didn't even need to see all of it for us to be sitting here going, something wrong with that guy. And Jake's like, it was something else. Nobody'd ever seen anything like this before. The original sin here, it's not Joe Biden lying. It's not the Democrats lying. It's the incestuous relationship between the DNC and our media. That's what it is. That's the original sin. It's not what they call it. It's what I'm calling it. That's the real original sin here. Because if they weren't like that, if they weren't up there kissing Biden's ass, CNN comes out with a story 2 days ago that Donald Trump reached out to Qatar about getting an airplane. He says they didn't ask for it, but they did. All right. Okay. I read the story, and here's what happened. Boeing said the new 747 or 787, whatever the new Air Force One is, won't be ready for a while. And Trump wanted a new one. So he reached out to his team and said, go find if anybody's got one for sale. And so they started asking around. And Qatar was one of the places that had one for sale. And they reached out and said, hey, you guys want to sell that? The Qataris said, yeah. And then they were like, you know what? How about it's just a gift? See the difference of what they presented versus the actual story if you read it? Because in their story, Trump reached out to see if Qatar would give him a plane. No, they reached out and asked, hey, you want to sell it? Those are two entirely different things. And this is what CNN is reporting now over a fucking airplane gift that goes to the country, not to Trump, because that Air Force One becomes property of the United States. And they're like, can you believe this shit? Meanwhile, Drooly McDroolerson gets lost on his own lawn repeatedly. And they're like, I don't see nothing. How dare you question his mental acuity just because he can't see the giant mansion he lives in from the steps. Apparently it's Nina's birthday. Nina, this one's for you. And a 1 and a 2. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nina. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I hope you have a good one. I really do. Paint it like soliciting a bribe. Yeah, except for they're not even going that far, Faithless. The only thing, because Donald Trump said they didn't reach out at all. Like, but he did reach out because he was looking to buy a plane. Buying a plane. For fuck's sake, man. But when it came to Biden, this is why I say the original sin is that incestuous relationship between the DNC and the media. They didn't question fuck at all. Even Alex Thompson, and I need to be very clear here when we talk about tonight. I don't know Alex Thompson that well. I haven't covered much of his stuff. His name was unfamiliar to me when this book came out. And there's claims that he had some questions about Biden. I'll take his word for that. But that makes him the exception and not the rule. That makes him that makes him Jake Tapper's cup. He's just there to protect his nutsack. Tapper, we know. Tapper, I've covered many times on here, and he was just another shill for the DNC. Anyway, let's get back to this because we still haven't got to the part that really pissed me off. Oh, before we go over there, guys, we are brought to you by you. Hit the like button, the share button if you would. Consider donating to the show. This is how I make my money, and I know that's important to you that I make my money. I love that idea. I know it's important to you guys that I have money, so give me some. Ball Potato, thank you so very much. I would like to correct you on something, Monk. Boeing gave the administration a list of people that they could look into to try and buy one. So it's even one more step away from the media's portrayal since it was on Boeing's recommendation. That's true. I didn't see the part about Boeing being the one that recommended it. I did see that they or that the White House had a list of people to go, countries to go ask, and most of them. Why does Saudi Arabia have so many spare Boeing airplanes laying around? I linked the show. Not that you notice when I do. I don't notice when most people do. I appreciate it, and I thank you, but don't take it personal if I don't see it. Half the time I don't even see when you guys speak to me in chat. Anyway.
How did that person come to that stage that night? Because it wasn't an anomaly. It wasn't a cold. How did that happen? And that's what we tried to find out and figure out.
We still haven't got to the part that I really wanted to talk about. We tried to figure out how this happened. Because you helped it, you lying motherfucker. This wasn't sudden. Oh. Do you see what he's doing? We just didn't know. We just didn't know. A request for Carson's first birthday. Carson, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Carson. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Carson. Hope you have a good one, little guy. Enjoy the world. It's a lot more fun than people give it credit for. All right. Jake is putting this out there. How did it get to the... By the time that debate happens, there is no reason whatsoever for Jake Tapper to have expected anything except what we saw. There's no reason for anybody to have expected Joe Biden to go out there. Do you remember before the debate? This is a true thing that happened. You can go look it up. Before the debate, there were a bunch of people saying Trump and them, they're hurting themselves. They're saying Biden's going to be too incoherent, and they've lowered the expectations so far that as long as if Biden even shows up, he's going to win. Speaking of showing up and winning, what's up, Jack?
What's up, Monkey?
How you doing, my friend?
I'd have been here about 10 minutes ago, but I was having some technical problems. Largely due to incompetence, but kind of pissing me off.
I hear you.
Otherwise,
for the record, I'm all right. Not worth talking about, really. We are on my AT&T, so the video is going to suck tonight, but hopefully we won't be cut off.
Cool.
Theoretically. Anyway, there's no reason for anyone to have for anybody to have been surprised by that debate. Especially if you're in the media. If you're just a casual viewer, like say you're my wife, who doesn't pay as much attention to politics, and her first real look at it is sitting down to watch the debate and her going, holy shit, that makes sense. Nobody in the media can claim that. Nobody in the media can go, wow, I just don't watch politics. Thank you, Wolf. Evening, Monk. My insomnia is bad tonight, so I'll be listening to you while I'm taking a long walk. It's a good night for a long rant, and boy, do I have one. We're 29 minutes into the into the show, and we've only watched about 30 seconds of video.
Ah, nice. That's a great thing about these things. I know I didn't miss a lot other than you explaining why this is fucking dumb.
Ugh, fucking hate this shit. Anyway, so Jack, he just told us that what we saw on stage that night was... I don't get it. No, it was out of the blue.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
And for people who are supportive of...
Oh, by the way, Jack, we're not on the Megyn Kelly video yet. This is a CNN interview, or sorry, CBS interview he did.
Oh, okay. I thought this was the Megyn Kelly one.
Nope, we're gonna get to that in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed he wasn't wearing headphones. It's like, was that the right interview I watched?
No, yeah. See, I haven't watched it at all, but Lady Monkey had mentioned that he was on CBS, and I went to look for the clip she saw, and I couldn't find it, but I saw this one. And he's going to say something that really irritated me, and I wanted to get it out there.
President Biden, I think it's important to understand that in some ways, A, you were lied to, and B, if you don't like President Trump, this is how we all got President Trump.
No, bullshit. This is their thinking about this this book. This is what the original sin is. The lie. It got us Trump. It brought us the devil. It brought us no. There is no Democrat that was going to beat President Trump this time. And it's not because Joe Biden was off his fucking rocker the whole time. It was because Democrat policies have been off their rocker for a long, long time.
Yeah, they pushed too much too soon, and people were like, "Oh, enough of this shit. We're going with the other guy."
Yeah. You guys were out there telling us that boys can be girls and that they should be peeing next to my daughter. No, you guys were out there lying about everything.
Well, and then they were trying to ruin the lives of anyone that disagreed with them.
Yeah.
You can't do that and win.
This election was not a repudiation of Biden or a repudiation of Kamala. It was a repudiation of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
They went way too far into crazy land, and this was a small swing back to more centralized ideology.
Yeah, if they hadn't been so forceful, they probably could have stayed in power, but it was the constant berating of their enemies, the persecution. It was too much without an actual bloody revolution.
Yep. So anyway, I wanted to play that clip before we see him on Megyn, because I wasn't sure if that would be over there on the Megyn Kelly show. Because again, haven't watched it, you guys. I am live reacting. But should we skip any here? Well, if we need to skip, we will. I like I said, Jack, I have not watched any of this, so we're just gonna load it up from the beginning and see the lovely Miss Kelly and the wrinkly old Jake Tapper and the suspiciously light in the loafers looking Alex. Maybe he is gay, I don't know, but you look gay, dude. If you're not, you might want to do your hair a little different.
Maybe stop trying to wear the outfit of a gay.
And again, I don't care if he's gay. What I care about is that our media is shit.
Well,
but if I get a call
care
one
about
of them,
cultural appropriation, monkey.
If I get a call one of them gay, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, but if he's not gay, he's stealing their culture, and that's not okay.
Do you think him and Jake, working close together at night, writing this book and?
Well, what happens in the office? It's like Vegas or Scarsborough's office. It stays there. Nobody talks about it.
What happens in their colon stays in their colon. All right, let's move along.
They poop. Yeah.
This will be their first long-form interview. The book does include some shocking new details, including from some of Mr. Biden's own cabinet secretaries, who said that by 2024, the president could no longer be relied upon for being able to perform at 2 a.m. if there were some sort of emergency.
Again, did you hear that? They're so shocking. Did anybody think Joe Biden was taking 2 a.m. phone calls and was coherent? Anyone in our audience? Give me a one if you thought Joe could take a 2 a.m. phone call, know where he was, and understand what was being said to him.
Mr. President, we have an emergency. Okay, here's what you do. First, wake up the Joint Chiefs. Second, third, drop the missile there. Then get back to me. Anyway, I'm going to get some ice cream.
Peter, 100%. He couldn't take a 2 p.m. call. True.
No, he was napping time by then.
He kept getting lost on his lawn. The only people surprised by this are people who did not pay attention. Anyway, sorry.
he was not able to answer that call. Another revelation from the book, a source close to Mr. Biden said, quote, 5 people were running the country, and Joe Biden was at best a senior member of the board.
I would care more about this if they told me who those 5 people were. We all know Joe wasn't running the country. So that, again, giving us the 5 people thing. All right. That is new, Jack.
We kind of figured that, though. It was his inner circle. So, I mean, you could probably guess some of the names.
Yeah, we hadn't heard of the first quintumvirate, but we knew that it wasn't Joe.
Real quick. Thank you, Keldrick. I don't want to know anything about Biden's performance at 2 a.m. Yeah,
Don't
I
worry.
agree. It probably involves poop.
Yeah, the only thing he was doing at that hour was leaking.
I don't know. He might have been wandering the halls like that episode of The Simpsons where Mr. Burns goes out in the woods and they think he's an alien. And Biden's just meandering around, shuffling, and they all think that he's a ghost.
Oh, yeah.
Like maybe Jill dresses him up like President Lincoln. He just walks around going, ah!
Lincoln's ghost was there going, holy shit, you look bad.
Right?
All right. Do you think when people see Lincoln's ghost, it's with or without the shot in the head?
Without, because most of the sightings of Lincoln's ghost appear to be just normal old Lincoln.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who were?
I feel like that would make the impact that keeps you tied to Earth, right?
I don't know, because he had a vision that he was going to die before he died. So, because there's this old story where he saw, like he was allegedly dreaming, and he was walking around, and there was a bunch of military guys in one of the areas, and he said, "What's happened?" And they said, "The president's been killed."
See, I've heard that before, but like with Caesar's wife, supposedly she had a dream the night before he's killed that he was going to die. And we always hear this about people who die in spectacular ways, but you never hear this about Joe Blow in the trailer park who had a dream that he was going to get, he's going to fall into the factory MacGuffin and get killed.
Yeah, but nobody cared about that guy. So his dreams meant nothing to anyone, plus he didn't record them.
Maybe they're not meaningful dreams. They're just, he was the president of the United States and assassination is a possibility. So he was worried about it.
Well, there'd been attempts on him before, Booth.
Sure, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that was probably a reoccurring theme in his life under the stress that he was under. But I don't know. It's a cool story.
He probably told people about the horrible dreams he'd had all, since the first assassination attempt. It's kind of life-changing, Jack.
Do you think that there was a president like Taft that told all about their regular dreams? Like, I dreamt we ran out of bacon.
Yeah, that was Reagan. Nancy made him write it. Okay.
Like, anyway. Taft was the big fat guy. He's like, I dreamt I got stuck in the tub again.
So wait, Lincoln was shot in the back of the head. So did it come out the front? If not, who looks at the back of someone's head? I honestly don't know how the wounds were on President Lincoln. I've never seen like a diagram of it.
Yeah, it's in the back of his head, and they used fingers to pull the bullet out. That's part of the reason he died, was they were jamming their dirty old fingers in there because germ theory wasn't real yet.
Yeah.
So, it didn't come out the front. They pulled it out. They have the bullet at the Smithsonian, as I recall, and parts of his skull, which is really gross. And they have his hat. I think the Ford Museum in Michigan there has the chair that he was assassinated in.
That's kind of grim.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
The death chair.
Right? Like, here's some random theater chairs. Oh, what are these? That's where Lincoln died. I don't want to see this cursed nonsense.
I'm more interested in the chair his wife was sitting on.
That's the one with the poop stain as opposed to the blood stain. Like, somebody next to you gets their head shot, you're going to shit yourself. If not, you have incredible control. That's an acceptable time for brown trousers.
All right. We're not here to talk about Lincoln. Here we go.
Those 5 people running the country. and who exactly perpetrated this attempted cover-up.
The media. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of the story. Jack, I said to Lady Monkey today, she was telling me about seeing Tapper on CBS. And I just pointed out that I have no doubt that the administration was lying. They were lying. They chose to believe the lie. They chose to embrace the lie.
Yeah,
Jake,
most of them knew it was a lie. Come on.
Yeah, Jake turned off his fucking brain and went, yeah, the guy that the Easter Bunny's leading back home on his own lawn, he's totally cognitively perfect. He's amazing. He's the most cogent ever. Nah, I'm not giving him a pass on this, Megyn. And I know you're friends with Jake Tapper, and this worries me going into this interview. You said you were watching some of it, Jack?
Yeah, I saw a couple clips from it. I didn't have time to sit down and watch the whole thing.
Okay. My worry is I've seen her be hard on people before.
Yeah.
I've never seen her be hard on her friends, especially ones that she's admitted are her friends. And this is an interview because look, they're all over the media right now. They've been on every fucking channel with their book. But as she said, this is their first long form interview. And she said on yesterday's show that maybe it was the day before, but that she reached out to Jake and asked him if he could go even longer. Just gonna let that hang. And I don't know if he said yes or no, but this book was just so amazing that they had that much to talk about. And just from the opening here, I'm already nervous that this woman is going to give press hard answers. Questions. Press hard question. Like, was it hard to be lied to by them? That had to make you feel bad, right? He wasn't lied to.
Being so amazing. Is it hard?
He wasn't lied to. He was given his marching orders. Let's just be clear about it. Because those are two entirely different things.
Yeah.
All right.
We will ask for and receive names in just a moment. But first, a look back at the president's decline that we reported on at the time that was called nothing more than a conspiracy theory.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
Signs of a slipping Joe Biden were everywhere, even in the run-up to the 2020 election. For a politician long known for gaffes, this was something different, concerning brain freezes.
Yeah, now see, remember when Jake told us that what we saw at the debate, that was something different. No, it wasn't. And Megyn, I don't mean to take anything away from you, but you were not on this train as forcefully in 2020, so back the fuck off a little.
You know who was? We were.
We were. And as we pointed out at the time, if you went back and watched speeches from Joe, even though he's a fucking idiot, go back and watch his floor speeches or even his campaign speeches, say of 2000, when we run 2004-ish, I think was his last Senate run. Somewhere around there, or even him as the vice president in the two vice presidential debates, there's a marked difference from just the 2012 VP debate and what we saw in 2019. It was worlds apart.
Yeah.
Because the press thing, when Biden first comes out and he's making these mistakes and stuff, was like, oh, he always has gaffes. He's always had gaffes. What are you talking about? His gaffes usually involved his accidental race. Well, his real racism, but he doesn't mean to say it out loud.
Yeah.
But his accidental racism rather than him just suddenly forgetting to speak anymore.
Like this one on CNN in April 2020.
You know, there's during World War II, where Roosevelt came up with a thing that was totally different than he called it the World War II. He had the War Production Board.
But raising questions about
Nothing concerning at all right there. Remember, Jake Tapper yelled at Laura for suggesting there was anything. That was just his stutter.
Well, she has Trump in her name, so she's automatically disingenuous and evil.
About Mr. Biden's mental fitness back then was risky. Just ask Laura Trump, who dared to go there in an interview with Jake Tapper weeks before the 2020 election.
Okay, in fairness, she only went there with Jake because he brought it up because she'd already gone there. Dared bring it up. I love that phrasing. It's so daring to point out to the press that they're lying shitbags.
Well, they don't like that.
Yeah.
So they will try to destroy your life. Remember that
think
kid
what we
that
see
did
on
the
stage-
memes?
Oh, yeah. CNN came after him and said that if he ever did it again, they were going to put all of his information out there.
Yep. That,
And CNN is still never paid for that.
No. They've paid for a few of the dumb things they've said over the years, but not nearly enough.
No.
Age with Joe Biden, Jake, is very clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable.
You are
to watch
no.
somebody on
You
stage
I can't,
search
that's
for
so amazing.
questions.
It's so amazing to me
And-
that
Look at his smug little fucking smile. And again, guys, sorry if the video's choppy, but he was smug about this. Okay. I'm not okay. All right. Look. All right. No. You dumb little woman with Trump in your name. How fucking dare you? You are too stupid to talk about the guy who was on our network and couldn't finish a fucking sentence. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
it's totally dry out here in the rain. I promise.
Biden is on our team. There go. He is better than you and smarter than you. You're just a dummy pants. So shut up, whore.
You know what? If Jake actually did have questions, right? At this point, what he should have done is, can you give me an example of his cognitive decline, something you've seen that has made you think that he's in cognitive decline? And instead, he went, no. And this is before Biden is president, so don't tell me that the administration lied to me. This was him doing it. Even with the choppy video, we can see his smug face. I know, because he is. He was smug about this shit.
and try and figure out an answer.
a cognitive decline.
Well, when you're trying to tell me that what I was suggesting was
I think that you were
stuttering,
mocking his stutter.
Idea, Joe
Yeah,
Biden.
I think you were mocking his stutter, and I think you have absolutely no stake.
I hope, and I don't know if it's going to happen, but I do hope Megyn challenges this motherfucker on his defense of Biden's ghost stutter. Because that was his excuse here. You're making fun of little kids with a stutter, asshole. Nobody was making fun of anybody stuttering. Although I will make fun of people stuttering because it's funny. It doesn't. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We got a lag again.
It's all right.
No, I was just saying she's picking on little Joey from Scranton.
Well, in this clip, before they get to this point, he brings up what do you think little kids with stutters are thinking? What a little kid with a stutter at home sees you say that. What do you think they're feeling?
I know what they're thinking. That guy has dementia.
Those little kids are thinking, why won't mom put on Bluey?
Standing to diagnose somebody's cognitive decline.
Less than 4.5 years later, it's Tapper doing the examining.
Starting in around 2019, 2020, there were two Bidens. There was a Biden that was perfectly workable, serviceable, seemed fine. And
Nope. Even at his best, the clear decline was there.
Yeah.
This isn't like Donald Trump, where if you see him speaking, he might speak a little bit slower than he did if you go back and watch his old interviews. But if you go watch his old interviews, like when he was with Oprah or any of them that he's been on, and then you watch the ones today, his mannerisms are all the same. His speaking style is all the same. Maybe his voice has changed a little bit, but there's nothing you can point to and go, wow, this guy's in rapid decline. There was nothing about Biden where he seemed coherent, where he wasn't. The best they could do is for a couple of minutes keep him from slurring.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever watched a single Biden video where we didn't find slurring, or was it all the what we just saw in that CNN clip where he's like, I have Roosevelt in some year did a thing. They weren't all that bad, but all the signs of decline were there the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole fucking time.
And then there was a non-functioning one.
In his new book, Original Sin, co-authored with Axios' Alex Thompson, the pair document the behind-the-scenes panic among Democratic officials over Joe Biden's decline. Tapper claims he was on the case all along, but
I just want to point out she said that, and I know this is her saying he says that. But right after we watched the clip of him yelling at Laura, no, I'm on the case. Don't you worry. It's a weird way of being on the case to immediately defend the defendant. I mean, technically, Johnny Cochran was on the case. He wasn't looking for truth, though.
I mean, did Biden need the Chewbacca defense?
Yes.
couldn't report fully until after the election, when more people were finally willing to talk.
Yes, you could have. Yes, you could have. You had the video. Tons of people were out there reporting on this, even though nobody would go on the record because we didn't need the goddamn record. We had video.
Yeah. Lots of video.
Maybe that's the problem. Instead of paying attention to the video, Jake's like, I'm just going to ask the White House and they won't go on record. So until they do, I'm not going to. He couldn't report on it, Jack.
Uh-huh.
That's weird. We did.
Yeah. Many times.
Oh.
And once you notice it, it's hard to unsee it.
Yeah. And again, this goes way back to that first campaign in 2019. Okay, technically his third, but his first presidential campaign successfully, unless you believe, reality. It all goes back to when he's in the primary. We saw this man. He did everything but wander off like Admiral, what's his name from the Perot campaign, Stockdale. Remember when that happened?
Yeah, that was awesome.
In the VP debate in 92, Admiral Stockton is running as the VP for Ross Perot. And in the middle of the debate, he just kind of like wanders off for a while.
Yeah, he got bored with it.
Yeah, there were a lot of people like, this shows he's not there. And I was young thinking, that's funny as fuck. I hope he did it on purpose. Plausible deniability. He hadn't been told, so he didn't know. But see, this is my problem with it, Faithless. You're right. That's what they're trying for here. But if you paid any attention, you could see it. You had to be able to see it. And you could say, the White House denies all this, but here, decide for yourself. Motherfucker fell up a plane 3 times in one trip. He fell off his bike. Remember when he fell off his bike?
Yep.
The entirety of the media, everybody falls off a bike. This doesn't show anything. And by this time, the chance of, hey, there's something wrong with this guy had already started growing louder and louder. And they didn't go, the White House says that people fall off their bikes all the time. They were saying they did it. They were the ones saying people fall off their bike all the time. Not the White House said people fall off their bike all the time.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear this bullshit.
Yeah, they couldn't get out of their own bias to save their lives.
By the way, these 2 men are making a mint off of this book. The pre-sales are through the roof, apparently.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Wait and buy a copy secondhand so you don't have to fucking give these clowns money.
I ain't reading none of this shit. Fuck both of them for being... And again, I don't know Alex that well, so let me just say, fuck Jake Tapper.
Well, the guy works for Axios, so I automatically suspect he's an asshole.
I don't know enough about him, and some of Axios's reporting is decent. It's still clearly biased. It goes in one direction, but there's not as much of it as I can point to as so many other sources. Wrong, that's just a lie. But that again, one of the media's greatest tricks is lying to you without lying. So I don't give them grace on that, but at least I can't point to it and go, well, they told blatant lies like I can with fucking Jake Tapper.
But it was a story most Americans had already seen with their own eyes.
The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to.
There's a teleprompter there. I just want to say, there's a fucking teleprompter there for almost all of these. I forgot how to read again. This stutter sucks.
Well, the problem with dementia is he may have regressed back to the point where he didn't know what a teleprompter looked like, a modern one. So he's like, there's words floating in the air.
Thank you, Alan. Morning, Monkey. Morning, Jack. Thank you for becoming a member for month number 18. And good morning, sir.
Morning, Alan.
Anyway.
Forgetting the names of world
I
leaders.
want to thank that fellow down under. Thank you very much, pal.
And then the moment that shocked even casual observers.
Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie?
Asking for Congresswoman Jackie Walorski, who had died in a car crash 7 weeks earlier. The president.
Don't worry. Tapper was on the case.
No, Joe could still see her there. She was a spooky ghost, but he could still see her. Saw her a minute ago. She's here.
The president had publicly mourned her death when it happened, even lowering White House flags in her honor, but he remembered none of it. Tapper did occasionally press White House officials.
Watch him, right? Watch him. And I've
they are watching him. That's what I'm saying. That's the 77% who are concerned.
No.
Wait. Okay. Notice at the bottom of the screen on the Chiron what it says. AP North poll. Most Americans say Biden is too old for president. This is what they were doing, and what I've seen Tapper do in some of the interviews already is point to, well, I asked about Americans saying he was too old. No. That's not the question. This is why when this all came up and so many people are like, he's too old to be president. And I kept telling you guys, it has nothing to do with his fucking age. You guys were giving these folks an out. Because I did question. I pointed out a poll said he was too old. He didn't push her on, the guy can't remember where the fuck he is. We've seen it. When she said, you can see it, he didn't go, we have seen it. Here's some fucking clips of the motherfucker losing his fucking train of thought mid-word. Not even mid-sentence. Mid-word.
Well, I would argue this is even more nefarious than that, because this is designed to give them the answer that they can give to the right-wingers. He's like, okay, they're saying he's too old. How do you respond to that? And she gives the canned talking point, and he's like, yes, that makes perfect sense. That's what you should tell the righties. This is all part of the propagandistic theater that they do.
Yes. And we talked about many of these kind of clips at the time where they're like, he's too old. No, he wasn't too old. I mean, him specifically he was, but not everybody in their 80s is like that.
Yeah.
Dementia is not a foregone conclusion of age.
Yeah. There's lots of people that are very lucid in their elder years.
Yes.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. To be fair, Biden, even a lot of Australians don't know who our prime minister is. They like it like that. It's easier to fuck us over like that.
Fair.
That's true. People need to pay more attention to what's going on, especially in Australia. Ooh, you guys are following Britain really fast. It's like a foot race over there.
Jack, can you talk to the folks for 1 second? I'll be right back.
Sure. What's up, folks? All right. Let's see what you guys are saying over in Chatland. The question is, he could tell his wife from his sister. Yeah. Oh, man, that was embarrassing. She probably banged before the interview. Fucking journos never actually going to challenge each other. Oh, no, of course not. They're like government officials. They might criticize mildly, but nobody ever actually gets in real trouble. Unless there's a lawsuit, nobody gets fired. Hi, Big Dro. You know the thing. Yeah, that jaw can cut glass. The Jack Show, yeah. Oh, I'm doing okay, Stargazer. How you doing? I mostly spend my time shuffling things around. Like, I had to mow 2 massive lawns because I've been putting it off for 2 weeks, so the grass was like super high. And you start getting letters from the city, and they're like, "Hey, you need to mow this, or we're going to do it for you and charge you $500." So my fat ass was out there mowing lawns yesterday, and I was really tired. And then I had to mow some more lawn today because I didn't get it all done, and I was really tired from that. Oh, I did watch Ring Shark, and if you haven't watched it, it was okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Before I stepped away, I saw a donation come through. Let me grab this real fast. Where'd that go? Thank you, Keldrig. Load up, damn it. There we go. Tapper was absolutely on the case. Specifically, he was working on a case of Bud Light. Come on, man. That's too manly for Jake. He was drinking some wine coolers. Do they still make wine coolers?
I think they do.
I liked wine coolers for the record, but it's not very manly, if I'm being honest.
No, I'm a girl drink guy. I don't like hard liquor. It's disgusting more often than not.
You know, I don't get those people who are like, "Oh, that's a girly drink." You mean it doesn't taste like ass? I'm good with that.
Yeah, it doesn't burn my throat, and I get to taste the flavor sensation of pomegranates or oranges or some shit. Yeah, fuck you, dude.
You drink the stuff that actually tastes like poison. I'm gonna be over here with a margarita or a pina colada, having a good old time and not hating my throat.
And you know who the women are going to hang around is the guy that has the wine coolers, because that shit is like crack to women. Zima, I see you mentioning Zima Assassin. That shit was a panty dropper in college because it tastes like 7-Up. You get 2 or 3 of those in a chick, and she was dancing on a table. But yeah, that stuff was that was really an aphrodisiac. Chicks loved Zima. Especially if you missed it with some like what do they call that? Green apple schnapps.
Oh yeah. Bubba says the sugar makes him feel more dehydrated though. I drink water or eat celery when I drink. So
yeah, alcohol's gonna dehydrate you. So
I stay well hydrated when I drink.
Yeah.
It's just
don't drink to excess. That's
Oh, yeah. Oh, whoops. Don't drink to excess. We need to say that. Anyway, speaking of drunk, let's go back to Corinne.
It is hard for us to keep up with this president.
Play Jake's answer to that. Do you remember when that came out, Jack, that the administration was saying that he ran circles around all of us? How many of you guys in the media looked them in the eye and said, bullshit? The motherfucker walks like he's got his shoes tied together, but he's running around you. And nobody in the press ever directly questioned that. The only thing they would do is what Tapper did here. The polls are showing what these people think.
I think what they meant is that he's slippery, so if they didn't have their eyes on him, he'd sneak out of the room like a ninja. You know how little kids do that? If you're not directly looking at them, they can just kind of sneak off. Cats do the same thing. I think Biden or most dementia patients are like that. They see their opportunity and they go for it.
And we haven't even got to look, guys. Somebody asked me at the beginning because when I first wake up, Jack, I knew what we were doing the topic on tonight, and so I immediately get started. I've only been up since 12:30, and as I'm getting set up, I go over and see Satsu's streaming. So I'm talking to him in his chat, and he asked me what I was up to, and I said, "I'm gonna do about a 6 or 7 hour stream." And then Random came over here at the beginning. This is gonna be 6 hours, probably, at least.
The same president who couldn't.
Go ahead.
I've had a fair amount of caffeine, and I've got another one in the fridge, so I'm ready to go.
All right. There we go.
Remember the name of Hamas.
There's been a response from the opposition.
Then came the bombshell, her special
The opposition. That's all Hamas is. Good old Joey.
counsel report. Mr. Hur described President Biden as an elderly man with a poor memory who could not remember when he was vice president or the year his son Beau died.
I think anybody sitting down for
And for the record, I don't know if Megan's going to show this. Joe Biden came out after Hur gave his initial report and said, when I was offended when he brought up Beau. Do you know who brought up Beau?
Joe Biden did.
Joe Biden. Because he was asked about a time frame and he goes, because he was asked specifically about 2017, 2018. And he goes, you got to remember at that time, Beau was either deployed or dying. And then he had the nerve to go on. And the media all was like, I can't believe they would say something like this about Joe Biden. Can you believe they attacked him for not knowing his kid's birthday? It was all bullshit. And they all played along. Get fucked with this. I'm already mad, and Jake hasn't even had a chance to defend himself yet.
Oh, yeah.
for an interview like that where you're being asked specific dates over and over again. You're not going to remember every single one.
In early June,
my mother died in 1989. My brother died in 1990. Those are 2 years I will never forget.
Look, not every date is going to be burned into your memory, but especially as you get older. But the fact that you've gotten every question wrong or didn't answer it at all is the problem. It's not one or two missteps; it's all of them.
But they knew if they came out and went, "Can you believe they're questioning about his dead kid?" These fucking bastards paid no attention to. He was asked what kind of things he kept in the Naval Observatory and started talking about some guy's dick. You know, for the point of the story. A story that 3 times he told us, keeping a long story short.
Yeah, and I would hate to hear the long version of that Wiener story. That was pretty graphic as it was.
In 2024, a Wall Street Journal story exposed concerns from members of Congress about a diminishing president.
There's been a relentless focus in some news outlets on minor slips by our president that I frankly...
Minor slips, by the way, that's Chris Coons, right? I think that's who that is.
I have a joke, but we would get in serious trouble if I said it, so I'll tell you later.
We think are typical of anyone who's keeping a demanding 14-hour-a-day schedule.
14 hours of sleep? 14. Fuck off.
Minor slips, yeah. 14-hour days, sure.
A coordinated message claimed conservative media was deceptively editing clips.
In major areas where people get their news, this lie or this concept about Joe Biden is being validated.
Fake videos of President Biden that are being referred to as cheap fakes.
They're cheap. They're just distorted, out of context videos, chopped up in certain ways, constructed in certain ways.
He's far beyond cogent. In fact, I think he's better than he's ever been.
By the way, that was just weeks before the debate. That cogent line, that was Scarborough, who totally did not kill his intern.
Totally did not.
Did not.
No evidence. Did not have her killed.
She spontaneously died in his office, and he just happened to make sure he was out of town at that moment.
Yeah, just like Epstein totally committed suicide, you guys. Believe Patel and Bongino now. Yeah.
Rogues. Oh God, we'll have to do that tomorrow. Mis and disinformation. Come on and say it. No. Remember, at this time they couldn't do. And I wish she would have played more of Stelter right there, because in that clip, he specifically points out how this isn't the misinformation and disinformation. That's why they moved on to cheap fake, because it's real video. They couldn't even be like, they slowed it down to make Nancy look drunk. Yeah, because she doesn't look drunk all the time anyway.
Yeah, or sound drunk all the time. Monkey, I would have to disagree, though, because if you play more of Stelzer, people are gonna tune out because they hate that fucker. That weird little candy van motherfucker. Nobody wants to see his ugly mug on their show.
And in that respect, you're absolutely right. But to the point of mis and disinformation, there's a reason they stopped using that.
Yeah,
it was specifically because they couldn't anymore.
It was losing its effectiveness.
Yeah, this was literally, no, the Emperor's clearly got clothes on. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. How do you not see those?
Just because you can see his balls on his chin doesn't mean he's naked. That's a Joe has chin balls joke.
Just because you can see the children he's sniffing. I mean.
Joining me now, Jake Tapper. He's the host of The Lead with Jake Tapper on CNN, and Alex Thompson. Alex is a national political correspondent for Axios.
All right, normally she goes into commercial here. I don't care about her commercials. Go support her stuff if you wanna. I'm not getting paid by those guys, so fuck them. Whoops, wrong button.
Guys, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
for
great
anybody
to have.
who's not familiar, Jake Tapper's the one in the middle. Alex Thompson from Axios, he's the one way over here. See, look how gay his hair is, man.
Look how old Tapper looks without all his makeup on.
Without all his makeup and bad lighting, yeah.
Yeah. Like he's got incredibly bad lighting here. He must be at his house or something.
Well,
whoever set up these lights did a terrible fucking job.
Looking at it, you can often tell where lighting is. This is why so many people have the ooh eyes, because they use ring lights and they put them in front of them.
Yeah.
You can see his only light source seems to be his computer monitor.
Oh, he's got a overhead light too. You can see the top of his head there, that sheen.
Oh, right there. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I'm guessing he has another, like a softbox somewhere, probably below him, off to one of his sides. Looks like it's off to his right.
I will say this though, because in the age of high def, so many of these people wear such caked on makeup. He actually looks more human here.
He does, but he looks like he's aged 20 years between that, because you can tell he's old in the regular show, but with all that slathered on makeup, it's like watching Waxwork. You ever see that movie?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like melting now, like all that shit just fell off, and now you're seeing the prize beneath. It's very deceptive, and I wish people would just age gracefully.
Yeah, Megyn and Alex clearly have a shit ton of makeup on.
Yeah.
Jake's like, fuck it, I'm going au natural. Anyhow.
Have you? All right, first of all, Jake, explain why it's called Original Sin.
Oh, he's going to give us his reason for calling it Original Sin.
Oh.
I didn't know that. Jack, my version of Original Sin is the incestuous relationship between the DNC and the media. Especially if you're talking about this story, that is where the original sin lies.
I thought the original sin was showering with Ashley, but
no, that's
I think I misunderstood the assignment.
That's a carnal sin. Play.
It's called Original Sin because right after the election, we started talking to Democratic sources who were telling us how horrible things were, not just in front of the cameras and all those clips you showed, but how much worse it was actually behind the scenes. And one of them said to me that the original sin was that Biden should not have run for re-election to be.
I don't remember what clip it was I saw, Jack, but somebody talking about this. And they said that Biden hurt the Democratic Party, and this book could hurt the Democratic Party. And clearly this is bad for the Democratic Party. Not once did any of them mention Americans having a president who was absolutely out of his fucking mind. No, it was all about how it was for the Democrats.
Yeah, that's all they care about, man. They don't give a shit about the country.
No. But the original sin here, he should have never ran. In 2019, yeah.
Yeah, oh no, that was okay. They can handle 4 years of Captain Depends, but he never should have ran for re-election. Motherfucker, he should have stepped down. Like, he never should have been in office.
And see, this gives you clear proof that what Jake and them are doing here is running interference for the Democrats. Remember, this has got two things: to try to save the image of the media and to save the image of the DNC. Because look, it's just Biden's inner circle. The fact that all of these motherfuckers, I met with Biden yesterday, he was fine. Fuck, I wish I could remember who it was. I saw another one where there was a senator. This is from before all of this comes out. And he's like, yeah, I just met with Biden the other day and he was great. He was fine. It was all of them. This was not just the inner circle of the Biden campaign. Get fucked.
Well, you know what this is? This is a setup for 2028. They blame every bad thing from Biden's administration on Biden and those 5 people.
Yep.
Specifically those 5 inner circle members. Then they can wash away any sins, all of Afghanistan's problems, all of the gaffes, all of the stupid decisions made. They were all on that inner circle. If Kamala wants to run again, she gets a clean slate by the media. So it's not just about rehabbing the media. It's about rehabbing everything on the left.
Assassin, you are not wrong. We are witnessing a cover-up worse than Watergate in real time. Yes, 100%.
Yes, this is all about cleanup.
Remember, the Watergate thing was just they broke in to find the Democrats' plans.
Yeah, it was one of the worst run ops in history. Like, incredibly incompetent.
The nonsense about like they tried to cheat in the election. I'm of the opinion that if your playbook, the other side gets it and they can beat you, then you just suck.
Well, you're not doing a very good job of keeping your things secured overall.
Yeah, the Watergate break-in wasn't about getting national secrets or anything. It doesn't make it okay, Jack. They shouldn't have been breaking and entering. I'm not defending that part of it, but the way that has shaped the rest of American history, that, can you believe, a president stepped down because 3 idiots broke in to find out where they were planning on having rallies. That's it. And here you have a sitting president with dementia that all of these people were in on lying about, and there are no investigations.
No, and if anything, there's more and more revisionist history and cover-ups going on now.
Yep.
Based on this and these manufactured lies. It's inescapable now that Joe Biden had dementia.
Yep.
Unarguable, he had too many cognitive problems. So what they're doing is limiting the damage to a small cluster of individuals that they are using as sacrificial lambs. Because every good communist or leftist will gladly throw someone under the bus to protect the collective.
Yeah. And I'm not downplaying the impact of Watergate, but what actually happened there was nothing. It was nothing.
No, and unfortunately, that gave the press an arrogance that has never faded.
Nope.
Because they had a couple of guys that broke that story, and oh, look at all the movies and TV shows about the heroic press. What was that stupid one that was on HBO with that guy with the giant neck?
I don't know.
Newsroom or something like that. He gave that speech that you see the clip on all the time. I love America. No.
Jeff Daniels.
Yeah, Jeff Daniels.
Yeah. I've never seen that movie, but I've seen that clip many times.
Yeah, that show's horrible. Don't bother. It's fucking stupid.
All right, anyway.
Begin with, which then necessitated the cover-up of how bad things actually were.
I'm sorry. Him running again necessitated the cover-up?
You mean the cover-up that was already in process?
I'm sorry, what?
The cover-up that was already in process?
Yeah. Wow. I hate you even more now, Jake. That cover-up had been going on for years before there was even talk of re-election. Frankly, before he got elected the first time. Remember when you were yelling at Laura Trump?
Right.
Have the balls to call him on this.
And that term, original sin, just stuck with me. When Alex and I talked about doing the book, I think the day before Election Day, I already thought Original Sin would be the perfect title because it just gets at how momentous a decision this was, how momentous a mistake this was to run for.
They are desperate to blame anything but DNC policy. Look, I have no doubt that there's a lot of people who, when Biden was still in the race, saw the debate. People like my wife who don't follow politics saw that and went, there's no fucking way I'm voting for that guy.
Yeah.
But then he dropped out. And Kamala got to run basically unchallenged until the last couple of weeks of her campaign. She was at no disadvantage because of this. There weren't people who were seriously going, I'm going to punish the Democrat. There's no Democrats out there like, I'm going to punish my party for lying to me about Joe Biden's mental health. Because they were still lying about his mental health, saying that, hey, he just had a bad night. Everybody has a bad night, Jack.
Oh, yeah. They were trying to salvage him for several days before he ended up dropping out. Oh, hold on real quick. Thank you, Evolved Potato. The more you learned about the media's incestuous relationship with the Democrats and about Woodruff and Bernstein's reputation, I don't remember which one, of making up sources for years, I do have to wonder what we don't know about Watergate. Watergate was a couple of bungling idiots doing a terrible break-in. It was doomed to fail from the beginning. These G. Gordon Liddy and his allies were complete amateur hour. They were going to get caught. It was just a matter of how long it took. So how much they massaged the story to make it way more exciting, I don't know. But it doesn't really matter how much the Watergate thing was bungled and how stupid it was. What mattered was how the press was able to manipulate that into giving themselves insane credibility. But thank you, Evolved.
Yeah, and frankly, there's not that much to know about Watergate. That's my point here. It was a break-in to try to get an edge on the Democrats in the election. That was it. And they turned it into, can you believe what these guys did? They were subverting democracy. Even if Watergate worked out, if they were never caught and they got the Democrats' plans, one, Nixon was going to win anyway. But even if they got those plans and it all worked out that way, it wouldn't have subverted democracy at all because people were still allowed to vote. It's not like they're suggesting that, I don't know, they were out there lying, saying that the other side had called Nazis good people.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, that's a whole. We should just do a Watergate show one day. Anyway,
re-election, and then of course the cover-up.
Alex, we understand that you originally had.
You let him get away with that shit? Oh, Megyn. I'm going to think less of Megyn after this, aren't I?
I won't. I just want to have sex with her.
I get it.
Drafted a book along these lines, but then the deal fell apart. So how did it get revived? When did publishers get interested in what you were trying to tell?
Well, my book project actually was different. I mean, it was a Biden book, but it was with Simon & Schuster. They signed the deal in January of 2021, and it was supposed to come out before the election. And, you know, maybe there was maybe going to be some age stuff, but it was much more about the family dynamics and how they affected the president and the presidency.
So it was going to be a suck-up book about Biden?
Yeah. Well, depends how much of Ashley was in it.
Right. They don't want to get to that much of sucking.
Ultimately, the book deal did fall apart. Simon & Schuster canceled the book in October of 2023. There are a few reasons for that. One was I was running behind. Two, Biden books were not selling well. And third,
what?
Nobody cared.
Books on Biden weren't selling. I'm shocked.
Yeah, it's almost like that. Major political oopsies like the Afghan withdrawal and various other things made him a little unpopular, even with his own people.
The guy who got more presidential votes than anyone in history, including President Obama. The guy who blew Obama out of the water couldn't sell a book, you tell me.
Yeah, weird. It's almost like, nope, not allowed to ask those questions.
Heard, there was honestly like a difference of what sort of book we wanted, and that was most manifest in sort of a debate or clash.
You were late on your book and they weren't selling. That's it. Let's be.
Yeah, they're like, well, look, you're already late. These books aren't doing that well. We're just gonna go ahead and cancel it. Fuck you. Yeah, okay, dude. Don't try and dress it up. Just say you got fired.
Yeah, and what he's doing here is trying to save face. Like, we wanted to take it a different way, implying like we were gonna ask questions. Bullshit. You got fired for not doing your job well. Stop it.
Over the title of the book, and I wanted to call the book Haunted because the thesis of the book was he's haunted by his son Beau, he's haunted by the Hunter stuff, by the Obama comparisons, by the idea Trump could win again.
Harvey, the East Bunny, spooky ghost that he tries to shake hands with, that dead lady.
You were going to do a book about Biden and specifically about his family and friends, about how he's compared to Obama?
Yeah, that's fucking dumb. Also, if you have a book titled named Haunted, there better be a ghost in there. Otherwise, it's disingenuous bullshit.
And they wanted to call the book Soul Man or Shadow Boxer.
They totally should have called it Soul Man. And if you've seen that movie and know Biden's stories of the civil rights era, it makes so much sense.
I was thinking the same thing.
I love that movie, by the way.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad movie. It's pretty fun.
You got what? C. Thomas Howell. Was that who it was?
Yeah, C. Thomas Howell and James Earl Jones.
And Ray Don Chong.
Oh yeah, Ray Don Chong was in that.
And God, I had the biggest crush on her, dude.
I understand.
And I said no. And
good hill to die on.
Just keep. Well, it was an expensive. It was an expensive hill to die on. So
okay.
Even Tapper got the reference,
right? There is no way the thing fell apart because of the title. Stop it.
No, it's because those books aren't selling. And they found it out because he was late with his work. So they're like, yeah, now we don't have to pay this asshole any more money.
Was she in Commando? Was she in Commando?
I think she was.
It's been so long since I've seen that. The only people I remember from Commando are Schwarzenegger and Alyssa.
Look, Commando was one of those movies where you ended up with a lot of the regulars that showed up and stuff.
She was in a lot of movies at that time.
Yeah. They cycle through certain character actors. Like Michael Ironside, you could throw a dart at an 80s poster and not accidentally hit that man.
Well, if you needed anybody with gravitas, just hire Michael.
Yeah, he had presence.
Yes.
I returned the advance, and then I obviously had some Biden reporting and was interested in trying to revive some sort of project on Biden because I'd covered him for so long. And it was really, the book was Jake's idea about making it focused on this one issue of the Biden presidency.
It was Jake's idea to try to salvage his reputation. Shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the issue. Okay, I got it. Let me keep going.
Yeah.
Let's go right to the controversy around the book, and then we'll get to the contents of the book, which I definitely want to spend time on. As you know, this book, it's right in the subtitle. It involves coverage of the so-called cover-up. But Jake, the criticism has been that you're complaining about a cover-up about Joe Biden's mental acuity that failed, that
he was a part of.
Yeah, you can only hide stuff like that for so long unless you have totalitarian control. And he was absolutely a part of the cover-up. You can't watch that Laura Trump thing and not see it.
Right-wing pundits saw, the right wing in general saw, that independent media saw and reported on, and that was no mystery even to left wing.
Technically, you're correct, but nobody cares about us.
I care about us.
Except the beautiful people who listen to us daily. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
That's right. You guys are awesome.
Brought to you by you, blah, blah, blah. You know how it is.
And so-called mainstream reporters who were not fooled, but chose willful blindness instead of honest reporting, and that you were part of it. How do you respond?
It's a tough and fair question.
No, fuck you. I've already seen him do this on CNN. They're tough and fair questions. The only thing you should be doing here is going, yeah, you guys are right. Yep, 100%. Yeah.
Mistakes were made. We picked the wrong pony to bet on, and it bit us in the ass. We'll try and do better in the future. Usual suck up nonsense. You could have got Bill Maher to write an apology to Ice Cube for him.
I'm not solely blaming Jake here, because there's way more to it than this, but this is from the press corps, who gave us smirking menacingly.
Yeah.
This is from the press corps, who heard Jussie Smollett's story and went, I think that's real. Which, again, I will remind you, when we first heard that story, I said, that sounds like bullshit.
Yeah.
I called it that night. When me, Scribe, and SDA were on the air, and Scribe is reading that story, I said, there's something wrong there. There's no fucking way. That's right.
Dude, as soon as he said this is MAGA country,
yep,
there was no way that story was real. No fucking way.
This is from the press corps that gave us very fine people. This is from the press corps, who has lied to us over and over and over again, oddly, always on DNC talking points.
It's weird how that happens, isn't it? It's almost like they roll the dice every time and it keeps coming up with the same number. It's not a rigged dice, is it? I mean, who could say that?
This is from the media that has told us about the insurrection that threatened democracy, and it's the worst thing that has happened since 9/11, since Pearl Harbor, since Pompeii. It's the worst thing.
Since Pompeii. Yeah, they've even have said that it was worse than 9/11.
Yes.
Like, one person died, who, by the way, her family just got a huge settlement because of Trump.
2 people died.
Oh, yeah, that other lady out front. That I don't think had anything to do with this whole insurrection thing. She was just protesting.
Yep, and she was, there was something wrong with her physically, and she died. We just saw again, maybe a month ago, somebody going, I think it was on The View, police died. And specifically that day, no, they didn't. No police died in the Capitol there in D.C. on January 6th, 2021. It didn't happen.
I'm pretty sure Whoopi Goldberg still thinks Kyle Rittenhouse killed black people. So,
Rogue, yes, horse paste. These are the ones like ivermectin is just horse medicine. The thing that was given the Nobel Prize when they found a use for it for humans.
Yeah,
they never said that.
And it's also been used for like 50 years, and they have tons of studies on it. And it's perfectly safe.
That's a fair question. All right, let's hear his actual answer. And now that I've ripped on him before he's got a chance to speak, how long do you guys think I can go before I have to interrupt again because he says something fucking stupid?
Less than 5 seconds, because he says lots of stupid stuff.
I would say that Alex and I, after Election Day, interviewed more than 200 people. 200.
No, stop right there.
See, made it. I win. I win again.
Back up, motherfucker. Back up, because we're not at Election Day yet. All this shit that you guys are going to talk about, yeah, maybe you started asking questions after Election Day because you were like, he's not in there anymore. It's okay to make him look bad. What about the 5 years before that?
No, we're not counting those because those are the ones that make Jake Tapper look stupidest.
By the way, that was 7 seconds, I think.
Yeah,
It was
he
either
talks-
7 or
He was
7
talking
or 9.
too slow, and I was cutting the breaths out, so I win in that front.
No, you're right, because he did. He kind of hesitated there. He pulled a Biden.
It's been around Biden too long.
Yeah.
Mostly Democratic insiders, and almost all of these interviews were after the election. And they justified to themselves what they had done.
No, stop getting to, oh my God, Megyn, cut him off. Cut him the fuck off, because your question has nothing to do with what's said afterwards. This is about him and being complicit with this, all along. God damn. This is going to be a long show.
How did
In terms
have an
of-
aneurysm on the air? I don't know.
This is supposed to be his mea culpa. This is supposed to be, yeah, I fucked up. I missed it.
This is his big culpa. This is him admitting wrongdoing.
Misrepresenting how the president was, not just to me and Alex and other reporters, but also just to each other and to the world and to Democrats and to the cabinet, et cetera, by saying that there was this existential threat of Donald Trump and only Joe Biden could beat Donald Trump, and that justified everything in their minds.
Did somebody tell him about his lighting? Because it just got much lighter or much darker.
I think something shut off, like maybe a screensaver kicked in, or he shut off the other light, because that light that was below him isn't there anymore.
After that existential threat was over, because the election was over and Donald Trump won, we found out.
The existential threat was over because Donald Trump won.
Yeah, Trump was the existential threat to democracy, remember?
I know, but think about the logic of that. The threat is over because the guy that's the threat won.
Yeah.
I
It's a
get what
serious, very serious threat. If as soon as he wins, it's over.
Yeah, right.
The threat has passed.
It's almost like they were propagandists, you fucknut.
Huh, weird.
Alex and myself, remarkably willing to talk to us either off the record or on background, or in some cases on the record, about what they saw. One of the things that emerged was that there were two Bidens. One was
see, oh God. If she doesn't bring this question back around, I'm never watching Megyn. Okay, I might still watch it. I will watch and give my finger to her the whole time as I do it. If she doesn't bring this back around to, hey, what do you say to the people who say you couldn't have missed this?
For the record, I would also finger Megyn Kelly.
I no, that's not how I meant give her the finger.
Oh, sorry. Misunderstood there.
I can help with this, Jack. I know she's cute and all, but she's our age. Now picture her naked.
Fine, Biden, serviceable, adequate. And the other one was a non-functioning Biden. And that's the one we saw the night of the debate. And that's the one we saw some clips of.
Can I just point out, this is the same answer he gave on that CBS interview. This is a canned answer. This is a Kamala Harris campaign.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the question is. Here's my talking point.
Yep.
All right.
Of here and there that you just showed. And that non-functioning Biden, the one that lost his train of thought in a significant way, not in the way just that every human loses their train of thought, but in a way that shows that he's having trouble articulating his very views. And the one who...
You mean the one we saw many, many, many times before that?
Well, anyway.
Forgot the name of close aides, who was not able to come up with George Clooney's name, didn't seem to...
Okay. It's concerning that he couldn't remember George Clooney's name. Look, I know George Clooney's famous and he's an actor and he's known Biden for years. The man was looking for a dead woman. That didn't cause you to go, maybe something's wrong here. No, it's not noticing or not knowing who George Clooney is. That's like, damn, I can't believe that he was that far gone. He forgot ER. He forgot Batman and Robin.
He forgot Facts of Life and Return of the Killer Tomatoes.
Oh, the original ER as well. Yeah, go back to his sitcom days.
Yeah.
He asked where the dead woman was.
Well, he did also tell a cripple to stand up. He did that to Greg Abbott, remember?
That's true. Maybe when he was asking where she was, he was asking where she'd been buried.
Or which direction she went.
Yeah, yeah.
To recognize him, all that sort of thing. That non-functioning Biden was, according to our reporting, showed up as far back as 2015, after the death of Bo.
Guys, remember me telling you 2015 is when the stutter story started up? Anybody remember that? That I told you that they were laying the groundwork for his clear dementia at that point? Huh. It's almost like all you need to do is pay attention. But here's the question, Jake. My team consists of me and Jack and whatever we happened to read that day. What were you doing about it? What were you saying about it? See, the difference is, Jack, you and I don't have to keep the Democrats happy to be able to talk about things.
That's true. And we've risked our various channels over the years by talking against them. So, yeah, plus members of the audience get pissed at us sometimes for being right. January 6th. So, yeah, you run the risk of running afoul of people by pointing out reality. But that's something that needs to be done, and Jake doesn't have the balls to do it. He likes his cushy corporate job, and he's not willing to risk his reputation to do something like what Megyn Kelly's doing. And look at how much more successful she is now than he is.
Rogue says, didn't this idiot and others like him question Trump sliding down a ramp slowly for days? I don't know if Jake did, but we need to talk about this before we go any further. That a lot of what we're going to say in what's coming up may not apply directly to Jake or directly to Alex, but to the overall press. And yes, not only that, do you remember the water glass? He used two hands to drink from a water glass. That shows how old and out of touch he is.
Well, he is an old man, but so fucking what? Who cares?
Bo, where one top aide said that tragedy, the loss of Bo, was like watching somebody pour water on sand. That was the effect on his psyche. And there were other moments.
Nonsense. Here's the problem. They were laying out that defense, and it had nothing to do with Bo's death. They were laying out that defense because he was already showing signs of aging, not nearly as bad as he was by 2019. But it wasn't because you don't get dementia because somebody you know died.
No, I mean, it might make it worse. You might have another aneurysm, but the problem has to have already been there. You don't just develop that. Yeah, that's a bunch of horse shit.
So 2017, 2018, you hear her report, one of the reasons he came to that conclusion was because of the recordings they heard of Joe Biden in 2017 talking to his ghostwriter, in which he was similarly inclined. Obviously, in 2019, 2020, there were other moments like that. Most of his campaign staff and others would say, like, he's 78, he's 79, he has senior moments, but he's fine. Well, he wasn't fine. And
you didn't catch it. That's the question. Why not? God damn.
You know whose inner circle has not leaked that he's having senior moments?
Trump.
You don't hear anybody saying that. And they would, too. There's enough leakers throughout the government. They would absolutely say that Trump's having a kooky moment. But you don't really hear about that. Not from trusted sources.
If Trump had the moments that we've seen of Biden, there would be nonstop. This guy is demented.
Yeah.
Throughout his presidency, that
I
non-functioning.
Feel like we're listening to the her thing because he was asked a question and he's not talked about the actual answer at all.
Why would he want to do that?
Not a single part of his answer so far has anything to do with what she was asked. Or what she had asked, sorry.
Biden would show up more and more and more, and he was worse and worse and worse. really,
dementia's progressive. Weird.
What? I mean, they could have read the Wikipedia on it and figured that one out.
Jack, you and I need to reach out to the medical community and let them know.
Yeah, old Jakey here has cracked the code. Oh, he looks like a supervillain right there. Jesus.
Apparently, he really was on the case, Jack.
Yeah. Right.
deteriorating tremendously the next time there was a really horrible family incident, which was when Hunter Biden's plea deal fell apart in the summer of 2023. And then
he's making a lot of excuses here.
I'm sorry. Are you repeating your unnamed sources who you told me have lied to you for 4 years? When they say that Joe barely changed from 2015 to 2023?
No, he's saying they barely changed until Bo died, and then he started to decline.
No.
Just gave up on life, man.
What he just said there was that there was a slow build up there, but then the next major thing where you really see a change in him was the Hunter Biden deal falling apart.
It's all about his boys. He just loves his boys.
He just loves his boys. Yeah.
Doesn't shower with them.
Not like he loves his daughter.
Yeah.
But thank God, then they'd be Menendez kids. But that was a horrible joke. I feel
no, it's accurate.
No, I don't. This is just going to the notion that he was still mostly okay, at least all the way through 2023. He had some senior moments, but once that Hunter deal fell apart, you know, the one he didn't care about, the one that he wasn't involved in any way.
Yeah.
Just got here's Megyn actually giving tough questions. We've only got to one question, and her question was fair. It was, what do you say to people who say you should have seen this all along? But Jake here has danced all around that, hasn't said fuck all about that at all.
Yeah, he's been playing dodgeball.
Yeah, this is still giving cover to Joe. Like he was still mostly okay until the Hunter deal fell. Bullshit. I'm almost positive of the timeline, but go back and find out when he was looking for the dead lady. I'm pretty sure that was in 2023.
Then obviously in June, he was convicted. And the fear of losing his son, not to jail, but maybe to a relapse, to an overdose, to suicide, who knows, was a very real fear. And the threat of losing a third child really just diminished him tremendously, according to Top 8.
I'll give you $1, Jake, if you can quickly find me one clip of Joe Biden giving a rat's ass about his dead daughter.
She hasn't been useful since Bo died.
She wasn't useful before then. It was his wife he always talked about.
Yeah.
He'd be like, my wife and daughter died. She was in the fucking penumbra.
Well, she wasn't as politically useful because she was a little kid. Probably didn't have that many photos of her, you know.
So all of which is to say that this was a deterioration. This was a progression. And look,
see, right? It was a progression. I mean, we couldn't possibly fucking know. Megyn pointed out to you that right-wing and independent media were going, there is something wrong here. And you're like, I mean, it was kind of a slow build-up. Did you notice what he just did there, though, Jack? Hunter was found guilty in June. When was the debate?
It was before June, I believe.
But he was worried about it at that point. And that's where the real decline comes in, because Hunter's deal fell through. And so by the time you get to the debate in the summer of 2024, that's where it really happened. He was mostly fine until then.
Oh, he was just so worried about his boy. The boy he really didn't pay much attention to until he was, his older brother died.
Jake, I know it's long, but you desperately need to watch this and become a better man.
That's not going to happen.
No, it's not. He's rich and doesn't give a shit.
Yep.
He's actually making money off of his lies now.
Oh, more than usual.
Much more than usual.
Yeah.
Look, knowing what I know now, obviously, I feel tremendous humility about my coverage.
Knowing what I know now. Hey, Jack.
Monkey.
How many conversations have you had with Biden insiders?
None.
How many conversations have you had with major members of the press?
None.
How many conversations have you had with Democrat senators or congresspeople?
I've met a few at events before, but it was like a 30-second thing.
Okay, specifically conversations about Biden.
Oh, none.
And how many people that run the DNC have you talked to about Biden?
Oh, none, ever.
So you've not talked to any of the people that Jakey here had a chance to talk to. What was your opinion of Biden's mental cognitive ability in 2019?
That it was declining horribly. Because, I mean, you could tell by the speeches, the speech pattern, the slip-ups, the little weird gaps in where he's clearly thinking. Yeah, there was a lot of tells. Plus the haggard look on his face, the sense of confusion. Yeah, it was pretty obvious.
As if Nikki Haley could have beat Biden. Nikki would have beaten Biden. Anyone would have beaten Biden, especially after that debate. Because, again, this election was not a repudiation of Biden. It was a repudiation of Democrats. Thank you so much, Assassin of the Gray. Bet Hunter will spontaneously overdose within the next 18 months as he's no longer useful. And now a direct threat to the deep state, maybe Ashley too. I honestly don't think either of them are going to be noteworthy again, because the only reason they ever were was Joe. I think the next thing we're going to see about Joe or the Biden family will be when Joe dies here within the next 6 months.
It would surprise me if Hunter overdosed, and there will definitely be a lot of questions around that. But I think it'd be more likely that if they're going to take someone out, they'll take Ashley out, because Biden or Hunter will self-harm, or he'll end up on the street as gutter trash, because he's not credible at all.
I'm just basing this on history. Here's my bet for what's coming. Joe Biden is going to pass away, Jack. He's got the cancer, right?
Yeah, he's going to pass away probably very soon. It's already in his bones.
And we know how Hunter reacts when a family member dies of cancer. So he's clearly going to start boning Jill.
Ew.
He's going to start boning Jill. They're going to get together, and then he's going to cheat on her. I'm just going by the history.
That Laura Trump interview, for example, etc.
We'll get to that.
She saw something that I did not see at the time.
You were unwilling to even listen.
You called it a stutter fucker. And this is why I said, if he had a question.
Stutter fucker.
Stutter fucker.
That'd make a great porno. $1 million idea for somebody out there.
A woman on her way to cure her horrible stutter finds the cure in man juice. Anyway.
Yeah, think of the Hummers, though. I mean, dear God.
If he had actually, she saw something I didn't. You didn't ask her what she saw, and if you had, at least then I could give you some credit. You could have been, hey, what do you see that's causing you to say that? And she could say, well, motherfucker keeps. He didn't know what state he was in. He stuck his wife's finger in his mouth on stage. He pronounced America. And then you could have went, well, I don't think that's actually a sign of that. It's clearly not a stutter, but I don't think. And then at least you'd have some ground to stand on to say, I was looking at it and didn't see the same thing that you saw. You just weren't looking for it. You just took their word for it. Oh, the Democrats say he's fine. Really? The people who are pushing him on the American public, they say he's okay? Really?
Yeah, it's weird how that works.
Roosevelt's people didn't tell the American folks that he couldn't walk? I'm shocked.
time, 100%. And I own that. That I, for example, etc.
We'll get to
She
that.
saw something that I did not see at the time, 100%. And I own that.
Okay.
I did ask Joe Biden.
Wait, hang on. That's fine. That was in 2020, I believe, is when that clip takes place. What about the next 4 years, Jakey?
Well, he's taking ownership of that right now, but he'll backpedal on that. Don't worry.
I'm sure he will.
To be transparent about his health records in an interview in 2020. I did ask him about the fact that voters
But then he wasn't.
thought that he
say it right.
He was not transparent at all. No.
He promised you that
No.
he would be transparent about his health records, and
let
then he
him-
wasn't. And when you sat with him again,
at all.
including one
Megyn, he almost told the truth. Because he didn't ask Joe about his health. He asked him about his age. Because that was remember, there were not massive polls of, do you think Joe Biden is cognitively impaired? It was, do you think he's too old to be president? And you can sit there and claim that, hey, that's the same thing. It's really not. They're two entirely different questions.
You can say there aren't massive polls, but I've seen a lot of Polish people. Some of them are really large.
True. Some good fighters.
Yeah, I won't fuck with Poland. They're still bitter about that whole second war thing with the camps. So they're an angry people.
1 month, including 1 month after the Jackie Walorski thing, you didn't ask him about it. You didn't follow up on the fact that he was falling up the stairs, that he was losing his train of thought regularly, that he was slurring, that he was incompetent.
And thank you, Megyn. I can't wait to hear his answer. But this is why it's important to pay attention to the age thing, because this is how the media is trying to get out this. We asked him about his age. Bullshit. You guys did not press him on the clear things we could see. And you didn't even need to press him. You could have just reported on it. Jack, how many of the videos that we watched with Biden on this stuff did we find on alternative media sites? Because the mainstream wasn't covering them at all.
Oh, more than half. And a lot of the stuff was, even if they played it on mainstream media, that clip would magically vanish later on. Or it wouldn't get reposted anywhere.
Or they would downplay it so much as to be laughable.
Yeah.
Like, can you believe they're questioning this? He fell off his bike. People fall off bikes all the time. Even the best bike riders in the world have fallen down.
Yeah, even the best bike riders forget the difference between their mom and their sister or their wife.
Do you remember when he fell? It's because he forgot to put his foot down.
Yeah.
It's not because he tripped or he forgot to put his foot on the ground.
Like you do.
That he was getting lost on the White House lawn. You sat right across from him and you asked none of that, notwithstanding the fact that he had promised you he would be fully transparent about his health issues.
That's true. But I did ask him about his age and the fact that the American people...
He brought it back to, I asked about his age. She just laid out all the things that everybody else saw that you couldn't. And you're like, yeah, that's true. But I did ask him about being 80. This is why it's important to make that distinction between age and cognitive ability. If I asked Thomas Sowell something, I would trust his answer. If I asked Biden something, it would just be as a joke.
Oh, you love gibberish. You have me on the show all the time.
God damn. All right. So his answer here, yeah, but I did ask about his age. But you didn't ask about the clear signs. And he's going to say it. I'm going to back that up so he can. Because he's going to say, he already started it, what the American people thought. Do you have any thoughts of your own there, Jakey?
Do you want an honest answer to that? Because it's no.
Look at him in this part where she's still asking the question, because I backed it up a bit, with him trying to think of something. Oh, I got to answer this shit. Fuck.
Yeah, he's a little uncomfortable here, I think.
He should be.
But I did ask him about his age and the fact that the American people had concluded that even though he said whenever anybody brought up the subject of his age, watch me. And I said,
yes,
they're watching you and they are concerned that you were too old for this job.
But
So
you know as well as I do that there's a way of, you can say, hey, there's this poll on your age, or you could say, you just forgot that Jackie will.
Okay, I'm not going to give her the finger as I watch her. Good for you. She's
I'll
just
look
pointing
her
out
right
what
in the eye while I'm finger.
this is she's pointing out what I am, that you can rely on. Hey, I asked because they said in the poll that he's too old. You didn't. I just also want to point out that this is the media that tells us that the only way to really talk to Trump, you have to challenge him in the moment. They never fucking challenge Biden in the moment. They never challenge Democrats in the moment. Get fucked. The only time
they don't ask him about. Sorry.
Go ahead.
They don't like have you decried white supremacy today? They never do anything like that with Biden.
The only way they will challenge Democrats is if it's somebody like Manchin, when they're like, Joe Biden wants to get this passed. Why are you such a doo-doo head? Meanwhile, if Republicans are holding up Donald Trump, they're like, what's it like being the stalwart defender of democracy?
Yeah. Fucking ridiculous.
They're so transparent.
Walorski was dead. You asked where she was moments after watching a videotape tribute to her. You lowered the flags at the White House after she died. This happened 13 days before you sat with him. There is a way of pressing a man like that on the actual...
Megyn. When Jake saw 13 days before his interview with Biden that he was asking for a dead woman moments after seeing a tribute to the dead woman, he just didn't see the decline that other people saw. To him, that's perfectly normal behavior.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. This is totally normal.
I mean, that was his excuse for what he said about Laura, right? Like, she saw something I didn't see. Oh, anyway.
Infirmities to bring it home to him and to the audience, and you didn't do it.
That's correct. I didn't. And like I said, I feel humility about my coverage. I mean, it's not like I was asking him his favorite movie or his favorite color. We were talking about Putin. We were talking about other issues of national importance. But yeah, I mean, of course, I've said I look back at my coverage with humility and
Jake, I don't care if you look back with humility. You look back with humility because you've been humiliated. That's not the same as you looking back and going, oh, wow, I kind of fucked up here. You're only saying that because you brought out this book and everybody pointed and went, you were the problem. And so you're going, yeah, man, I'm humbled by that. Why were you like that? Why were you like that? I mean, we all know, but why were you like that?
I wish I did cover the issues of age and acuity, but I wish I had covered.
Wait. Hang on. He's not.
I wish I did cover the issues of age and acuity, but I wish I had covered them much more. And I wish, I mean, of course,
you were just bragging about how you did question about his age. And now he's like, I wish I did. He still wants to make at least part of it about age.
I told you he's going to waffle.
What a douche.
It's May 2025. Do I wish that in that 10, 15-minute interview I had with Biden in October 2022, that this had been the only subject because I had then
it wasn't just that, though, Jake. It wasn't just that. I mean, you sat with him a couple of times in the course of his presidency, and these issues were not pressed. Well, there was at least that time, and then there was the time at the beginning. And but separate and apart from that, you covered the Biden's presidency. No. Let me just finish my point. You covered the Biden presidency.
I had one interview
right, and it was 13 days after the Jackie Walorski thing. But you covered the Biden presidency aggressively throughout the 4 years, and you didn't cover mental acuity hardly at all. I mean,
ever. The only way he covered mental acuity was for him to say people who were questioning Biden's mental acuity were wrong. They were making fun of kids with stutters. Don't let him skate on this shit.
I mean, time and time again, when issues came up, you seem to be running cover for the president. You didn't seem interested. Well, I mean, we'll start with the Laura Trump issue that you referred. Here it is. This happened in 2020.
Joe Biden, as we all know, has worked to overcome a stutter. How do you think it makes little kids with stutters feel when they see you make a comment like that?
First and foremost, I had no idea that Joe Biden ever suffered from a stutter. I think what we see on stage with Joe.
Again, nobody did until 2015. And even then, it was one article. And it's not until people start going, this guy has dementia, that the press all in unison, he's been stuttering his whole life. They literally called it a lifelong struggle.
Yep. Nobody ever heard about it before that.
But suddenly Jakey here was like, what about the stuttering kids? I love how much they care about stuttering children. You would think that these motherfuckers had a foundation for them. Like they got live stutter going on or something.
You will never find a Democrat or a leftist more than willing to stand on any disabled person or disadvantaged person. They will do it all day long, every day. It's it's their bread and butter. It's where they make all their livelihood is weakness.
See, and this is why, I mean, she's given him the tough question. I will give her credit for that. But this is why you can't do it with a friend. You can't, most people can't, because he's going to give his answer here. And I'm glad she used the term, it seemed like you were covering up, but it didn't seem like he was covering up. He was covering up. You were covering up for them.
No, how can you say that, Mr. Monkey? Clearly, he is, in fact, a righteous, noble individual. He's the best among us. Just ask him.
The fact that you were asking the question of Biden, people think you're too old. What do you say to them? Instead of, why were you asking for a dead woman? That alone was covering for him. You don't need any more proof of that. But there's plenty of examples, including this one. We'll go back. We've seen this one so many times recently, but still.
Joe Biden, Jake, is very clearly a cognitive decline.
Okay.
That's what I'm referring to. It makes me uncomfortable.
You are
to watch somebody on stage.
That's so amazing.
You're trying to tell me that what I was suggesting was
I think that you were
stuttering?
mocking his stutter. Yeah, I think you were mocking his stutter, and I think you have absolutely no standing to die.
Hey, Jake, here's a challenge for you, and I think you can do it with your team. Prior to this, which was in 2020, as he's running for president, show me the clip where you saw Joe Biden stuttering. I just want one. Show me the thing where it's a stutter and not, wow, that dude's fucking demented.
He's going to need about 20 minutes to have an intern make a deep fake of that.
Can you think of anywhere we actually saw him stutter?
Nope.
Where like he went, I'm in Delaware. Oh, we come out, I'm in. That's not how stutters work.
Yeah, saying you're in Connecticut when you're in Delaware is not a stutter.
Diagnose somebody's cognitive decline.
And it's very concerning to a lot of people that this could be the leader of the free world.
Okay.
That is all I'm saying. I genuinely feel sorry for Joe Biden.
I appreciate it. I'm sure it was from a place of concern. We all believe that. Laura Trump, thank you so much.
What a
sarcasm is disgusting.
For the record, me and Jack have talked about this. I genuinely feel bad for Joe Biden. What he's going through with his mental decline and for his family, I think it's fucked up. But we laugh about it because they keep putting him out there.
Yeah. His wife should be in jail for elder abuse.
Yes, absolutely. And
but Joe Biden's an evil man, but I still don't like watching people suffer.
No.
I think he's a bad person.
He is a bad person. But especially right now, there's none of Joe Biden really. There's very little of Joe Biden left in there.
Yeah, he is really gone.
Do you want to apologize to Lara Trump now?
No.
I've already apologized to her. I called her months ago.
And what did she say?
Fuck off.
I mean, I don't want to disclose the contents of a private conversation, but I thought the conversation went well, and
she just started laughing. She started laughing and hung up. I apologized to her months ago. I don't want to disclose the contents of a private conversation, though.
Yeah, she said, Jake who? From State Farm? No.
Hey, Jakey, you did that in public. How come the apology was in private?
You know why.
How come you didn't go on your show after the debate when Joe Biden is still technically running for president? How come you didn't go, Laura Trump was right and I owe her an apology? All I'm getting at with this, and it's going to be a theme of this whole show, is that Jake here is just a liar. He was complicit in all of this. He didn't just find out. He wasn't lied to. He was part of it. It's not like they kept it from him. It was easy to see. And you chose to push the administration's line. You chose to be like, people say you're too old, instead of people say you got lost on the lawn. Hey, Mr. President, here's a picture of the Easter Bunny having to show you where to go. What happened here? How'd you get lost on the lawn when the house is in your view? This is a house that takes up one whole side of the world when you're standing on it, on the lawn.
Yeah, it's like half your vision, isn't it?
And you know, look, I asked about his age. All right. I asked about his, I wish I would have asked about his age more. Get fucked, man. Oh, what a dirty shithead.
Real quick.
she said,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. Even if it was a stutter, it wasn't. But even if it was, Biden had it under control most of his career. So if it has come out again now, then that's a sign of cognitive decline. Look, man, your hate facts have no place in this realm of stupid that we're dealing with.
Yeah, we've talked about that fact before, that if he had a stutter and it came back, that would be a clear sign of decline, because whatever he had learned to use to control it was gone.
Yeah.
By definition, that's a decline.
Also, thank you, Keldrig. I really hope Laura Trump called him Jake Fapper and told him to go fuck himself. That'd be hilarious.
I hope Donald happened to be there that day. Anyway, wait a minute. Let this. Don wants to talk to you for a minute.
she has said this publicly, so I'm feel fine of sharing it. She said that she would never mock anybody's stutter. But I mean,
she said that on the fucking thing. That's what she was saying to you when she said, I didn't even know he had a stutter.
And, you know, after we did the research for this book and I realized how bad his acuity issues were.
Jesus Christ.
He's either retarded or a terrible liar.
Can I just point out that his excuse here is that the people who were lying to me all the time finally told me the truth. Why would you believe those people at that point? Jack, if the only interaction you've had with somebody is them lying to you constantly, what part or what do they have to say till you finally be, oh, this is the most trustworthy source I've ever heard of?
That's a really good question. That's never going to be asked in this situation.
Christ almighty.
I called Laura Trump and I said, you were right.
All right. What about a show where you go on and, hey, everybody who said this, you were right. I was wrong. If I besmirched you, I apologize for that. I'm a fucking retard. You're correct.
Oh, that's
okay. You don't have to say that last part. That's just how I would do it.
Yeah,
But
it's never going to happen, though.
Remember, he wasn't just calling her a mean, horrible person. All of us who saw this were mean, evil people for mocking children with stutters. Which, by the way, children with stutters are funny. It's not their fault, and they're still good people, but it is funny.
I just find it annoying. Like, just sing it, okay? If you're gonna start stuttering, just sing it. You'll stop stuttering, and we'll get a magical show tune out of it. And come on, do a little
Mel
dance
Tillis,
too.
that shit. Mel Tillis was a country singer who had a horrible stutter, but when he sang, man, he sang like a bird.
Yeah, most people don't stutter when they're singing, so just sing it.
Why don't they teach stuttering people to just sing?
I don't know. It's the age-old question, of vocal enunciations. It's just weird. Like when British people sing, they sound American sometimes.
That's because American is normal. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's superior.
Yeah.
It's just a mystery for the ages. It'll never be solved.
But my question: why don't they teach
out on
them
some really good music? I bet.
We know that it works, so why don't they just teach them to get over your stutter? You know how cool it would be if there's one person in your life that every time you talk to them, they just sang to you? That would be awesome.
It would be pretty awesome, especially if they're really good at like a little bit of vocal training then, and they'll lose the stutter and be a great singer. So there's a lot of potential there that we're missing out on because a lot of people just are into big stutter. They're obviously working with the aids.
You know what kind of TikTok channel you could have with that? Hey, Brian, what do you want for dinner? I would like some spaghetti, ma. I would watch the fuck out of that. And I don't even watch TikTok. Just saying.
Yeah, I know. I only watch it for Rome Girl.
I'd probably watch it more if it was like, what do you want for dinner? Italian pasta. I got a giant head. Make fun of it. I don't care. I don't think they're bad people, but if I had a stutterer in my group of friends, we would definitely make fun of his stutter, just like we'd make fun of the fat one or the weird one, because that's what you do.
Well, that's what friends are for.
That's what friends are for, to help you get over your insecurities.
She was totally
and
right.
Ironically,
that's the
they
thing,
could
because
sing that song.
when I watched that,
that's what friends are for.
They couldn't say it, but they could definitely sing it.
You were right.
She was totally right. That's the thing, because when I watched that clip, and I'm giving voice to what a lot of people watching the show are feeling, Jake, I feel angry because she was.
No, don't do that, because you're doing what Jake is doing. You're hiding behind the rest of the people. Wolfgang, thank you. Sing. Please bend over for your colonoscopy.
Oh my God, a singing doctor? That would be hilarious.
Can you imagine medical school with a stutter?
Oh, not with those words. No, that would be horrific.
I technically speak fine, and I can't pronounce that shit. Dangerous, thank you. Joe Biden / his staff said he was fine, and you believe them. Laura Trump said she didn't even know Joe had a stutter, and you thought she was lying. That's the fucking issue right there, Jake. Yeah, he accused her without saying you're lying. He said, I think you're making fun of his stutter, which was him saying you were lying. Yeah. But don't worry. He just had no way of knowing. Video evidence, you say? Well, that's a cheap fake.
Was right. And not only did you not allow her to make her comments, but you seemed to try to humiliate her. You had a hostility toward the position, but she was.
Yeah. And again, I know the video is probably choppy here. Go watch that clip and how fucking smug and dismissive he was of her. He was insulting to her.
Yep.
Like, I thought I was sorry. Yeah, you did. But what led you to that point, shithead?
And I like that she did point that out. You were completely dismissive to her position entirely. Like, he wouldn't even consider it. That's the sign of a great journalist right there.
Yeah, and again, if you had questions, you should have asked for examples. But he didn't do any of that. And this is why I've watched a lot of the interviews these two idiots have done, mostly Jake, about their book. The one I was looking forward to was this one, hoping she would do this. I think she's still going to let him get away with his bullshit answers in the end, because this is really just a way to sell the book.
Yeah.
So they'll do this part, and then they'll eventually get to the groundbreaking stuff you guys would never think was actually happening. Nobody knew this was going on except for those who paid attention.
Totally right. And then you lectured her on how she was in no position to diagnose cognitive decline, which you guys do at length, including on page 4 of your book. You describe at length his cognitive decline, which is all she tried to do with you. But you had such a...
Maybe Jake has gone to medical school since then.
He's got a laboratory now.
The stream is going to be 4 days at this rate. It could be. Don't forget, brought to you by you.
Yeah. The more you pay us, the less we pause. How's that?
I do not agree to those terms.
That's a lie. We're not doing that.
Jack does not have control of the pausing to make that promise to you. But you can try. We encourage you to try. All right.
Visceral reaction to her. And my feeling is that's because you didn't want to hear it.
No, I'm happy to talk about this. I didn't come here thinking that you weren't going to ask me about this. I'm happy to talk to you about it.
No, I know.
Then why would you stop to tell that? You are clearly annoyed at her questioning you. I'm ready to talk about this. I expected us to talk about this. Then answer the fucking question. There's no need.
It's all about softball questions with Tapper. He expects nothing less because he is a man of integrity.
When you say I expected to, or I came here expecting this kind of stuff, what he's really telling you is, can we please just get on to the part about how great the book is? You're clearly annoyed at this because you've given your answer to it already, and she's still pushing you, which you're not used to. When you went there to your own...
Oh, and he hates it.
Oh, yeah. When you did that bullshit piece about your own book without telling people for the first 3 minutes that it was your book, or when you went on your own channel and were interviewed by somebody, you weren't pushed anywhere. I'm honestly shocked that he decided to go on with Megyn. Because she does do that. It is one of the things I like about Megyn. Even when I think she should go further, she goes further than most people do, and she has reach that a lot of independent media doesn't. I mean, yeah, Tim Pool can get Adam Conover on. But she has inside the Beltway sources and stuff that she gets on. I don't know.
She's got friends in high places.
She does, yeah, a lot of them. Because of the incestuous relationship between journalism and politics, specifically the left.
The first time I saw the coverage of Laura Trump's comments, which were interpreted as her mocking Joe Biden's stutter.
Interpreted by you as mocking Joe Biden's stutter. Jack, you and I watched it. Did you interpret it that way?
Not at all.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Singing intermission. Vote blue no matter who. Even if he's dead. Wasn't that Sam Harris? Even if Hunter had a basement full of dead kids, I'd vote for Joe Biden.
Yep. Sam Harris is one of the dumbest alleged smart people I've ever seen. I don't know why people follow that guy other than his own ego. Like they mistake that for confidence or something.
He is the pearl, the just pearly things of the academic world. He repeats what other smart people say, and then when he's pushed on it, he doesn't understand why those people said it, so he ends up making a complete ass of himself.
Yeah, I can see that. Real quickly, thank you, Keldrick. Jake Kanye Tapper. Yo, Megan, I'm going to let you finish, but...
All right. I'm back that up because I forgot what he's talking about.
Which were interpreted as her mocking
Joe Biden's stutter.
was in January 2020. I read it in conservative media. I read it in the Daily Mail. And that's where I saw that her comments were being interpreted that way.
No, bullshit.
No, he might be right about that, but that's not what you didn't say. I read in the Daily Mail that people, oh God, this is so dirty.
Yeah. No, he got mad.
Wait.
If you watch that clip, he was angry.
It is entirely possible that that's how he found out about Laura Trump's statements, and that he read the Daily Mail, and in it there were quotes of people who were saying she was mocking his stutter. But who were they saying said that? Were they saying Marjorie Taylor Greene says that Laura Trump was mocking Trump's stutter? Or were they saying the Biden fans say he was mocking? That's the start. But then when you get to this, you didn't say that you read it in there. You said, I think you were mocking his stutter. I think it. The first time I thought, and it's entirely believable because this is how they get their marching orders, Jack. They don't necessarily have behind the scenes, even though we know they do happen occasionally, but it's not like they have a behind the scenes press event where they're like, everybody go out and say that Laura was mocking his stutter. They go to a couple of news outlets and say that, and then it spreads like wildfire across the liberal media.
Yep.
So what he just said there, probably true. He read it. It was from a right-wing source.
Yeah, Daily Mail, by the way, not a right-wing source.
Not a right-wing source, no. And just because you read it in there doesn't mean that it's coming from a right-wing source that was saying that. They were quoting other people saying it. You fucking asshole. Oh, they're so dirty. This is one of those times where he tells the truth but still lies.
After those comments were publicized, it got a lot of coverage. And Sully Sullenberger wrote an op-ed in the New York Times criticizing her about this. So that's the context for that.
Okay, again, but you didn't, nowhere in there did he say, so I came to that conclusion. What you're telling me is you just repeated them and put yourself in there because you said, I think you were mocking his stutter. Not the New York Times thinks you're mocking his stutter. You dirty, dirty son of a bitch.
Are you trying to tell me somebody from the press took credit for something they didn't do?
No, because he's just lying here.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, he's a reporter, so I kind of expect that.
He's trying to fall back on other people said that she was mocking his stutter. You said it, asshole.
No, older boys made him do it, monkey. He's a victim.
Christ.
That I was following up on a story that had been out there months before.
You, okay, so
let's see some evidence, buddy.
So it was months before, and in all of that time, all you took away was the New York Times piece and the Daily Mail piece. And instead of going and watching it, which, by the way, you played on your show, you played what she said. You didn't come to your own conclusion. You didn't see her clearly not mocking his stutter at all, or take her at her word when she said, I didn't even know he had a stutter. Weird. Thank you, Dangerous. Thank you, Dangerous. She saw something I didn't. Then you're a shit journalist, Jake, and blind.
Kind of retarded, but that's not really relevant. It's just sort of side comment.
This was so obvious that Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles were discussing it, and they're both blind, and Ray Charles died 21 years ago. Yeah.
Real quick. Thank you, Scatman. Everybody's saying that the Scatman stutters, but that doesn't even stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm going to tell you right now, that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the Scatman. Oh, thank you, Scatman. Appreciate that.
Rogue says, investigative journalism. I read other left-wing outlets. They said things, and I regurgitated that thought. But the thing is, this is why I'm not going to let him get away with this point. He played that video on his show, And based on that, he said, I think you were making fun of his stutter. He didn't play Joe Biden stuttering at all, though. Not once.
Why would he want to do that?
This is also in the context of October 2020, a very intense time. People on the Biden side are saying crazy things about Trump. People on the Trump side are saying crazy things about Biden, including...
Really? How many people did you have on your show or how many people did you have on your show that said that Trump called both sides good people? Did you push back and go, I think you're lying?
Monkey, they were saying crazy things like he's in cognitive decline.
Bubba said, which side were you on? Exactly. We know which side he was on.
Yeah.
This is why just say, hey, I'm a liberal and I wanted to believe it, so I did.
Yep. If he admitted he was blinded by his bias, I would respect the answer. But
yes, I wouldn't respect him at all. But yeah,
no.
I mean, we've all been blinded by our bias before. Usually not for 5 fucking years publicly,
right?
Don Jr. suggesting that Joe Biden is a pedophile. So that is the law.
Stop.
I think Ashley Biden did that.
This is not suggesting, one, there's reasons to suggest Joe Biden's a pedophile. It doesn't mean he is one, but there's certainly reasons to.
Yeah, who would think Pedo Peter's a fucking pedophile?
Like when he cups a young girl's breasts as he whispers into her little ear. But this is not that we're talking about his public statements.
He's just trying to move the goalpost. He's uncomfortable with this whole interrogation.
Yeah, he's deflecting. Fucking liar.
Larger context. But as I said, her comments have aged well. My comments have aged poorly. I own that.
Do you?
No. Because if you own that, you wouldn't have just given us the line about Don Jr. called him a pedophile.
But he said something mean.
Your only answer, there's only 2 answers here. One, I'm sorry, I fucked up. Or the more honest answer, I'm a clear Democrat plant and I wanted to believe it and I wanted you to believe it. That's it. Those are the only 2 honest answers here.
But I think what is significant is, in addition to me owning...
What's up?
Real quick. Thank you, Jake Tapper. I feel personally attacked by Ranting Monkey, and my lawyers will be serving him a slander lawsuit in the coming days. Sheesh. I didn't know, and I was trying to keep my journalistic integrity. How could you believe that I knew what I was doing? Raises a good point. You're assuming he knows what he's doing.
He absolutely did know what he was doing. I wish Jake Tapper would sue me. That would be so fun.
Great.
Rogue Thought, thank you. Says, thanks, gentlemen. I'm disgusted by these people. Oh, me too.
Yeah, they're bad people. Look, Jake Tapper and his little sidekick who may not wear some Fruit of the Loom underwear. They're bad people. I don't trust them, and I think they're just awful human beings.
And I would like to point out that Jake is actually one of the better reporters on the left. That's how fucking sad the reporting is. And on the left, I mean legacy media. All of it, because that's all left.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Look, just because polls show 98% of us vote Democrat doesn't mean we have a liberal bias. What are you talking about?
We get past our bias. Yeah, okay, dude. Of course.
I own that. But I think what is significant is, in addition to me owning that, the reporting that Alex and I have done, which is beyond.
I like how the way he says, I owned that, like condescendingly, like, let's move on. I've admitted to it.
I think what's more important is us telling you you were right all along after we called you liars for so long.
Yeah.
That's what's really important.
What's really important is buy our book because we want money.
just, and then when I say just, I don't mean to diminish it, but the comments of Joe Biden making gaffes, saying things stupid, tripping, are all important and all deserved to be aired and all deserve scrutiny. But as you
didn't do any of that.
And you shit on people that did.
This, no matter what you think about the election, this was the cheating in 2020. You motherfuckers kept all of that hidden from the people and accused anybody who pointed it out of being conspiracy theorists and liars. Go fuck yourself. What's really important is that we're telling you were right now.
Oh, no, you were still wrong, but they're right. And look at all the investigative work they did. You didn't believe any of that. You're a dumb. We're geniuses, and we cracked the case like Sherlock fucking Holmes.
you know, Megyn, because even though you look 30 years younger than me, we're roughly the same age. Joe Biden has been saying stupid things for decades.
He hasn't been slurring his words for decades. He hasn't been falling upstairs for decades. He didn't fall off his bike because he forgot to put down his fucking foot for decades. He didn't get lost on his own goddamn lawn for decades. He's been saying stupid stuff for decades. Yeah, that is a problem with Delaware and the fact that they kept electing a retard to the Senate. But there are differences between gaffes or blatant stupidity and what we saw with Biden. That cannot, do not let the, she just said, yeah, no. Thank you, Logical Mail. Call this for what it is, PR damage control. It really is. Yes, absolutely. It's PR for the Democratic Party and for Jake and the idiots in the media. We just didn't know. We didn't listen.
Okay,
I get what you're saying, but this minimizes it too, because it was more than saying stupid things. But I'm telling you, like over here in my ecosphere, we were covering all of these. It wasn't just falling down; it was getting lost. It was some of the stuff you report in your book. We knew, and we were reporting on, like the multi-jump cuts in the videos of him, where it was obvious he couldn't get through a 1-minute take. So they had to use those. It was clear to us that he...
And not just a jump cut or 5 jump cuts, as many jump cuts as there were seconds.
Yeah, it was worse than YouTube videos.
That shit paused more than we do.
Right?
He was using teleprompter.
Whoa. Sorry about that.
While you're fixing that, thank you, Joe Biden. I'm never going to get tired of doing the Joe Biden voice. I love how Corn Pop really keeps, what was I saying? Yeah, so the ice cream out here, where am I again? Am I still president? Someone use the auto pen again, please. I fucking said someone get me more ice cream. Say I have a stutter, idiots.
Phil DeFranco was jealous. Yeah, no shit. He should have sued him for copyright infringement.
So they had to use those. It was clear to us that he was using teleprompter, and there was some reporting on that at the time, all of which the White House was denying. Now, with the current White House, I have some connections. With the Joe Biden White House, I had none, but you did. You did. And so while you've been in Washington 30 years, Jake, you guys, you and CNN have White House connections.
True.
But there was no effort. None to get to the bottom of this. And now for you guys to write this book, like...
What do you mean that's not accurate? Clear.
Show they may have gotten to the bottom of it and just didn't care.
They didn't need to get to the bottom of it. They were in on it from the start. I mean, you're talking right now about they would be investigating themselves. Like, we did nothing wrong.
That's always the case, isn't it? I investigated myself and found no wrongdoing. Because I'm awesome.
We're 2.5 hours in. I need a drink refill and a bladder release. I will be right back. And then if you need a break, you can have yours. And then we'll get back into this with Megyn grilling this retard. But I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. I do not trust the media or politicians because they're in bed together. And they all look smelly. Have you ever noticed how many people that look like they're criminals go into politics? It's almost like there's something to that phrenology thing. Yeah, Phil DeFranco was jealous. Oh, yeah, we already read that. Hi, Ebony. Mic is muted. My mic is not muted this time. Skitman was ruined by free and unfettered access to the internet. So many things are ruined by the internet. Hi, Divine. Hi, Catherine. So what's up, guys? Bring back phrenology. It'd be better than some of the nonsense they're teaching people these days. It's amazing the conversations you have with people on the internet and how some of the dumbest people you've ever met somehow figured out how to get online. Thank you for dropping links, Stargazer and Brand. Appreciate it. This one is Monkey, right? The other one is Jack. What? About to send a Rumble Rat for Monk? Yeah, I'll get it for him. Because he might be a minute. It depends how bad he's got to pee. Oh, man. Megan looking off to the side there. She saw something exciting over there. Look at that. That's an excited look. She saw a picture of me. A Rumble Rat? A Rumble Rat? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they do over there at Rumble. How they keep their operation running. Some of the dumbest people learned how to homeschool. Let that sink in. Yeah, I worked with some. I had a real bad idea of homeschooling back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I worked with severe developmentally disabled people and special needs. And some of the kids came in, were homeschooled. And otherwise, they were fine. They're just like homeschooled kids. And this one family had lice really bad. And they were some of the dumbest fucking kids I'd ever met. They had no idea how anything worked. It was all magic to them. Right? Exactly, Wolfgang. Sometimes average is great. And thank you, Tyrai. Our primaries were yesterday, and they didn't note that the D's running on our R primaries. Also, the R's were getting less constitutional judges as their pick. Yeah, that sounds right. Look, there's going to be a lot of shady shenanigans until we either end up in a complete banana republic like China, which is a communist banana republic, or it's a complete authoritarian shithole like China or North Korea. Because unless they start cleaning stuff up, it's not going to change. Hey, what's up, Monk?
Howdy. Do you need to step away?
Not just yet. Maybe in a little bit.
All right. So we'll back that up just a second to get him lying about not having sources and how he totally was investigating this.
Yeah, it's totally. Sure.
Oh, fuck.
You've been in Washington 30 years, Jake. You guys, you and CNN have White House connections, but there was no effort, none, to get to the bottom of this. And now for you guys to write this book, like there was a cover up. It's like there was a cover up and it was an attempted cover up. It could only ever work if you allowed it. If the
Wait, no. Even then, it didn't work. Let's be clear on this. The idea that nobody knew until the debate how bad it was is just a lie. It's just a lie. We all saw it. They saw it. Jake knew. Don't let him lie to you.
He did. He doesn't care.
Dangerous, thank you. 2 questions for Jake. Did you work with anyone who would push back even behind the scenes? If not, that's a massive fucking problem. Also, did you say he always says stupid stuff during his term? Well, they kind of did, Dangerous, because before they landed on his stutter, the excuse was Joe always has gaffes. I mean, Jake even pulled that out here. He's always had gaffes. So kind of they did. He didn't call it stupid stuff, but that was their excuse for his dumbness. Yeah. All right.
Press allowed it. Some of us tried not to, and some of us were complicit.
First of all, the Biden White House did not like me. Okay, I do not have great connections with the Biden White House.
Well, clearly you have a lot of sources. You say you talked to over 200 sources for this book.
Wait. So the Biden, that's what. Thank you, Megan. I read that they hated me. They absolutely hated me. But magically, when he dropped out of the race, I made great friends who just spilled all the bullshit to me.
Yeah. You can't have it both ways, Jake. And no, they didn't hate you. Shut the fuck up. You're on the left-wing media, and you're on CNN, who has been doing nothing but working the shaft and cupping the balls of the Democrats for 30 years.
The Biden campaign wouldn't go anywhere near Fox News, but you had an interview with the president. Sure, they just hated you. Stop it.
They loathed him so much they made him talk to the president.
Oh my God.
I mean, I would say you probably don't like somebody if you're forced to talk to a dementia patient, but that to them, that was a reward.
You have some you could have called and worked.
No, that's the point, is that they were not being honest. That's
Well,
the
how did the
point.
Wall
That
Street Journal?
They were just lying to me.
This is like arguing with Kayleigh McEnany. Like, I would hate to be that chick's husband because, you know, she's going to whip out a binder full of quotes and be like, oh, really? Oh, on this date from this newspaper.
Okay. They were lying. That's the point. I have no doubt that they were telling you Joe was fine. We saw them tell us Joe was fine. We saw them tell us Joe was running circles around the staff, the guy who shuffles. The point is, you didn't push back. Like Megyn is pushing back on you right now because you're clearly bullshitting her. You did nothing like that with the administration. Ever.
He either was part of the conspiracy or he didn't bother to ask any actual questions. So
thank
he's
you,
complicit either way. Sorry.
Thank you, Tyrai. Everyone should have watched Monkey with Hitchhiker Jack back in 2020.
That's right.
The clips the clips provided were terrifying to watch back then. I already knew who I was voting for, but those clips further confirmed my choice. Yeah. If you care about your friends and family being even marginally up to date on things, you should tell them to come watch our show. Your friends, your family, that bitch you hate, because we are miles ahead. And the frustrating part of that is, I'm not a dumb man, but me and Jack aren't like the smartest people in the world. We just pay attention.
Yeah, we read the news. We watch the videos. We're up on a lot of what's going on, as much as we can be, being single individuals. You know, we don't have a team behind us, but we're paying more attention than these. Either this guy's incompetent or he's a liar. Probably both. But you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to be like, well, I didn't know. How could I have known? We fucking figured it out.
Yeah.
So we're either really smart compared to these two retards, or something else is going on. And granted, I suspect we probably are smarter than Jake Tapper. And I would say we're definitely smarter than Joe Scarborough. But there's no excuse for a journalist not having realized there was something going on.
Yeah. All right.
I'll get it in June of 2024. And Jake Tapper and CNN couldn't find sources for this story then before he dropped out.
Annie Linsky and Siobhan Hughes did an amazing job in their reporting, and they should be heralded. And I heralded them. I had them on my show right after the debate to talk about their.
After the debate, weird.
Yeah. When Biden was no longer politically useful, and they were all starting to sever ties with them, then he had them on. Weird how that works. Almost as if he had marching orders.
They're great reporting. But
After
Annie Linsky,
the debate. But you did not put them on when they published that story, which was before the debate.
Megyn, I am loving you right now. Logical Mail, thank you. Brett Bear would do a better job because, for Christ's sake, Megyn should lay off the caffeine. I think she's doing fine, and I like her pushing back. And frankly, I think especially with it being a woman and Jake being a lefty shitbag beta male bitch, that the only way that this can happen with any pushback is with a woman.
Yeah, I think I respect Brett Baer quite a bit. He's a pretty good journalist.
Yeah.
And he calls it like he sees it. Sometimes he's wrong, granted, but he does make an effort to get to the truth. Megyn, I think you're right, is probably the only person that could do this because she's smart enough. She was a lawyer, so she's got a little bit of scummy in her. And Jake isn't going to start screaming racism and shit like that at her because she's a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, she's got pumpkin spice powers right now, so
she gonna ask for Jake's manager by the end of this.
Oh man, that would be hilarious. Which is that the dude on the right? Because he hasn't said shit in a long time.
Well,
I almost forgot who he was.
This is what I said at the beginning. I'm not familiar with Alex Thompson's coverage of Joe Biden over the years. I don't really pay a lot of attention to who is writing at Axios at any given moment. But Jake's is all on television, man. It's in 4K.
Yeah.
Oh, you fucked up, dude.
Correct. I don't know what the booking situation was, but it wasn't because I didn't want them. I'm sure I said that day, let's book. I'm sure I said that day, let's book that. Did they?
Yeah, you put on a Democrat and you allowed the Democrat to rip on the report as a Rupert Murdoch sponsored hit piece.
No.
It's just
Megyn, how dare you point out the reality?
Megyn, how can you say that? To the clip.
I'm sure I said that we should book them. Get fucked. When did that Wall Street Journal piece come out? That was at least a week before the debate, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it was at least a week. I'd have to look it up, but I'm too lazy and don't care enough.
Yeah. And these people that work for the Wall Street Journal were like, no, we can't make it to a CNN interview. Sure.
Yeah.
That's
Megyn,
what happened.
if we're going to do this, let's just stick to the facts here, okay?
What did she say that wasn't a fact? You had them on. Either you had on a Democrat who called it Rupert Murdoch bullshit, or you didn't.
I bet she's got the clip.
I guarantee she has the clip. Because this is Megyn Kelly. She is the Kayleigh McEnany here. She just opened her binder and went, really?
Yeah. Tapper's dumb.
Let's see. This is have a good night, Rogue.
Later, Rogue.
This is the problem and what he would get away. What he's doing right here. We need to stick to the facts. He just called her a liar.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Megyn. In 5 years, he'll apologize to you for calling you a liar here.
When there is a damaging report.
That's what I've been doing all along.
I'm talking about what you just said.
Didn't miss the biggest story of the century when it comes to presidential politics. And one of us did.
Okay. So there is a difference.
Look at that look. Look at that look on, oh, whoops, she's blinking now, but look at that look on her face. Like, come on.
She has a right to be pissed about that. He called her a liar. When she's clearly not lying, and she didn't miss this nonsense. A lot of us have been saying it for years, and now he's like, "Oh, I found it. I found it first. I'm the righteous one. You're all a bunch of retards who worship Trump."
Okay, between the clips of Joe Biden falling on a stage at the Air Force Academy graduation, there was a difference between the clip of Joe Biden embarrassingly forgetting that a Republican member of Congress who he's talking about has died. Those are
embarrassingly? No. Horrifically. That was horrifying.
Yeah. He's trying to say individually, you didn't put the pieces together. You had these little pieces of the puzzle. I saw it from 100 degrees up and saw the overhead view, of the grand picture. You were just pointing out little things. That he's diminishing the fact that other people noticed it first, because now his ego is bruised and he's a bitch.
This is... I think I've proven over the years that I'm pretty fair about stuff. If I thought Joe Biden was just having Joe Biden moments where, you get a little older, I've even said with Joe Biden, when he forgets a name, sometimes it's not that big of a deal. I do it all the time. It happens.
Yeah, it's part of getting older.
But there was a clear difference. And for Jake here to pretend, look, it was embarrassing that he forgot that the woman he had literally just watched a video on that was saying that there was a memorial tribute to her. He was looking for her in the audience. It was just a little embarrassing. No,
yeah. I'm telling you, this is his smug ego, hyperinflating. He cannot help but say, like, I am the genius here. You're the dummy.
Yeah, all you should be doing. You're right. I fucked up. You're right. I fucked up. Although he can't say that because he knows that's a lie too.
Yeah,
because he didn't fuck up. He was part of the push to keep the existential threat of Donald Trump out.
Yeah, because even a dementia patient handled by a bunch of other people was better than the old mean tweet boy there, Orange Man Bad. They were so scared of Trump that they would do anything to keep him out of office, even keeping a dementia patient in an insanely powerful position in the federal government.
Catherine, thank you so much. Watching you guys while working out. Thanks for giving me rage to pump iron to. You're welcome.
You're welcome. Think of it as motivation.
Don't forget leg day.
Yeah.
That a Republican member of Congress who he's talking about has died. Those are embarrassing. Those are important. But there is a difference between that and the investigative journalism that Alex and I were able to do and only able to do after the election. And I know you
say it's the I'm smarter than you, I could see the whole picture and you couldn't.
Let's for argument's sake say he's correct here. Why would you ever watch CNN? I have more to say, but I wanted to let that hang.
I don't know.
Why would you ever watch CNN when the only way they can get the story is 6 months after it's relevant, and after two idiots on the internet had been saying the same shit for 5 years without all the in-depth interviews you got?
Yeah, we're observant. He's trying to make it sound like, oh, well, I didn't miss it. No, I wasn't part of the conspiracy. No, I just saw the whole picture and took it piece by piece. You just look at these like a little handful of embarrassing thingies, but I saw the grand picture. See, you're looking at the marble statue out front, and I'm in the Sistine Chapel looking up, man.
This is embarrassing for you, Jake.
Yeah, he comes off as condescending and incredibly smug. And it's a bad look, and it's also full of crap.
And doesn't explain anything about his coverage.
No, what investigative? You just had to watch a dozen of Biden's speeches to figure out something's wrong.
Yeah. There's a difference between seeing this. You are right that there's a difference between falling down once or making one gaffe. The problem was he wasn't doing it just once.
And nobody was saying that one-off was evidence. They're saying, look at the totality, which is exactly what his argument is, but he's not willing to grant that you had that argument.
Well, remember what he said at the beginning, his canned answer that he gave here and over there. There were two Joe Bidens. One was very smart and articulate, and the other one was a bumbling buffoon. No?
Yeah, well, you see, little Joey would front sometimes, but the other alters were back there like, oh, come on, Joey, you've had your time being a silly goose. Now we're going to front, and we're going to be the superhuman Joe Biden. He's trying to make like a schizophrenic argument that doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, Dangerous, who says, Jake, the media listed all of Trump's lies, like burgers a mile high, and pushed for the 25th over how he drank water or walked down a ramp. You can't now claim we couldn't investigate stuff. Well, no, because Trump was totally much more open to the media than the Biden campaign was.
Yeah, there were leaks all over the place since Obama's administration. You're telling me you couldn't get someone to give you information on the decline? Bullshit. everybody that even saw him knew something was wrong, and they were all either keeping their mouths shut or they were following the direction of the White House.
And that's the bigger point here, because we just couldn't get the investigative report. You didn't need investigative reporting. This is like saying, hey, we didn't cover that giant fire everybody saw because we didn't have a source to tell us that there was a fire.
Yeah, we've heard it's fiery but mostly peaceful. But we don't have anybody on the ground to check that out. But we're going to interview our cameraman.
You guys are literally that meme of the dog sitting there in a house burning down going, everything's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Totally fine.
You didn't need investigative reporting for this. Yes,
Yeah,
and for the record, I really am looking forward to when they talk about the book, because they're supposed to be giving us more examples of shit we didn't know, Jack.
Yeah.
And I'm curious how many of those we didn't know.
I bet it's very few. It's going to be stuff we suspected but had no evidence of.
Well, I told you that over on Gutfeld, at least 2 shows in a row, they were talking about the Kamala dinner party as though nobody had heard that before, when that's been out for months.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, apparently Jake is really slow on the uptake, so it's probably something we forgot we covered 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. This is disgusting. He's an op, just like everybody else. They're either complicit willingly or they're involved in it. I don't know which. I don't know if he's getting fed talking points or if he's just like willing to go, yeah, that's cool, I'll go along with that. It doesn't matter, though. He's still part of the problem.
Yeah, I look, I'm not suggesting that the White House reached out to him and told him what to say.
I don't
The
think
White
they
House
need
would
to.
say something and he would just repeat it ad nauseum without any thought.
Yeah, because let's face it, most of these people were so scared of Trump coming back, they were willing to prop up this crazy old man until he publicly fucked up so bad that they had to sever ties with him. And then they went with the Joker Jr. Their choices aren't exactly well thought out, I guess.
You know this because you've been talking about the scoops in the book, and you've been talking about.
I don't diminish the importance of the book. I don't. I have supported the importance of the book, and we'll talk about the contents of the book at length. But there is no way we can have that conversation with an audience that is as skeptical of your ability to tell the story as mine is without addressing your role in this, right? Like,
we can't discuss the. Again, I don't necessarily think anything in the book is a lie, any stories that they tell about them trying to cover it up, but that's completely beside the point when you're talking about somebody who missed the forest for the trees here.
Allegedly. Yeah. Look, this is like his book is basically a how-to for a magic trick.
Yeah.
You saw the trick and now they're explaining how they did it. That's it. They're going to deny all of their role in the magic trick. You know, I'm not going to admit I was a plant in the audience, you know. But look, I'm an objective reporter telling you how these magic tricks are done. It's an expose. Well, a lot of people already figured it out.
He's trying to treat this like it was some secret still.
Yeah.
And that's what he just tried to do with that. There's a difference between those one-off thing that happened. Thank you, Dangerous. Admittedly, I'm a qualified journalist, but not a working one. My journalism brain has been fucking overloaded for at least 5-ish years. If our journalism was this shit, we would fail every class.
Right?
I don't know about your schools down there, but up here it would be fine. I mean, you can see it in student journalism. I mean, you can find copies of like college papers and stuff online. This is how they're trained, because they're trained to be activists, not journalists.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think this book will be a bestseller because a lot of the people on the left that are just useful idiots or insanely stupid or casuals are going to be really surprised by a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about for 5 fucking years.
Tell your friends, your family, that bitch you hate. Get them watching this so they can be smarter.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Come to bring their wallets.
Just warn them that occasionally we talk about conspiracy theories.
Yeah, we say naughty things.
Definitely say naughty things.
Alex is a different story, but you know.
My wife today, I just got to share this. She was talking with a coworker, and apparently the font he was using made his name look like a word we say. I'll tell you the name later. You know, I'll put it into chat. You guys can guess yourselves what it is, but because of the font, it made it look like a word that women really hate.
Oh boy, yeah. That's a risky one right there.
Right. All right, back to our story here.
Oh, you've watched the coverage since it came out that you wrote this book. There's a legion of articles about how comparing you in some instances to like OJ. Instead of if I did it, this is if I hid it. That like you are not the right.
I hadn't seen that, but whoever came up with it, you're fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's genius.
And look, I get what Jake wants to do here, but all the PR nonsense aside, I do think having actual examples from inside is something that people should see. The point is, though, Jake, you're not the guy to be telling this story because you were part of it.
Yeah. And I'm not paying money for him to profit off of being complicit. I'll buy it used so that he doesn't get any money, but there's no way I would spend my money on buying this book. I'll find it at half price books 6 months from now.
Yeah, I just it's not that you wrote the book that's the problem, Jake. It's that it'd be one thing if it was, hey, here's, like you said, Jack, explaining how the magic trick was done, but that's not what he's doing here. He's pretending that the magic trick was played on him.
Oh, he was just a member of the audience, Monkey, not a plant. Totally not a plant.
And if he's going to do it that way, you need to be the magician telling how you did the trick, which, by the way, wasn't much of a trick. You guys just went, I don't know what you're talking about. You're a bunch of fucking liars.
All right, hold on. I'm going to watch me perform a trick. He's got his hat and his little cloak. Okay, I pooped my pants.
Do you think there should be an age limit for presidencies? Only a lower limit. I'm fine with the 35 to be president. I don't think there should be an upper limit. I think it should be based on their cognitive ability. And if we had decent leaders worth of fuck, Joe Biden would have been 25th on January 21st, 2021. Yeah. We have all the mechanisms for taking care of it if we have a president in some kind of decline. So I don't think limiting the people or who are at the top, because what do you do if somebody gets early onset dementia, right? Somebody in their 30s or 40s gets it. Well, hey, they're still under 80, so it's okay. No, because the problem isn't age.
Yeah, it's medical conditions in general. Like, you get a traumatic brain injury that makes you stuck in a wheelchair drooling. You can't do the job. The president's whole family gets massacred or something. You're going to call into question his mental state. There's going to be situations where, things happen. He could have a stroke. He could have a heart attack and be permanently crippled, something like that. Like FDR still was able to do stuff from a wheelchair. But Woodrow Wilson had a stroke and his wife was running the country for 6 months. That's unacceptable. He couldn't do the job.
Aaron says, I think if they hit 60, they should have to go for a cognitive test. Why at 60? Why not at 30? 35, sorry, because you got to be 35. Why not from the beginning? Everybody has to take a cognitive test. Why do we need to put an age on it?
I mean, they could start doing that much like they do with releasing their taxes. You don't have to do it, but it probably won't be a bad idea.
But it won't
change anything.
Yeah, I mean, Biden got a clean bill of health on his last presidential thing.
Yeah, the problem is that there's too many people willing to cover up stuff. So, like Joe Biden's cabinet knew what was going on, and none of them did anything to stop it. Nobody tried to bring the 25th up. Nobody did anything. They didn't go out and reveal it to the public, even though most of us knew. They didn't do anything, and that was his inner circle. You can't tell me that they couldn't figure this out unless they weren't going to meetings.
And remember, all of these tests that are given to these guys are given by their personal physicians. These are people who have a vested interest in that person hanging on to their authority. So, Tyra, I thank you. How many people were demonized by Jake Tapper who are now vindicated? Everyone slandered by him should sue him. I hear what you're saying. Unfortunately, I don't think you could prove a slander suit there. Because, like, take the Laura Trump clip. You would have to prove that Jake honestly knew that Laura was right, that he was purposefully lying about her for a slander suit to go through. Anyway, is Tapper's contract at CNN running out? Not that I'm aware of. CNN's not going to get rid of Jake Tapper, especially over this. This has got them a lot of coverage.
Yeah, he's going to make a lot of money off of this book, and it'll probably help his career.
CNN just rehired Brian Stelter, 2 years ago, last year? Something like that?
Some fucking reason.
They don't give a rat's ass about their
credibility,
reputation, their integrity, their anything.
Their children in the daycare facility.
Yeah.
Messenger to bring the story about the cover-up because you helped, you allowed it, and you likely did that.
All right, I should just shut up and let Megyn talk.
Nah. We're only 3 hours into the show, Monkey. We're not even a third the way through this.
Oh, fuck me. All right.
A desire to help Joe Biden and hurt Donald Trump.
True.
You didn't want to do anything that might improve Trump's chances.
I do not think that is accurate. I do not think that is true at all. The idea that Siobhan and Annie do their piece and we have on the co-chair of the Biden campaign is not me trying to cover for the Biden campaign. That is.
It just looks exactly like that.
Okay. Jakey, how much did you push back? Suddenly he remembers that interview, Jack.
Yeah, it's magical how that happened, isn't it?
Remembers exactly who he had on. It's one thing if you brought them on and you said, hey, this is what's being said. By the way, here's a bunch of clips showing that, yeah, this man is fucking out of his mind. What say you? Instead, what you did was like, tell everybody why they're lying.
Yeah.
It's me putting the questions of the reporting that were made to him and saying things like, so you really haven't seen any moment, or you would acknowledge that.
Okay. If you'd said, hey, you really haven't seen any moments, what about these? That would have been one thing. But those are those one-offs you were talking about a minute ago. Because you were
those just one-offs.
Yeah, you were on the same side. She has the question perfectly correct. People are saying you're the wrong person to do this because you were in on it. Because you were.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to admit it.
Real quick before you get to that, has Alex said anything in this so far? He just explained his original copy of the book, but this part of it's not about him at all. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, he's got nothing to add here. His best move is to shut up. Thank you, Wolfgang Deo Tom Jefferson. I don't care for much of the limit besides the lower limits for age for holding office. Tax returns are stupid. I agree. Health status, including cognitive tests, are stupid. Yeah, but they're going to pull some bullshit like that. What point is there in measuring stuff when it's BS? And a 32-year-old might be okay. Oh, back in the day when they made the 35 rule, that was an older person by then because, people that live real super long. I mean, if you were old, you were probably pretty well off or just super lucky. Ben Franklin was an old man, like a really old man by the standards of the day.
People lived well into their 60s, 70s, and 80s back then, but the reason that the average age of death was so low is because if you go back to the founding of the country, at that point, you had a 50-50 chance of dying before you were 5 years old.
Yeah, but back then, unlike now, you were well established in your career path by the time you were in your mid-30s.
Yep.
Now you've got people that are like 26 living at home as single and watching porn all day and playing video games. They don't do shit. But back then, 35, you were probably on your own for 15 years by then. Probably longer, actually. Most of the time they kicked you out before that. So you were a well-established grown-up by the time you were in your mid-30s. And, you had kids, half of which were probably dead from dysentery or whatever mystery diseases killed people that we can fix now. So you were well along in your life choices.
Evolve, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Evolve, thank you. A little distraction from one shit show to another. A protest in the city of Melbourne was hampered by the government shutting down the trains to limit people attending. This is exactly what they do in communist China, completely totalitarian.
Yep.
Not shocked.
No, I'm telling you, Australia is following Britain's lead on a lot of this stuff, and the UK is pretty sketchy these days.
Tell your government, allow them to show up and get pepper balls. It's much more fun for me.
That's true.
Yeah.
Also, Frosted Glasses sent me a clip from a news story over in Massachusetts where this lady, this group was trying to break up some arrests of illegals. Mm-hmm. This lady's using a kid as a human shield.
Jesus. Speaking of that, oh, go ahead.
I was horrified by the whole thing. Stupid.
Speaking of that, the protest, I'm using air quotes, where the mayor of Newark was arrested. We have an update on that. They dropped charges on him. His charges were just misdemeanor trespassing, which I don't have a problem with. They should still slap his hand for it, but I get it.
Yeah, it was basically trespassing, so.
But they are moving ahead with charges on the congresswoman who assaulted an ICE officer.
Yeah, it's on video. They were playing the video on CNN when they're like, that did happen. Like, it's literally on the screen, you assholes.
I was a little annoyed by the announcement of it because the U.S. attorney who's bringing the charges says in it that we did everything we can to resolve this with the congresswoman, and it's just not going anywhere, so we're moving. There's no negotiation here. She assaulted somebody. She should be charged. Charged like for that.
Anybody else.
And look,
you don't get to negotiate that shit when you're a normal citizen. She should be held to the same rules as everyone else.
And trust me, from watching tons of body cam footage, I get it that even as a regular person, she's probably only going to get probation and anger management, but you still go through that for the next time she does it.
Yeah, because she'll probably do it again. Unless she's punished for it, maybe she'll grow up. Thank you, Tyrai. He helped push the narrative that eventually Nutter Butters started taking shots at Trump. Yep. Let's not forget CNN's role in downplaying those people.
Keldrick, thank you. Alex has decided to use his best strategy he can right now, and one more people should probably do in interviews. Shut the hell up. True.
Yeah.
All right. We should probably get back to this because we have... Fuck. I'm not even looking at the ratio of her video to ours. Let's just go.
Wouldn't you acknowledge that he's lost a step? He's 81, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said
Wait. Oh, I did call him on and I asked, wouldn't you acknowledge he lost a step? That is entirely different than the guy doesn't know where he's fucking at.
Yeah. Then Harvey, show me the way to my house. That's much different than I'm not as quick as I used to be.
He got lost on the steps of the White House.
I need a map.
Wolfgang, thank you. Congressman is supposed to be impeached first. What congressman? Oh, her? No. You do not have to one, they don't impeach him. They expel them. There's no impeachment for Congress. But no, you don't have to do that first. They don't, depending on which story you talk about, mostly they don't kick them out of Congress until they have been found guilty of something. They changed that with George Santos. But the original call to expel Santos from Congress failed because a few Democrats had a little bit of integrity and were like, we don't kick people out until they've actually been found guilty. That's why Menendez was there until after his guilty plea or guilty verdict.
Yeah, because say what you will about our system being pretty corrupt. They're not nobles. They are not above the law as much as they think and wish they were.
But it is in the American tradition of legality of you don't fire them because they were charged with something because innocent until proven guilty. There are a ton of them who get found or found to have done stuff and they're like, I didn't do it, but I'm going to step down anyway.
Yeah. And that's usually pressure applied by the party because they're making them look bad.
It also helps in the long run because a lot of those cases end up at trial and they end up found guilty, and it's less of a public spectacle for them and easier if they decide later in life to jump back in because there's less press about it.
Oh, it's a redemption arc. Yay.
All right.
If I had known then what I know now, would I have been more aggressive? Yes, of course.
How did I know and you didn't know? I'm just curious because when I saw that Wall Street Journal,
that is such a great question. How did I know but you didn't? Because Jake is trying to hide behind this. I found out things people didn't know. That's fine. But what about was clearly evident to everyone else, Jakey?
Yeah, especially a woman. I mean, tiny girl brains, dude.
Right.
Smarted by a chick.
Journal report in June of 24, I scoffed at it. Like, okay, it's a attempt, but it's lame. Everybody on the right wing ecosystem and the independent media ecosystem knew it was a lame attempt that only scratched the surface. We had all been discussing his serious cognitive problems for years by that point. Jake, in June of 2022, this show did a full 2-hour program on his cognitive decline.
I heard it.
It was, I know we want to pretend, I'm mentioning the Wall Street Journal as a courtesy, but those of us on this side of the aisle had been reporting in depth on his multiple problems and the obvious lies we were being told for years.
Let him say that she's not a real journalist.
Please do. Get him. Oh, get him, Megyn.
Yeah, because he's thinking like, yeah, but the right-wing ecosphere, they're not real journalists. I am.
What did you hear when she starts to point out? We did this in 2022. Oh, that's good. That's great. I heard about that. Hey,
yeah, bullshit.
Well, okay. Let me ask you something, Jakey. You didn't have the authors of the Wall Street Journal piece on. You had instead the DNC. Why didn't you say, hey, Megan's been talking about this for years. Let's call her on and get her opinion of this.
Yeah, you know why.
I know why, because she's opposition. That's why.
Yeah, and independents, they don't have any respect for independent journalism. They are a bunch of arrogant twat waffles and all the legacy media, and you can see it time and time again how arrogant they are with this whole thing. They are so much better than you. You don't have any backing. You're just icky.
And this is with a friend of his who has a journalism pedigree, who they were all cheering for, a former NBC news host. I mean, it was a morning show, but still.
Yeah. She was one of the highest rated on Fox, and then high ratings over at NBC for a while.
And she was a media darling because she questioned Trump.
Yeah, she was known Trump hater until she wasn't. And then, whoopsie. Can't like you anymore. Real fast. Thank you, Frosted Glass. About time they start getting the illegals in Massachusetts, I went through a McDonald's drive-thru, and the lady had no idea what I was saying. Not exaggerating. She eventually handed me a phone with Google Translate pulled up. Hit the road, slowpoke Rodriguez. Yeah, there's a lot of problems, especially in bigger cities and the Northwest. The Northeast. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with illegal immigration. And it's getting worse. But they're starting to clean it up a little bit in some places. I'm just glad ICE is actually doing their jobs.
Oh, wow. Y'all still going. This is a 2-hour video. You thought we'd be done in 3.5 hours?
That's wishful thinking.
Blue-eyed. It's like you don't know me at all. Anyhow.
For years, you really want the audience to believe you were fooled?
Oh my God. I don't know how well that came through, Jack, because of the choppy video.
Oh, the audio's fine.
But her face is what I'm talking about.
On his multiple problems and the obvious lies we were being told for years. For years. You really want the audience to believe you were fooled.
Look at that face. You were fooled?
Oh, he wants to yell at her so bad, but he can't because he's the guest. And he needs the book sales. I don't know who convinced him to go on her show, but he's probably going to fire that agent.
Oh,
and the other guy's
God.
just like,
Get him,
I'm
Megyn.
just gonna put this photograph up and walk away.
I don't know how the other guy didn't start laughing right here, because I would have.
He's probably listening to music or something.
Fooled?
What do you mean I was fooled?
Oh my God.
What do you mean by that? What are you trying to say?
Isn't his whole book about how he was lied to?
Yes. But I'm not a fool. You're a doo-doo head.
What do you mean I was fooled? Oh God. I mean, I was not expecting that answer from him. All right, Megyn, lay it out for him.
I'm not saying I was fooled. I'm saying we all saw these moments before the camera, and they were obviously concerning, and he was obviously aging, and that was significant.
But this is what he keeps going back. He was aging. No. I'm aging, motherfucker.
Yeah, you are.
Look at her face like, what?
Yeah, the incredulity is really written all over her face.
She did a show in 2022, and I don't know if I watched that one or not, but I've seen so much of Joe Biden, being like this. Whether you're talking about clips on Twitter, compilations, full compilations over here on YouTube, shows like ours, shows like Megyn's. These weren't one-off moments that happened every blue moon. They were the entirety of him. The video of him giving that one, I can't remember what that was, the 1 minute clip where it is so many jump cuts. That should have been enough for Jake to say he's cognitively impaired, not he's aging. That's what she means by fooled, you retard.
You calling me names. You call me a fool. You're a poopy face.
I will stop calling him retarded when he stops acting retarded.
Good luck with that. So you're never stopping, is what you're saying. Monster.
Thank you, Dangerous. Yeah, it was great. I heard it. How can you think an MK episode about Joe's cognitive issues was great if you didn't think it was a real thing, Jake? Pick a fucking lane, my dude. This is painful. Oh, no. You have to understand when he said this, that's great. He wasn't saying it as though he heard it was a good show. He was saying that in a dismissive way.
Yeah. That's all well and good, you dizzy broad, you independent pseudo journalist.
Exactly. Yeah. Don't think he was actually complimenting her there.
But
so
the
what
people
did you
at
do
the
to
White
get
House,
to the bottom of it?
I'm trying to answer the question. But
did you hear him? Wait. Listen to him here.
But
so
the
what
people
did you
at
do
the
to
White
get
House,
to the bottom of it?
I'm trying to answer the question.
He sounds like a little kid in front of the principal here.
Yeah, he just got called out. I don't think he was expecting this to be anywhere near this tough. He's like, yeah, she'll throw me a couple of tough questions, then we're going to sell a bunch of copies of my books to dumb magatards.
I really do want to hear about the book, but I could watch just 2 hours of Megyn ripping into this fucker. This is amazing. Get him, Megyn.
Hey, man, it's been my experience. Chicks like that, they charge extra for that sort of thing.
If I was just a wealthy man, I would send her flowers for this. I would have them delivered somewhere she might find them. Not to her house, because I don't want to know where she lives. I would send them to America, courtesy of Megyn Kelly. Get him.
But so the people at the White House, when I would call, when others would call, when Alex would call, would lie. He's fine.
Did you see that? He's trying to bring Alex in.
Yeah, Alex is like, fuck off. I don't want to be involved in this shit show.
Don't bring me into this shit. This is your shit sandwich.
This is your circus, dude, not mine.
But did you hear what he just did there? When we'd call, they'd lie. So yeah, you were fooled. With all of this video evidence, you were fooled.
Yeah, how easily are you tricked? How's your Nigerian prince friend, Jake?
Is Megyn a free pass from Lady Monkey? No, I don't want no free passes. I like banging my wife. I know what she likes. I don't want to learn what some other chick likes.
It is a lot of work.
Can't be bothered with. No, slower. No, fuck you.
Wrong hole, blah, blah, blah.
Stop pushing. Shut up.
He's fine. You'd call Democrats and say, what are you seeing behind the scenes here? Because this is concerning. He's fine. He's fine.
Okay, how many Republicans did you have on, or how many of them did you have on where you're like, what do you think? And put that out there into the media. Again, the only clip we've seen so far is you pushing back against Laura Trump for this very thing. So Laura says every time Biden gets up on stage, I'm hoping he can get the words out. And instead of going and finding, oh, wow, look, there's a bunch of videos where he can't get the fucking words out, you called the DNC and went, is he okay? And they said, yeah. And you're like, well, I guess Laura's a lying bitch.
I mean, clearly. I mean, the DNC won't lie to us.
This is frustrating.
This is sad.
As hard as Megyn is going here, Jake, come talk to me. Come talk to me.
Monkey wants to make you cry.
I will give you the Hunter Avalone treatment. Let's have a discussion.
Ooh.
I don't mean hiding behind a girl while there's shots fired.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say.
I meant our debate.
Oh, yeah, that was still pretty brutal because, let's face it, Hunter's not smart and he doesn't know how to read studies.
This is just a moment. He's 79. He's 80. He has moments like that, but he's fine. His decision-making's fine. They're still saying that. They're still saying that. And let me defend.
Wait, they're still saying that. Then how'd you write your book? That seems a contradiction.
Yeah, stop noticing things. I'm going to need you to get all the way off Jake's back.
Let me get off that thing.
And
that's so weird. What? Feels like you're back on my back. I love pitch meeting. Ryan George is a national treasure. It's one of the few things I like about Canada.
Siobhan there for a second, because you just said that their Wall Street Journal story just scratched the surface. They got what they could get in June 2024. And
no, God.
He is such a disingenuous shitbag.
What she meant by just scratching the surface is they came out, the Wall Street Journal one, that's the one where it just like barely mentions that sometimes he has some issues in the background.
Yep.
And what all of us were seeing is he has major issues in the foreground, motherfucker.
No, that's a conspiracy theory, Monkey. How dare you promote conspiracy that Joe Biden has dementia?
Literally, he's treating this as though it's in reverse, and this is actually the stuff where a few people like Donald Trump has dementia, and the rest of us are like, where's the proof? And they'll show him sliding down these stairs or drinking the cup with two hands, and they're like, no, there's nothing here. It wasn't one or two things. This was constant every time. We used to get giddy when we knew there was going to be Joe Biden speaking in public. Like, this is going to be amazing. Scary because he's the leader of the free world, but we are definitely going to get some clips out of this shit.
Yeah.
It was constant. Here's his second book. I'm still a dumbass. I got to do like other creators, Jack, and stop reading what the audience says and do as we've been accused of, and only do it if you donate. I'm only reading. No, I couldn't do that because I'm not that arrogant.
You don't pay that close of attention to chat.
That's shh. You know how much easier it would be to ignore chat if all I had to do was read the donations?
Yeah, I do.
What actually happens is I'm watching my other screen because that's where the video's playing, and I'll just look over here and I'll see something that catches my eye. That's the magic behind why I ignore you guys so much. And for some reason, always see when Nuts, okay, not always, but when Nuts tells us it's his birthday, I see it. Logical Mail, thank you. Jake in the MS media commits sycophantic behavior, starting with gaslighting the audience with no apologies. No, Logical Mail, it's not gaslighting. They called the White House, and the White House told him, no, that's not a real thing.
They're like, okay.
Fuck.
I went back, and Alex and I went back to report some of the same things that they reported on. For example, there was a meeting in the White House about Ukraine funding in January 2024. And we were able to get people to say things as a Democratic member of Congress that I don't know who Annie and Siobhan's sources are, but they were not able to get them to do that. I assume that, they had dozens of sources for that article.
But
sometimes you don't need sources. You can just look at something and assess it based on what is visually and audibly available to you.
Thank
it's called
you.
Video, dumb fuck.
We don't need the behind the scenes because we had what happened in front of the camera. And your bullshit to Laura Trump, you're in no position to question his cognitive ability. It shows your whole thing throughout this. And what you're doing right now with, there were these one-off, he'd have a gaffe. Bullshit. Jack, this is like him standing over. There was a Wendy's here yesterday, and today there's a bunch of black ash on the ground. He's like, we can't say it was a fire. We need a source to tell us a fire happened here. We can smell smoke and everything's burned to the ground, but we're not positive it was a fire. You don't need a behind the scenes when it's there for everybody to see. So you can sit there and brag that you got stories that we hadn't heard. That's great. But when you ignored what was in front of you the whole time, you don't get credit for finally having the balls when it no longer matters to say, yeah, there was some fucked up stuff here.
What?
And that's what
I get total credit.
He doesn't just want to be to improve his image for how bad he was as a reporter. He wants you to think he's done stuff that nobody else could get this information. I'm an investigative reporter.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Thank you, Dangerous. Oh, holy fuck, Jake. If you are a journalist who gets told something by politicians and you say, well, that must be true, just quit now. This is not the right job for you. What a fucking dipshit. Except for in America, it's absolutely the job for them, as long as it is a left-wing politician. That is what our media is, period.
Yeah, Jake is a good, willing foot soldier in their army.
Yeah, I get what you're saying about what journalism should be, but we're living in the reality of what it is.
But not one of the Democrats that they talk to would even talk on background. It is a complicated thing to try to get to.
But your commentary on your show, yes, I'm going to bring you in. But your commentary on your show, Jake, consistently ran in one direction.
Yep.
Occasionally, you would ask some tough questions. I mean, here you are in September 2023 saying that Biden was sharp mentally. September of 2023. You said,
hey, I don't want to see the video of me doing this. How dare you?
You said he's sharp mentally. I think the question is physically, right? He's sharp mentally. And then you pointed out that his opponent, Donald Trump, was only a couple of years younger than he was. There are many examples where you're doing that kind of coverage.
Okay, so let's be honest and full.
I dare you to be honest.
We're going to start?
About what you're talking about. Frank
There's no problem with honesty on this show.
Get him, Megyn.
Okay.
Yeah,
Frank
let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
watch
Frank
it.
Ford came on with a biography about Joe Biden.
Frank Ford came
which
on
has
to
been-
talk about his biography with Joe Biden, and I'm trying to summarize what his conclusions were. So he is saying that
Did you not challenge him the way that you did Laura Trump just 3 years earlier? I was just repeating what he was saying.
Okay. And where is the part where you say he's not sharp mentally, Frank? We've seen the following 10 examples in the past year, never mind 3 years.
Yeah, Jake.
where I wasn't. I've already said I wish I had covered this more aggressively. Frank Ford had come.
Look, it wasn't partisan. I just wasn't aggressive enough.
I just suck at my job.
You didn't even have to be aggressive, homie. Just honest. Jesus.
Honesty and American journalism.
I just heard Dangerous's brain snap in half. All right.
Come to the show to talk about his book about President Biden. This was in September 2023. And I interviewed him about his book, and that was the end of that. Now, I suppose in retrospect, I say again, I wish I had been more aggressive. I do.
Yeah.
But our reporting.
What about more honest? I'm not looking for you to be aggressive. I'm looking for you to be honest.
Oh, he's not going to take any culpability for this. And you know it. We both know that. Everybody in the audience knows that.
Suggests, and like I said, we've talked to more than 200 people, Democratic insiders, that the real deterioration of President Biden, and yes, there was a degression or regression, whatever you want to call it, deterioration since 2015. But it really started to intensify in the summer of 2023 when when Hunter Biden's plea deal fell apart.
Don't worry, Joe can't keep them separate either. Do you see what this little dirty bitch is doing?
Yep.
And Joe Biden was terrified about what that effect would have on his son.
I accept that. I accept that it got worse.
I don't. Bullshit. Because by 2023, it was as bad as it is now. It was as bad as we saw in the debate. This is bullshit. And no, he had this decline because of Hunter, and he was worried. Nonsense. Megyn, come on, sweetie. Come on. You did your episode. You already told us it was in 2022. 2022. And Jake's like, no, it couldn't be seen until after 2023. This is when everything really got bad. That show you did a year before, those were cheap fakes. Come on. Don't let him get away with this one, Megyn.
Since 23.
And people close to him say that was a real demarcation. And in October 2023, there is the last cabinet meeting for almost a year. And cabinet secretaries tell us that fall 2023 began what they call a weird period, where they were kept at bay, where they were.
The only way it would be a weird period is if he suddenly got lucid.
Were kept away from President Biden.
And that now we're getting the substance, which I do want to talk about. I'm about to switch to that. But let me just ask you, because when we got to leading up to the debate, which you anchored, that June 27th debate, 2024, there was a ton of news leading into that debate in that month. And we look back at your coverage and found that you ignored it. Not only did you ignore the Jackie Walorski moment when you had him 13 days later, but you ignored the freeze up that he had at the Juneteenth celebration. You ignored what happened at the G7 when he wandered off and Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, had to go find him. You ignored the freeze up at the...
Remember, he was just going to look at a different paratrooper.
Yeah, thank God that the fucking Prime Minister of Italy was paying attention, like, hey, the President of the United States is wandering off. She took the initiative, not the Secret Service, not anyone else. The fucking PM of Italy had to do it.
The George Clooney LA fundraiser. You didn't cover it. You only covered it after the debate, after George Clooney wrote his op-ed. Jake, nobody made you do that. There was your network at every turn was telling us those were, quote, cheap fakes.
True.
And you were not combating that narrative. CNN was actively misleading us on what our very eyes were showing us. That's the truth. That's the record.
I will acknowledge that after I was named co-moderator of the debate, I tried to make sure that my coverage was fairly vanilla, both of
Oh, that's funny. Oh, hey, real quick. Thank you, Keldrick. First it was Biden's performance issues. Now it's his weird periods. What sort of medical abomination is he? That's probably a really good scientific question. But if he starts looking like Doomsday, we got to tell Superman.
In fairness, his weird periods were probably prostate cancer. Frosted, thank you. So can I go now, or guy on the right? Don't worry, he'll be brought in here shortly.
If he was smart, he would have shuffled away by now, like Homer Simpson in the bushes, just like slowly inching closer to the edge of the screen. Real quick though, thank you, Evolved Potato. Megyn is asking a lot of good questions. Too bad she's not really trying to have them answered. Ask him something, let him prattle on about something else, ask him something else. I think he's gonna dodge a weave no matter what you ask him.
I think she's done a good job of getting to the point. Because she just keeps coming back. It's not like she's changing the subject, like, by the way, how's your wife today? She's hitting him with another question that's still on the same topic of how the fuck he could have missed this.
Yeah, you can tell that it's effective because he's getting mad.
Mm-hmm. And the true humility is this, Jake, and I can see it that one time she said, and he's like, what I meant to say was, it's just, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I can see why you think that Evolved, but I think she's trying, and Jake is definitely getting irritated by it, but he is trying everything he can to deflect and still make himself look like the smartest person in the room.
I also think it would look a lot different if you watch this without our commentary, because it does break it up quite a bit. And
it wouldn't be as funny either. Just be
about
sad.
Trump
That's just
and
true.
about Biden, because I just wanted to get to the debate. And, the Biden people and the Trump people, I'm kind of frankly surprised that either one of them agreed to have me as a moderator, because both sides disliked me so much.
Get fucked.
Yeah, I think one side disliked you, but it's not the side you wrote the book about.
Yeah, we watched the debate. You're not actually going to pretend that you were trying to be unbiased, are you?
He probably is. He's a fucking retard.
Remember, the build-up to the debate was you gotta ask them, challenge Donald Trump. There was nobody saying you need to challenge the 50-year public liar, Joe Biden.
But yeah, I remember that moment, and I remember that moment, the glitch at the immigration event, and not getting much attention outside of conservative media at all. And Alex and I are.
Hey, Jake. You're not conservative media. Why didn't that get? You have a fat little likely child molester, allegedly. I don't know that he is. He just looks like a child molester, who will spend hours talking about what Fox has covered instead of covering what every other media site is covering. How come you were never a voice on your network to cover the stories that aren't being covered there? How come you didn't have any time that he would bring up? So we're talking about Stelter for those of you who don't know. The right, specifically Fox News, has run 15 minutes talking about Joe Biden being incompetent and how he fell over himself and couldn't say words. Meanwhile, the rest of us were talking about how pretty Jill Biden and how smart she is as a doctor, and Fox News hasn't covered that at all. I don't think that it was only being covered on right-wing media is the defense you think it is. In fact, all that does is make you look like the partisan hack that you are.
Yep.
It would be one thing if you were able to say, I was the only one on the left wing who was covering it, or I was the only one on CNN who was covering it. Oh, it was only on right-wing media. Well, then why weren't you covering it? This is his excuse for why he didn't, Jack, because only right-wing was covering it. That makes you...
You're here to say the conservative media.
Yeah.
And outside of conservative media at all. And Alex and I are here to say that conservative media was right and conservative media was correct.
But the question is, why were you incorrect? Do you think conservative media had deep insight or deep insiders in the Biden campaign?
Well, I mean, Trump was influencing like legislation, right? Like he shut down that one bill. Remember, you can't trust anything that's being said by right-wing media because they're all Trump operatives. They just happen to get this one right.
Brian Hack, thank you so much. What's wrong with being a political hack? There's nothing wrong with being a political hack as long as you're not presenting yourself as a truth teller who just follows the facts. Which is what media tells us they are.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I have biases, and occasionally they do lead me astray, Jack.
Yeah, same here.
It happens.
It's going to happen. It's normal. You have to be willing to acknowledge that you have them and point them out.
And when you fuck up, like I fucked that up, I will do my best not to let it happen again. And then you actually have to do your best not to let it happen again.
Yeah, which is not always easy to do.
No, because
try.
Well, the problem is that so many people, this is why this drives me nuts. Like, at least he admitted he was wrong. No. Admitting you're wrong is the easiest part of the whole thing. Because if you come out and every day you say something wrong, say you're Hassan Piker, and every day you say something wrong, but the next day you're like, I was wrong. Here, I'm going to say more wrong stuff to you. At some point, you should lose all credibility. But anyway.
And that there should be a lot of soul searching, not just among me, but among the legacy media to begin with, all of us.
That's not exactly true, Greg. He says Tim Pool was accused of living in a right-wing bubble by a liberal guest that had never heard of the fine people on both sides Charlottesville hoax. That's not what happened. He had heard the line. He'd never heard Trump saying the rest of it, saying not counting neo-Nazis and racists. But he did. He said, I don't live in your bubble.
For how this was covered or not covered sufficiently. 100%.
But the question is how.
I mean, I'm not here to defend coverage that I've already acknowledged. I wish I could.
What
was that?
It was me trying not to scream because it's 5 o'clock in the morning. You were asked about some of your specific coverage, and you didn't say, yeah, I fucked that up. In fact, you said, "Oh, I'm pretty sure we asked if we could book the people who wrote that day." You've been dishonest in this whole thing, and you have not owned up to your reporting. You've given platitudes to that effect, and then defended it.
But aren't platitudes enough?
In the media, usually, yeah. If this was on most, and actually, I would say even all legacy media, which includes Fox News, this would have ended a long time ago with him going, I'm humbled, and I found humility, and did I say humbled or some version of that yet? That would have been the end of it. Like, okay.
Yep.
Could do differently.
Mm-hmm. Let me bring Alex in. Thank you for your patience, Alex, and apologies for the back.
I think he's fine.
Jake and
I think he's fine.
The audience may not be aware of this based on what just happened, but Jake and I are actually friends, and this is all said in the context of I know what my audience wants to hear asked, and Jake has told me before he wanted the opportunity to answer these questions. So that's what we're doing.
Megyn, we didn't come on the show thinking that this was going to be a softball interview.
Right,
I understand. Like, listen.
She's explaining to her audience, you don't have to cut in. All right.
Listen, first of all, nobody flagellates Jake Tapper more than Jake Tapper. Okay. Like I get it. I understand.
Bullshit.
I guarantee you Chris Cillizza would gladly flagellate you.
Could everybody in the audience go to Twitter and let Jake Tapper know he should watch this show if he doesn't think anybody else flagellates him more than he does? Because, sir,
I am fallible. I make mistakes. It's not just the Biden coverage. I mean, I go back and I look at, like, I wish I had been covering terrorism more before 9/11. I wish that I had covered the WMD with more skepticism. And there's, a million things. This is definitely among them. And conservative media absolutely has every right to say we were hip to this and the legacy media was not. Now, I do not accept that I was part of a cover-up. I do not.
Did he just admit that the legacy media is all left wing?
Yep. Yes, he did.
No, okay.
Jake, you can say, I don't accept that I was part of a cover-up. At the very least, you were a useful idiot. That is the best you can claim, is that you were a useful idiot. Which, by the way, makes you part of the cover-up.
Yeah.
You can't have spread their lies and not been part of their lies.
You can say you were fooled, you fell for it, you thought you were doing the right thing, but you were still part of that problem, dude.
100%. I mean, I think do I really think this guy was like having meetings with the Biden campaign to figure out what lie to tell? No, because the Democrats know they don't have to do that. Obama took it to extremes with his meetings telling the media what to cover, because all you have to do is go to the media and say something, and that's what they're going to cover. It's not that deep. They know that you're the useful idiot, and they make use of your idiocy. But that makes you part of the cover-up. I'll do it like Joe Biden. That makes you part of the cover-up.
Yeah, I've heard whispering is incredibly effective.
Yeah. I reject that I was part of the cover-up just because I was saying what they told me to say and not questioning it at all.
Because I knew that they were always right and they're the side of winners and good people.
Thank you, Dangerous. Oh, for fuck's sake, Jake, the problem is you were wrong / lying about this for Joe's whole term. Just point of order, before his term as well. The question Megyn is asking is not hard. Why the fuck should people believe anything you say now? My brain hurts. I told you I heard his brain snap. I don't have a problem believing what's in his book, except for I didn't know.
Yeah.
The stories from his book, I'm perfectly willing to believe, that he got some inside sources who told him some stuff. it's not that I don't believe anything he says. It's that he's the wrong person to be saying him because he was a part of it. He helped
he's
push.
not the most credible person to be telling this story.
And instead of coming out, Chris Cillizza, speaking of him, he wrote months ago about why he got stuff wrong with Donald Trump. And why he was so willing to believe and I hate giving Chris Cillizza any kind of credit, that.
Yeah, especially for self-awareness.
But what he said was, I just got to, and I'm paraphrasing here, just got to hate Trump. So anything Trump said, I immediately thought was a lie. I don't like that he's that way, but at least that's honest.
Yeah.
At least you shouldn't be that way as a journalist. But at least he came out and went, I let my bias get to me. That's not what Jake's doing here. Jake's pretending that it was perfectly normal not to notice that Biden had cognitive issues. Like we couldn't see it. I mean, so he asked to talk to a dead person. What's wrong? Everybody does it. That happens to everybody at least once a day.
You didn't know that he was a spiritual medium? Oh, how could you? Next, you're going to mock his stutter, you bigot.
On YouTube, there are 254 people watching right now. How many of you have asked to speak to a dead person before and meant it? Not like, oh, I wish I could speak to them again. How many of you walked in the room and your grandpa was dead and you're like, where's grandpa
at? No ghosts. Ghosts aside.
Yeah, ghosts aside. Seriously thought you could talk to him at that moment. Anyway.
Except that I was just providing cover for Joe Biden.
You were.
I think a lot of these clips are not fair. The one that is fair is the Laura Trump clip, and I own it, and I regret it, and I've told her that.
I know I just interrupted him for this. You think it's unfair for me to point out that you asked Joe Biden, hey, people think you're old. What do you think? You think that is a legit question in this context about his mental acuity, not his ability to walk a flight of stairs. Fuck that. I don't give a shit about that. Who am I to talk? Although since I've stopped taking gabapentin, I have not fallen down the stairs once.
You just jinxed it.
I honestly think those pills were fucking me up a lot more than I thought. Which,
Probably.
by the way, is a defense they're trying to run with Biden right now.
Of course it is.
You see, if he was on cancer medications, this has already been floated out there. If he was on cancer medications, some of those can affect your cognitive ability.
I'm curious to know why nobody has said it's because of all the COVID vaccines that he's gotten.
Because then they'd have to say that there could be, well, probably because it was evident before COVID was a thing.
Oh yeah.
But anyway,
not according to this man.
Hey Skep, how you doing, my friend?
Hi Skep.
Privately, and
Skep, we ain't talked in a long time. We'll have to have you on sometime, dude.
that's completely fair. But what we uncovered after the election, what people were willing to tell us after the election, was so shocking. And yeah, the Jackie Walorski thing is awful.
I'm sorry,
but I would posit that President
there is nothing that I've heard from this book, Jack. And Megyn promised us we're going to hear stuff that's shocking. So that's why I really want to hear the rest of this. I am going to doubt right now that we're going to hear anything that makes us go, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Is there anything they could tell you, Jack, that's going to actually shock you, do you think?
I doubt it.
Audience,
I've already heard one shocking thing today. I doubt I'm going to be blown away here.
Audience, is there anything they're going to tell you that you can be like, wow, maybe if they like found him eating his own shit or something?
Yeah, maybe then.
They could tell me Joe Biden used to get up in the middle of meetings and shit on the Resolute desk, and I'd be like, yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah, I could see it.
Thank you, Tyrai. The media pushes things like meat alternative usage is on the rise. Meanwhile, actual stats for projected alternative meats is 2.6 billion to 3.6 billion by 2033. While meat is a $1 trillion industry to have an increase of 333 billion in 2033. Again, they're activists, not journalists. So yeah, you're right. Yeah. Don't forget the age question came before Jake was wishing Joe happy birthday. It was a real setup for hard-hitting question. That's true, because he starts off by going, you was it you just had your birthday or it is your birthday? I forget which. And he goes, and happy birthday. Yeah. I've seen the interview. It was fucking disgusting.
Biden not being able to come up with the name of his national security advisor in December 2022 is important information. And I would also posit.
I'm not arguing that the book has no place or no importance. Let me ask Alex something. So you may be aware, the hard time I've given you on this show is not because of your coverage of the Biden mental decline. I've given you a hard time over the past couple of weeks because you were honored by the White House Correspondents' Dinner for covering this story, which honestly is like getting the award for being the thinnest kid at fat camp. I mean, you.
Oh, wow. Nice. She is full of cheap shots today.
I love her. I really do wish she would do more interviews like this, because a lot of her interviews are people she already agrees with, or they're on her side of whatever story it is.
Yeah.
I want her to have more people on that she challenges, because she's funny and she really does challenge them.
There was literally no competition at the White House Correspondents Association dinner that they would even consider. You know, they're not going to give awards to anybody in the right-wing ecosphere who covered this from the beginning, with all due respect to you, Alex. But when you got up...
You don't need to do the all due respect thing to people who were sucking Biden's asshole for 4 years, and now that they think they can get something out of it, that they're like, yeah, it's fine. No big deal here.
Yeah.
I've been on gabapentin for 10 years now. I was falling before and still am. I was not falling before, and since I've quit, I haven't fallen. I still occasionally, my balance is off, Jack, and I'll fall like just walking, or I'll trip over myself. But it's not the major problem when I used to fall downstairs was my legs would ghost. I would go to take a step and my foot would hit the floor, but I couldn't feel it. And that has not happened since I stopped the gabapentin.
Up there, you actually got up there and said, we, myself included, missed a lot of this story. And we bear some responsibility for faith in the media being at such lows. But we
bear some responsibility for faith in the media being so low? Some?
What's this we shit?
What's this some shit? Faith in the media is at an all-time low because our media sucks. And you want to blame something for it if you not want to take responsibility at all. Blame the internet, because the internet has allowed us to share all of your bullshit.
Oh, no, we know where the real blame lies. Trump!
Yes, that fucking Trump. Although I do have to say, that's probably true in a way, Jack.
In a roundabout way.
Because Trump came out and attacked the media, rightfully so, after they attacked him. And the media were like, all right, gloves off.
And they lost.
Yep. And a lot of the kind of shit that they'd still be pushing the same stories, Jack. They would just dress it up a little better, like they used to under George W. Bush.
Yeah.
These guys, the media has been lying for a long time. Media lying is older than either of us. Take both of our ages, put it together, and multiply it by 1,000, and media lies are older than that.
True.
It just used to be word of mouth instead of, written or televised.
Media did not miss this story, Alex. We did not miss this story. We were all over this story. We were night and day covering this story.
We knew you. We knew you hated the we after he said it. We talked about.
It was insane. It was an insane comment to make. Who are you
he meant the
talking
we
about?
in the room. He was talking about the
Be
people
quiet.
in the
It's
room.
not your turn to talk anymore. It's Alex's turn.
Thank
is
you.
we?
Thank you.
The royal
I can defend myself.
Well, even the royal we, she's correct, because
yeah,
he was saying we, the media. And even if you say we in this room, there were right-wing people in the room.
Yeah.
What she's pointing out is the we was very one-sided.
Speaking of we, I'll be right back.
Do your thing. We're going to wait for him to get back before we start the video again. Jakey had to jump in there, didn't he? We. It's not just the we, it's the we all kind of missed it. And Jake just himself, moments before, I know it feels like half an hour, but just moments before that was saying right-wing media got it right. Right-wing media got it right. And I don't have a problem with his use of we, as long as you're being specific about who that we is. We, in this case, was the legacy media. And I will give Fox News a little credit on this, because they were at least talking about this. Tucker was, and I'm sure Sean, well, I don't watch Hannity because he bores the shit out of me. So it was coming up over there. But for the most part, the we is the mainstream media, and they're not the only media anymore. They missed it because they wanted to miss it. They didn't miss it, though, Skep. That's the thing. They all saw it. They all knew it. It's why occasionally they would do something like Tapper having the chair of the DNC on to talk about a report from the Wall Street Journal saying Joe Biden's lost his goddamn mind, but didn't talk about all the times we saw all the cognitive. Megyn Kelly did a 2-hour show going over all of this stuff, and they're like, it was just a once in a while kind of thing. At that point, he'd only been president for just over a year and a half, and she had a 2-hour fucking show on it. Welcome
We're not
back.
even halfway through this.
No, we're not. We're not.
No, we were the people in the room. I mean, like it's the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I was talking to the people in the room that covered Joe Biden.
All right, so here's my follow-up. Got
out.
it. Here's the follow-up.
Okay.
We, if that's who we is, did not miss the story.
There you go.
We in that room intentionally chose not to cover the story, or did.
Yes. Thank you. Get him, Megyn.
Dig into the story.
I hope her husband went down on her for like 3 hours after this. I hope she had the best night of her life.
It's definitely going to be a good ratings bonanza for her.
Not to cover the story or dig into the story, which is a massive story that we have missed in Original Sin.
Okay, I'm glad you asked me this question, because I heard you rip me to shreds the night out, the Monday after the dinner. And at first I meant Yeah. At first I was defensive, but then I was, I thought about it also, from your all perspective, especially like the miss part, and like your readers that were saying, hey, there's a problem here, or not your readers, but your listeners saying there's a problem here, and I'm not seeing it reflected in the media. And after the debate happens, everyone to be like, oh my God, there's a problem. I'd be pissed too, because you would feel like you weren't listened to. And that
Jake, pay attention. That's actually a decent answer. At first I was defensive, and then I was like, yeah, you guys got a point. I don't have a problem with that answer.
No, it's actually probably the most honest thing we've heard.
Yeah. But by the way, that was a glitch on his, and now the audio's messed up and it hasn't matched back up to his lips, and it's driving me nuts.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to get used to it, I think.
That and I'm sure that a lot of people felt that it was because some reporters let their own personal politics get in the way. And let's be honest, like a lot of newsrooms in DC and New York are more liberal than not. And
that's an understatement. They're more liberal than not. It's like 55-45, Johnny. He's still trying to couch it, right? Instead of just going their left wing. Now, they're more left than they are right. That's like saying I'm more white than I am black.
And I'll just say for myself, I think some of them let their own personal politics get in the way. But in terms of the missed part, the reason I said missed is because I think there were a lot of really great reporters on this beat. And I know you may disagree. I know your listeners may disagree, but I was in the White House, every day. And I think a lot of them really do try and do some really great work every.
I don't doubt that they try and do really great work. I doubt that they do really great work because of their bias. What they're trying to do is be the next Woodward and Bernstein instead of just doing their goddamn job. They want to be the one to break the story that Trump gets fired, but not Biden. So they do everything they can to protect him while they go after literally Trump has said he denounces white supremacy. I just gave you 13 examples, but did he say it today?
Well, did he? Huh? Did he?
Fuck, he said it during the debate, and not one of the motherfuckers in the media, left, right, or center, has pointed that out.
Why would they want to do that?
Literally, the only people I've heard point that out are you and me.
Well, we're pretty awesome. So
we really are.
I tell people that all the time. Like, me and Monkey, we're awesome. And they're like, who the fuck is Monkey? Do you have a pet monkey? I was like, no, I work with a monkey. I technically probably work for him. And they're like, so you do have a monkey? No, I don't. I work with a monkey. What doing what? Do you work for the zoo? No. Well, are you in like a circus? No. Do you have like a little organ grinder or something? No. Then they get really confused and mad. And then, I don't know, I tend to walk away.
Just tell them you work in a typewriter factory.
Well, I try and use words like podcast and YouTube, and that they don't get that shit. And it's kind of embarrassing to try and explain to someone what a podcast is when they're dumb. Not that I'm saying my friends are dumb. They just don't understand that I work with a monkey.
Fair. Understandable.
A single day that sometimes you also use on this show from the New York Times and others. And I felt that basically saying that calling everyone in the room not a good faith reporter, I didn't think was fair. And
well, one, it's absolutely fair. But what you could have said is we didn't cover it instead of saying we missed it. Missed implies that you guys just didn't see it. And wow, we miss stories all the time, Jack, because we can't cover every story.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't look at every media source. You cannot get to every story. There's lots of stuff we've read about that we don't cover.
What? You okay over there?
Yeah, I'm trying to move something that's falling down. Damn boxes. I fucking hate moving.
There's a difference between missed because it was something that just flew by you. You were too busy on something else. I don't expect, say, like a sports reporter to be reporting on Joe Biden's mental decline. I could see a sports reporter whose whole life and job is paying attention to sports missing an article or missing Joe Biden mental decline because that's not their beat. This was your beat. You didn't fucking miss it. You ignored it.
They didn't want to see it.
Yeah. They ignored it. That's the difference.
So I said miss to sort of give grace for both.
Well, that's sweet. I'm less graceful than you are and less forgiving, but that's fine. Takes all kinds. Let's go. Let's do some substance, okay, of the book because we still have some time and I want to get into it.
Well,
I noticed.
I like when she's catty. Shit's funny.
He was being catty. She's like, I'm less graceful than you. He's like, yeah. I noticed.
Well, I mean, is anybody doubting he's a gay man now? Because I think he is.
I'm waiting for him to say, I'm like a minx.
I'm waiting for him to go girl. I like watching her when she's like this because it's funny. And the little, now both Alex and Jake, who's assumed his "I'm smarter than you" pose in the background there now that he has backup.
Yeah.
Both of them have made snide little. You're talking to a woman and you got to be like that, really?
Well, they need to belittle her, put her in her place. So
But
she
there's
knows.
better ways to do it than snide little remarks.
Yeah, you would think so, but these aren't real men.
No, they're not.
They're beta males.
Yeah,
so
and
that's their way.
I'm all for them challenging her if she's wrong or they think she's wrong, but this is pathetic. This is sad.
Is sad. Can you imagine being one of her kids if she's talking to these guys like that? Imagine how horrible she could be if she was pissed at you as a child.
Nuts. Thank you so much for becoming a member. It's not telling me how many months, but I know it's many, many, many. Thank you. Thank you, sweetie. And Dangerous, thank you. Biden froze up during a 2022 interview with Jonathan Capehart. Where's Jackie? I have cancer, and end of quote. Repeat the line was also 2022. Fuck off with this worsened in 2023. Yeah, it did. Look, I'm not saying it hasn't worsened because it is a progressive disease, but it hasn't worsened to where it suddenly became noticeable. It's been noticeable. All right.
You guys write in Original Sin out today. The Biden cover-up may not be unique, but it is arguably the most consequential.
True.
So what do you mean by that? How so, Alex?
Well, we've seen
there was a dementia patient running the country for 4 years. He was elected that way. And we're not talking Ronald Reagan levels where it was starting to get noticeable. It was noticeable. We had a shadow government and nobody cared. Well, not nobody.
That is really the most terrifying part, isn't it?
Yeah. The rest, this is why it's because the Democrats, their whole thing is we're moving forward. Because I've seen Schumer say it. I saw Jeffrey say it. That is their line about all of this is we need to move forward. We need to move forward.
This before Wilson, and Edith Wilson, his wife, after a stroke. FDR was incredibly sick during the 1944 campaign. We obviously know a little bit more now about JFK and Ronald Reagan. I'd say two reasons. One,
well, JFK's was physical, not mental.
Yeah, he had Addison's. There may have been some times where he was a little off, but not like Woodrow Wilson was, not like Biden for sure.
Yeah.
That's not a fair comparison.
Not at all, no.
One is, the FDR one wasn't as consequential because he won.
So you mean amongst health cover-ups? That's what you mean?
Yes, that's what I meant. I think that's what we meant in the book. Yeah, sorry.
All right, let's keep going.
Wait. Did you catch what he just said there? Let me lay it out. It's the most consequential health one. But the FDR one didn't matter because he won. So what he means by most consequential is that it stopped Biden from getting elected. I would argue that a cover-up, because by the time FDR wins his fourth term, he's basically a vegetable and he dies not long after.
Yeah.
You think the guy getting elected and then dying and then the VP becoming president is less consequential than Joe Biden losing?
Apparently.
I need to run to the restroom real fast. You got this for a minute?
Yeah, go for it. Swing low, sweet chair. Oh, sorry. What's up, everybody? Supposed to renew automatically, but never does. Dude, I have that kind of problem too. I understand. Unless you don't want it to, and then it'll do it. You'll have forgotten and be like, "Where'd this charge come from?" Hi, Divine. What's going on in chat land? I can't control anything from this side. Man, Jake Tapper looks a little judgmental there. Like he looks, how could you do that to me? Well, Democrat nominees. The Democrats don't have a lot of good nominees right now. They got to figure something out, or we're going to end up with AOC running. The book he wrote, you don't know what you mean? No, he doesn't. Jackson charged by default, yeah. Child Sniff and Joe ordered the 2 hits on the Donald through Phoebe grooming Spurgs would shock me. That would probably shock me that he was cognizant enough to do that. I'd be more inclined to think that somebody in his inner circle approved the idea. Hi, Chicago Mike. How you doing? Hey, Shroom. Must have made some people mad at me. How? You're a delight. Where's Eagle? What's he doing? Wanted to ask who the ghostwriter is. It's probably that dude on the right. I'm not sure Tapper can read. He's smarter than Scarborough, but not by a lot.
Okay. Tapper's torn between his liberalism and his friendship with Megyn. No, he's not. I mean, he put up with her barrage, and now he's going to sell his book.
Yeah, he's doing this for money, and he'd throw her under the bus if it was convenient for him anyway. He's a leftist.
If I was trying to sell a political book, hell yeah, I'd go on her show, even if she was going to yell at me.
Yeah, you're going to sell copies.
Yeah.
Am I staying sexy? Yes, Alan, I am. And I hope you're doing the same. Because there's one thing in life we all need to do, and that's stay sexy.
He's being sexy, Jack.
It's true.
You write that you spoke with at least 4 cabinet secretaries of Joe Biden's, and that they said he could not be relied upon to, quote, perform at 2 a.m. during an emergency. So, and here's just a little bit more. They said access.
By the end.
What was that?
He has to take a little blue pill first.
Yes.
I'm really old. Give me a second. I got to talk to it and take my pill.
And Jake is doing his cover for Biden again. He right before I paused there, he said, by the end of 2024. By the end of 2024. And that's fine if that's what they said, that by the end of 2024. But all right, let's take a poll in the audience here. How many people think Joe was able to take a 2 a.m. phone call on an important matter on January 20th, 2021?
And give a coherent response. Because anybody can take a phone call. That doesn't mean they're being useful.
Fair distinction. Fair distinction.
By the end of 2024. Quoting here from your reporting, access dropped off considerably in 2024. And one of the cabinet secretaries, number 1 you referred to, said, I did not interact with him as much. I didn't get an explanation. Instead, that cabinet secretary would brief other senior White House aides who then brief the president. Yes, the president is making the decisions, but if the inner circle is shaping them in such a way, is it really a decision? Are they leaving?
Wait, okay. I haven't read the book, Jack.
Monster. Oh.
But how do you know if instead of talking to the president directly, that he was the one making the decisions? How do you know that?
Magic.
Do you think they pressed those people on that? Or do you think they just took the White House's word, or at this point, the former White House? Do you just think they took their word for it like they did every other time they talked to him?
No, that's what Dangerous was saying in one of the Rumble rants earlier. How do you know to trust any of these people? You know, you can't. If you couldn't trust them to tell you the truth about his cognitive state, how can you trust anything they say afterward?
I don't understand why they put such faith in these cabinet members who they are telling us have been lying to them for 4 years.
Yeah, you're now suddenly going to believe them? Come on.
Thing said this one. A different cabinet. Is it really a decision? Are they leading him to something? Said this one. A different cabinet secretary, number 3, October 2023. The cabinet was kept at bay with the exceptions of Lloyd Austin and
wait, Jake just told us by the end of 2024.
Yeah, he can't keep his timeline right because it's whenever it's politically convenient for him.
Blinken, quote, for months, we did not have access to him. There was clearly a deliberate strategy by the White House to have him meet with as few people as possible or as necessary At one rare meeting during that time, Cabinet Secretary 3 was, quote, shocked by how the president was acting. He seemed disoriented and out of it, his mouth agape.
And he had a lampshade on his head, and he kept singing YMCA.
Why didn't that cabinet member come forward and insist on a 25th?
Yeah, or insist on some sort of medical disclosure. Why didn't he go to the Senate or Congress in general and say, hey, something is wrong here?
You should be naming names, you pussies.
Yeah. Yeah. Without the names, this is just rumor and speculation.
They told us off the record, but here they are. I realize that would ruin your ability to talk to the people who hate you so much.
Yeah, but you'd be a millionaire, so it won't really matter. You could retire.
All I can think when I see that word agape, Jake, is that debate that you hosted. That that's what it was the whole time, agape, to the point where when I was reading, I listened to my news oftentimes on like these apps that will read you the article, and the news readers, the AI news readers, pronounce that word agape. And all I heard I must have heard 200 times agape the day after that debate. So it was a pattern.
What news were you watching? It must have been right-wing news, because left-wing news wasn't talking about that shit at all.
Yeah. Also, I would have respected her more if she had said, when I hear that word agape, I think of porn.
I think of Kamala. Agape. I like that.
I suddenly want to listen to the Whatever podcast.
Agape sounds like a Mexican villain in an old Western.
I think that's a real word, but it's spelled differently. It does sound like something exotic, though, doesn't it?
Just reminds me of El Guapo.
Secretaries were saying it. You saw it. We all saw it. And yet, what did they tell you behind the scenes about what, if anything, they did about it?
I didn't ask that question. I'll
tell you what they did.
Shill.
Right? You know what they did, Megyn? They covered it up. Duh.
Okay, maybe he seemed ready to give an answer. I should let him answer instead of assuming that he's a lying douchebag.
I mean, that's probably safer.
It's really not an assumption. But assuming he's going to be a lying douchebag on this answer.
Yeah.
Well, nothing. I mean, that's the thing. There is very little in terms of actual action that happened. And one of the reasons
she didn't ask you what happened. God damn it, Jake. She asked you what they were saying happened or that they were doing. And if that's true, then that's even more monumental than the fact that they weren't doing anything.
I suspect he had a lot of people that didn't have any idea what to do or what they could do. So they just threw up their hands, be like, this is hard. I don't know what to do. I give up. Let's just bury it.
Wolfgang, thank you. Agape, love is unconditional love from God, Greek.
See, I knew it was a real word.
Huh.
Yeah.
He
was touched by God.
He was touched by God.
To say about the retarded kids.
Fitting. The question is what did they say they were doing? And the answer is you didn't ask that question.
Reasons for that, I think, is
and then that was the other point. I don't think that they didn't know what to do, Jack. I think they knew there was nothing they could do if they wanted to keep their jobs, if they wanted to beat Trump. At this point, they know Kamala's not viable. Don't let anybody lie to you that the Democrats, especially those in charge, thought Kamala could win. There's a reason they didn't force Joe out 2 years in.
Yeah. Yeah, because she's just as big of a disaster, if not. At least if Biden is there's a puppet, they can run shit behind the scenes.
Yep.
And they can at least fake it. Weekend at Bernie's that shit all day long. If Kamala's running things, that's a shit show and a half, well beyond the scope of this. She would have started a major war by accident because she's a retard.
Yep. they knew there was nothing they could do, but not because there was nothing they could do. The 25th Amendment exists. They knew that they couldn't do anything and protect the party.
Yeah.
Which is what they were trying to do.
Yeah, which is definitely a much more accurate answer than anything we're going to get out of these two clowns.
Yeah.
Real quick though. Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, maybe not, because without just directly saying it, I mean, they're pointing to all of this. The original sin is him running a second time, because who did that hurt? Well, it didn't hurt me, Jack. It didn't hurt Trump. It hurt the Democrats. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bud.
I don't think they had a better option. So
No,
their original sin would have been whoever else they were running to. So it was still a shit show. But thank you, Tyree. Biden not being there means my military retirement document signed by him is invalidated. Send me one with Trump's signature, even if it's just a facsimile signature. They probably should.
I'd be concerned about my discharge orders if they're signed by Joe.
Yeah, pretty much anything signed by him is going to be massively reviewed. They're talking about doing that with the pardons. They're actually doing that, I guess. But anything with his signature is probably going to be questioned. So yeah, I would probably check with somebody and see if that's legit and counts as being retired, because they'll try and fuck with your stuff or try and make you go back. And I'm sure you don't want to do that.
You're going to get drafted.
Yeah, they're just going to call you back in and be like, oh, yeah, we invalidated that. You're going to Ukraine.
Because by the end of that happened, and one of the reasons for that, I think, is because by the end of 2023 and then throughout 2024, so many people had been sequestered off from President Biden that there weren't people that had any reliable information about his current condition. It's actually,
if only we had video.
If only
you didn't need to actually be in the room with him to see it.
Yeah.
This is why, Jack, it came as a total surprise when this book came out. I was like, wait, Joe Biden wasn't all there?
I mean, we were all shocked and or horrified, weren't we? I mean, there's no way anybody could have suspected this. Thankfully, Sherlock Holmes here and his sidekick, Dr. Watson, figured this out for us.
Thank you, Wolfgang. It's signed, no step on Sneck, Biden was president. That's right. But do you see what he's doing here, Jack? This is running cover for them.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have any plans because they didn't know. They didn't know.
Well, he's still a member of the party, but he's willing to throw Trotsky under the bus to protect Stalin.
It's insane.
Of course, but he's still part of the party. He's still got to toe the party line. Their only goal here is to find a handful of people to blame it on. They need that Cincinnati office from the Lois Lerner scandal. So they're going to find one little group of people, blame everything on them, throw them to the wolves, and then they'll wash their hands of it and be like, look, we already found who did it. We are just moving on. We are not discussing this any further.
Oh, my God. All right.
Look, if it wasn't Jake Tapper, it'd be somebody else doing this.
Sure.
He's just the one with the more credibility compared to like Scarborough or Maddow.
One of the interesting parts of the post-debate coverage, there are people in the White House that the communications office of the Biden White House are trying to get them to go out and defend the president and say, I just met with him, he's fine, blah, blah, blah. And they had not seen him in weeks or even months. They could not attest to his fitness. When Ron Klain...
Who was it that did that right before the debate?
That's a good question. Because he just said they were members of the cabinet.
Yeah.
Klain, the former Biden White House chief of staff, is calling around and trying to rally Democrats after the debate to speak about Biden's acuity. Many of them tell Klain, I haven't seen him in a year, or I haven't seen him in a year and a half.
You hadn't seen him in a year and a half, and you just accepted anybody who came up and told you he was fine.
Yeah. And if these guys hadn't seen him in a year and a half and they're part of the cabinet or the close inner circle, why didn't they go to the press and say, they're denying me access to the president? Something isn't right here.
Well, it's because they hadn't seen him and they didn't know if they could go say they hadn't seen him if they hadn't seen him yet.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the circular logic of retardation that we're dealing with. Sorry. That was a normal land for a minute.
He's still giving cover to these people.
Of course he is. He's still got to work with them. He didn't lose his show yet.
Wow.
It's so nice not having to worry about that kind of shit.
Yeah, it really is.
I don't have to worry about who I piss off because this show relies on me and Jack being kind enough to be with me. But I don't have sources I have to protect. I don't have sources I have to hope will give me the scoop next time.
Now, Klain interprets that as his successor, Jeff Zients, is managing the portfolio poorly and should be doing more to have, like, you know, make nice with Congress stuff. But Alex and I interpret that as they are hiding Biden from as many people as they can. So there aren't.
You came up with that all by yourself when during the 2020 campaign, they put a lid on his shit by 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, that's real impressive, Jake. You really cracked the case wide open. Encyclopedia Brown is very jealous of you.
The Hardley boys here were on the case.
Yeah,
they had a clue.
Clue.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Sorry, I'm getting more comfortable in my chair here.
No, it's fine.
As many people.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just really annoyed. I'm starting to think that Ron Klain figured out real early on that Biden was losing his marbles, and that's why he resigned as chief of staff so early in the administration. We all speculated on it, but it makes a lot more sense after everybody sees how bad Joe is.
I think Klain realized that it was a sinking ship, and he jumped like all the other rats.
Yeah, all the smart rats left early.
Yep.
And he was just one of the ones that noticed that the shit show was going to eventually fall apart, and he didn't want to be associated with that. So he did the smart thing and bowed out early gracefully.
And look at the time frame. He leaves a year and a half before the end of the term. Let's see, that's summer of 2023, right as Jake is telling us. That's when Biden got really bad because of the Hunter stuff. What coincidental timing?
It's amazing. I think they're picking that time frame because that's when a lot of people left the office. I don't think Biden got any worse because of Hunter. I mean, if Hunter had died, maybe, but that could happen. But I really don't see this other bullshit. The narrative they're trying to peddle here, it's a half-assed cover story.
Who have seen him. Actually, Nancy Pelosi, as we write about in the book, has a private and secret meeting with Biden after the debate where she's urging him to look at the polling information. And I don't know when the last time she had a one-on-one with him.
Well, she was probably drunk enough to give him a sloppy toppy. So
I'm so irritated. Sorry, I don't mean to step on you there. I'm so irritated at all of this being about the Democrats losing the election. Even that. Nancy urged him to read the polls. None of you are like, hey, you need to go to a retirement home with 24-hour nursing.
Yeah.
Even in this, it's all about winning the election instead of an old man has dementia. He needs to be somewhere else.
Well, it's always about the collective, never about the individual. They're communists. They don't give a shit about one individual. They will sacrifice any single person for the greater good every time.
Was because she suggests that after she stepped down as Democratic leader after the midterms of 2022, she barely saw him. And this is a theme throughout 2023, especially the last half of 2023 and 2024, how many people didn't have access to him, how many people didn't see him.
And this was by design, you write in the book.
But it's not like they had massive access to him before. One, the Speaker of the House not having access to the president. It's not like they're having lunch together every day, Jack. The internals not having access is much more, especially the cabinet not having it, is much more meaningful.
Yeah.
But they were hiding him throughout. I mean, it literally goes back to his first campaign. Okay, his third campaign, his 2020 campaign.
Yeah.
You guys are acting like that this was a sudden thing, that Biden had been the most accessible president ever. That's not even close to how reality works.
No, that was the story they put out, is that he was being accessible. But the fact that he kept putting a lid on press conferences by noon, I mean, that's how we figured out something was wrong. How could they not put it together? Oh, yeah, because they didn't want to put it together, or they were in on it.
That Alex, I'll bring you in, because there was a so-called, what you write about as a Politburo surrounding him. It was 4 people plus Biden to make 5. Can you tell us who those people were? And is
probably the most honest thing said so far.
Yeah. It's definitely run like the Communist Party here, because they're a bunch of commies at the Democratic Party. Oh, I'm shocked.
We've heard both 5 and now 6 people running things, with Biden being one of them now. We were told we were going to have names. So this is one of those moments, Jack, that I've been waiting for. I want names.
Do you want to guess who any of them are?
The only one that I can say for sure is going to be Jill. I mean, we know she was like involved in running cabinet meetings.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, I don't think Kamala is going to be one of them. I will be shocked. That will shock me if they had her that involved.
Yeah, it'd surprise me too, because she's a fucking moron, and she can't keep a secret, I don't think.
Whoever the chief of staff was, I forget his name, the one that came in after Klain, it'll be him.
Yeah.
Let's see, that's 2, 3 counting Biden, so 2 more.
Maybe Susan Rice.
Maybe who was National Security Advisor?
Is it Jake Sullivan?
Maybe. So yeah, just the people you would expect in the inner circle of the president, minus the vice president, because nobody likes her. Let's find out. Do you have guesses? Anybody I missed?
No, I agree with most of that. I mean, I think maybe Lloyd Austin, but probably not.
Look, they lost him for 6 months, so probably not.
Yeah,
I hear you, but
it'd be funny if Buttigieg was one of them.
I don't think it's going to be any of the cabinet. I really don't.
I don't either. I'd be pretty impressed if it was, but I'm guessing as chief of staff, Jill, and probably like Susan Rice, or it could be somebody that's associated with Obama. One of Obama's former cronies, because he did a lot of stuff that Obama would have approved of. So I think there was a lot of influence there.
the theory then that those are the 4 people who did know and worked as sort of cabal to keep everybody else at arm's length so that they.
Chicago Mike, thank you. Where do we find out that one of the sources is Deep Throat? Oh, when do we find out? Unfortunately, Deep Throat died, so it would have to be Deep Throat Jr., which is what the teachers unions have. Dangerous, thank you. All of this is why we need to investigate the 2020 election. If you think that they did shady, corrupt shit to keep Joe in office, but not to put him in office, I have magical healing rocks to sell you. I could use some of those. Unfortunately, I didn't believe the rest, so damn it. Wolfgang, thank you. The enlisted aid, faux show, and the cancer is fake. Again, I don't think the cancer is necessarily fake. They've just known about it a lot longer than they told us.
They wouldn't also have full knowledge of his deterioration.
That's me,
Alex.
Yeah.
That's why she said Alex.
So the people that we're naming would be Mike Donnellan.
It's a good reporter who can't even keep track of himself being asked a question.
He's so used to Jake rambling on. He's like zoning out.
She even said, let's bring Alex in. Anyway.
Steve Ricchetti. Mike Donnellan's is top. So the people that we're naming would be Mike Donnellan, Steve Ricchetti. Mike Donnellan's his top political advisor. Steve Ricchetti's his top legislative advisor. Ron Klain, when he was chief of staff. Bruce Reed, his basically longtime policy advisor. Those are.
Klain was involved in keeping people away from him after Klain left?
No, he said until he quit.
But according to them, the keeping Biden secret didn't happen until Klain leaves.
Shh, don't try and analyze the timeline too closely. You'll find lots of Swiss cheese style holes.
And Klain, according to Tapper just a moment ago, was shocked by how secretive they were keeping Biden. All right. Okay.
Secrets.
I love that one of the people there was Biden's political advisor. If ever there was a communist parallel to draw there, is that the president was loopy, and so they bring in the political advisor.
Yeah, it even sounds like some kind of Soviet shit, doesn't it?
That's the party man.
Yeah.
Sort of the four. They were known as Politburo, gray hairs, poobahs, and they were with him the most of anybody. Now, if you were to ask them, and I still think even if you put them on truth serum today, they would say he was fine. I think
if truth serum actually worked the way it does in movies and they gave it to him and they tried saying that, their heads would explode.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
You see, this is more of the nonsense. I think what he's basically saying is they honestly believed he was fine. Bullshit. If they honestly believed he was fine, why would they have kept him away from people? That doesn't even math.
He was so special that being near him was too much of a religious experience, just like Obama.
He was just too cognitive for them. That's what happened with the Joe Scarborough thing.
Yeah, he was too good. He was running mental gymnastics around everybody because he's like in Mensa or something.
Alex, I don't know your work very well, but you are you're not making a good first impression, sir.
I don't know if they're lying or lying to themselves, or it doesn't matter. Then there's this other sort of group that aren't the Politburo, but are just as powerful. And they were the ones that kept the schedule, affected personnel, and really built the bubble. And that would be Annie Tomasini, who's Deputy Chief of Staff and previously Oval Office Operations. And then Anthony Bernal, who was the top aide/enforcer for First Lady Jill Biden and had incredible influence to the point that even people in the Biden White House would refer to her as one of the most powerful first ladies in history.
Well, they were doing that the day that Biden won the election. So let's stop pretending that that's meaningful. Especially when you have people like Nancy Reagan. And if you're talking about, setting schedules and protecting the president, I don't know if there's anybody who was as effective as that. But I am shocked that Jill didn't play more of a role, Jack.
Yeah, I am too. I think likely she had a lot more influence than they're letting on, but maybe she's got some aspirations later that they're trying to cover for. Like she's going to write a book. Because I'd be willing to bet there was some kind of book deal promised to her for Joe to drop out.
Release the White House logs. It wouldn't matter. These are people who mostly work in the White House anyway.
Yeah,
you write about this guy Bernal a lot.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you. It's not going to show anything.
Yeah, it'll show who showed up for work that day, and if he's working for the first lady, then he'll be on there all the time. Anyway,
Her is one of the most powerful first ladies in history.
You write about this guy Bernal a lot, and you suggest, Jake, it was very tough to find anybody with a nice word to say about this guy who is Jill Biden's top person.
Really? The guy who was Jill's top person was a cocksucker. Weird.
I got some shock around here somewhere I can loan you.
She
might have packed it already.
She seems like such a lovely woman.
What? How could anybody besmirch the honor of Dr. Jill?
You know, the difference between her and Nancy Reagan is that Nancy Reagan loved her husband and was trying to protect him, where Jill is a power-hungry whore who was trying to protect her own power.
Yeah, she's the one that put him up to running. She said that before.
Yep.
Yeah, and he acknowledged that he had a tough reputation. He was the chief of staff for Jill Biden and perhaps the most powerful first lady chief of staff in the history of this country. He is somebody that enforced what Jill Biden wanted. And at the end of the day, one of the things that was interesting when we wrote this book and researched this.
We're going to just glaze over that you just said that he basically made everything happen and he worked for Jill. So therefore, Jill was running the country?
Yep. We're just going to ignore that and move forward.
All right. I mean, that is a way to go.
Ignore that like it's the Vegas shooter, man. That story's gone. We've already moved forward. We're on to other stuff now.
We move forward. Got to move forward.
Is trying to figure out why was there no discussion of whether or not he should run for re-election? Why was it just a foregone conclusion that he was going to run for re-election, especially after he had made this kind of vague promise that he would be a one-term president?
Is anybody curious about that? Really?
I mean, it's probably somebody in like Uganda that hasn't heard about Joe Biden. Is curious about that.
Jill was desperate to get into the main house. She'd been forced to live in the Naval Observatory for 8 years, and she wanted that big house, and she was not going to give it up now that she had it. That anybody actually thought Biden was only going to run for one term, and that anybody's shocked at the notion that Biden ran again, even as bad as he was, that's mind-blowing to me.
Well, there's a lot of people that are willing to buy into the lines that they're fed, so we have a lot of sheep out there in the world.
Yeah, there's a giant one on the screen right there wearing some headphones and a doofy look and a bad tie.
Right.
Your tie's ugly, Jake.
And it came down to two people, one of whom spoke for Biden, that's Mike Donnellan, and the other one spoke for First Lady Jill Biden, and that's Anthony Bernal. And basically they communicated to the rest of the staff. Bernal would say, you run for 2 terms, you serve for 2 terms, you don't do one. And Mike Donnellan would say, Biden's made the decision, he's running, that's it. There's no discussion. And when people would try to raise it, although nobody directly with Joe Biden, but when people would try to raise, Anita Dunn said something like, are we sure this is a good idea? A different pollster was like, shouldn't we figure out?
I just have to say again, it bothers me that all of this is about the election and paying attention to polls. And is this going to be good for us? Instead of the guy with the nuclear codes doesn't know his own name. This wasn't a discussion. What he just said. It's interesting that there wasn't even a discussion about whether he'd run again. The question should have been about when is he stepping down from the presidency?
No, that's not good for the party, Monkey.
Oh my God.
Until it is good for the party, it's not good for the party.
This is a man you're telling me wasn't able to run for president, but it was fine for him to be president.
Yeah, as long as it was useful to the party, yes.
Oh.
out if like this is even a good idea. This is the politics of it all. This is not whether or not he should or should not have been president. This is about whether or not he could get reelected, which is a different level here. They would say the decision's been made.
It's like he was listening to me. The problem though with that is your whole book is just about the politics of it instead of holy crap, we survived.
Yeah, it's not about the cover up. It's about what did the party need?
Mm-hmm.
Decision's been made, and so there was a small group of people running the train, and I think that
they were in Kamala's office
running a train.
I don't get why whether he was going to run is even a question of interest here. Of course he was going to run. Kamala was incompetent to run.
She was incompetent, totally ill-prepared. She needed a practice run for a dinner, for God's sake. I mean, you're the vice president and you're not ready for that? Come on. So she's a complete useless boob, and Jill Biden is power hungry and made the decision. I think the bigger scandal that we should, like historically, this should be a massive scandal for the United States. And they're treating it like it's like a rigged election at a high school.
Mm-hmm. And okay, I'm going to shut up and just let him talk some more.
Not a star chamber so much because it wasn't like 5 of them in a room making these decisions, but definitely Ricchetti and Donilon, definitely Bernal, and then different individuals hopping in and out, whether Jen O'Malley Dillon, who was a deputy chief of staff and then ran the campaign, whether Anita Dunn, whether Ron Klain or Jeff Zients, the chiefs of staff, all played different roles.
Well, how about, can you follow up, Jake, on what you said earlier? Because just this week, Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, was out saying, geez, what I saw at that debate shocked me. But you have reporting in the...
All right, hold that thought. Thank you, Keldrig. I won't be surprised if Biden tries to run again. I would be, because he'll be dead by the next election. But he shouldn't, and I doubt the party will support him. But if he doesn't, I won't, or if he does, I won't be surprised. If he was going to be alive at the time, I could see Biden running again. Remember, this is a guy who ran repeatedly for the office. And the only way they were finally able to get him in was the nonsense of COVID. So
fortification. Yeah, look, I could see them trying to run Joe Biden again, whether he's dead or not. I mean, they don't actually need him there. They just say it's an AI version of him or some bullshit. I really won't put anything past the Democrats at this point.
No. And they really don't have a good person waiting in the wings. I mean, they're really pumping AOC like she's back in her bar in the bathroom and the lights are out.
Yeah, pumping full of love.
I desperately want AOC to run. I think AOC is going to take a pit stop in the Senate, though.
Probably. I don't know. They don't have anybody good. That's why I'm like, it wouldn't surprise me if they try to weekend at Bernie's. Joe, it's worked before.
Yeah.
But they don't have any really solid candidates with popular appeal. They've got too many people with lots of baggage. Unless they're going to run Fetterman, who probably would stand a better chance than AOC, I don't think the Democrats have a really good lineup right now.
Given Fetterman's rhetoric, the only reason he wouldn't be a better candidate is that he is pro-Israel, and that's not something you can be in the Democratic Party right now.
Yeah, but give it a couple of years to see how desperate they are.
In a general election, he is much more likely to win, and not because she's a woman, but because he's come out, been like, yeah, we've taken it way too far with gender crap. He's far more moderate than the other front runners. And look, I'm not talking about the polling. The polling right now is so fucking meaningless.
Oh yeah, it's too far out.
So meaningless. People are saying AOC because they know AOC's name because they turned her into a mega star. It's not because AOC is in any way a viable candidate for president at this point. But I'm talking more about like Newsom or Shapiro or even Walz. But anyway,
this book that Jake Sullivan was well aware that Joe Biden was having some serious memory problems going back years.
In December 2022, the day that her name is escaping me, which is ironic.
Brittany Griner.
What we're talking, Brittany Griner. The name. I'm sorry, I'm not a big WNBA fan. The time that Brittany Griner.
that is one thing you don't have to apologize for, Jake. Nobody is a big WNBA fan.
Yeah, if they have big fans, those are called stalkers, and you probably need restraining orders for them.
Yeah.
No one is.
Out.
Oh, Megyn. Me and her been on the same page this whole thing.
I know, right?
Out of Russian control, Russian, she was a prisoner in Russia. Biden is outside the Oval Office and Jake Sullivan, his national security advisor, and Kate Bedingfield, his communications director, are there, and he can't come up with their names. This is December 2022. He calls Jake Steve, and then he calls Kate Bedingfield Press, and then he beckons them to come with him. So I don't know. I saw in that same interview that Jake Sullivan said he didn't remember that. I can't attest to what people remember or what they don't. I just know that happened.
If that happened, there's no way he didn't remember it unless, he's like, I can't remember all the times he called me Steve.
Yeah. Like my mom, when she was getting real bad, she had aphasia, so she'd substitute words. Half the time, my name was Derek. We don't know a Derek, but apparently that's just what she thought my name was. You just roll with it. I couldn't tell you how many times that happened. It was pretty much a daily occurrence. So Steve probably just rolled with it. He's like, "What? He's talking to me. I'll go, guys."
But that's the point. I mean, he's come out and pretended, because saying, I don't remember that happening. That's him saying, nuh-uh. That's not him saying, I don't remember that specific time. But yeah, he called me Steve constantly.
Yeah, look, maybe it hurt his feelings and he was like weeping silently. Like he was trying not to break down. Like he kept calling me Steve. I don't know. But yeah, that dude totally remembered that.
Thank you, Tyrai. I saw Fetterman is trying to push to rescind the mandatory phasing out of gas cars in Pennsylvania. He seems to be one of the few sensible Democrats. Well, yeah, you have to have a major stroke to recover from being a Democrat. Fetterman is still not a good guy. I mean, the stuff that he pulled as mayor and that, I mean, he's not. Could he become one? I guess. But he is better than most of the field they have.
Yeah, that's his strength is that he's more moderate, but is still shit-sucking commie.
Yeah. But that's where we are at this point, Jack. To become the better candidate, all you have to do is recognize reality.
Yeah, it's a pretty strange world we live in, where you're like, no, the one with the dinker's a dude, and the one with the bonus hole's a chick.
Yeah.
And suddenly you're separating yourself from the pack. You're a maverick, like McCain.
Fetterman held a black dude at gunpoint, a random black guy he saw running.
Yeah, the guy was jogging?
Yeah.
Wasn't even doing anything wrong. And he's like, there's a black guy running, I'll give him a shotgun. Which probably makes him the most Democrat part of him.
True. Well, no, because if he was a true Democrat, he'd have shot.
Well, we don't know if he had ammo.
If he was a true Democrat, he'd have got his friends in a rope, let's be honest.
That's a good point, yeah. Where's the bed sheets, Ma?
Right.
That happened. And you also report, Alex, that there was interference run by, I think, this same Politburo, this cabal, against the White House residents' staffers so that they would not witness what the inner circle was witnessing with his deterioration. Can you fill that out a bit?
Yeah, the resident staff were really stunned with how, especially the First Lady's office took over, really through Bernal and Annie Tomasini. Both of them, also unusual, had resident staff passes, which is not normal for aides in the White House to be able to go like to and from. They would, just had certain powers to the point that a lot of the resident staff, they felt they were being kept at bay, that they were not trusted, and that they often were there just twiddling their thumbs. They would have to go, they often went home early. They didn't have a lot to do. And there was a feeling among some in the resident staff that this was about hiding his deterioration. And
No, they just really like being the ones to serve him as pudding.
It depends. Do you get to go home and still get a full day's pay? Because
I hope they did for having to deal with any of these assholes.
Yeah, all these people sound like a real pain in the ass. I hope they got paid for it.
The White House staff who Jill Biden was such a twat that she was keeping even the people making food and making the bed and shit away. I hope they got all those days off. I hope they went and played hooky all day long.
Yeah, sounds like Jill Biden was almost as bad as Kamala to work with. So I hope they got compensated for it. I'm okay with that.
Quote one resident staff official that said he would just sometimes look at you, and I'm paraphrasing, he would just sometimes look at you like he didn't even know you, even though I was seeing him every day.
That's how he looked at everybody.
Yeah, because he really didn't know who you were.
I can get that, from the staff said they saw me every day and he looked like he didn't know me. Again, this is one of those points where you don't have to have inside sources. He did this everywhere. All right. He looked at me like I was the Easter
They
bunny.
would keep somebody out of the elevator. Is the elevator in the White House normally manned? Because you seem to be reporting that they ejected that person from that post.
Yes, they basically said your services will no longer be necessary. And it was part of this larger pattern of.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I feel bad for that dude because that job skill doesn't translate anywhere else. How many elevator operators are there still?
Are we really paying for somebody to push the button for the president?
Monkey, he also asks which floor.
All right. I am more offended that we had this guy than Joe Biden removing this guy.
It's probably like some Secret Service agent. I hope it's not.
It's
bellhop.
It's inside the fucking White House. You don't need that.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but
were they worried John McClane had made his way in?
Yeah, apparently.
Fuck. All right. Well, okay.
We are taking over the residence now. Your services are needed sometimes, but not as much as they almost always are.
But how about Jill Biden, Alex?
I mean, she was first and foremost a protector and
of herself.
She and loyalty enforcer, and she would had tremendous control over the schedule, over keeping that circle very, very close. And I think even though she would never admit that that he has any problems, I think by her very actions, you saw it on The View, but privately,
isn't it amazing how much they can tell about these people without being told by these people, given how they couldn't see Joe's dementia without being told he had the dementia?
You're not supposed to notice things, Monkey.
Suddenly they're fucking Kreskin over here.
Look, some people develop psychic powers later in life. Didn't you ever see The Dead Zone? He gets in a car accident and suddenly he's psychic. It was Christopher Walken. It was a good movie. TV show I liked a little better, but the movie was pretty solid. It was pretty fucked up.
Who was our best president? Edith Wilson, Eleanor Roosevelt, Nancy Reagan, or Jill Biden? Well played. None of the above.
Yeah.
Too, jumping in with answers, trying to help him along, guiding him, introducing so he remembers who they are. That by her action shows that she knows that he needs help, that he needs someone to pick up the slack.
pick up his sack.
Again, you noticed that, but you didn't notice him getting lost on the fucking lawn.
The Easter Bunny was there. What are you talking about?
No, I was talking about the one where they were in the garden.
Oh, the Rose Garden incident. Yeah. There's so many of them. It's hard to keep track.
There's at least 3 times for sure, and maybe 4. Because the one time he was more scared by the Easter Bunny than it looked like they were directing him.
Well, see, he mistook the Easter Bunny for Harvey's nemesis, Blitzen. I don't know. I got nothing here. It's fucking 6 a.m.
So there's one time when the Easter Bunny had to direct him. There's the time in the garden where he got lost, and then there's the time he was on the White House steps.
There were 2 Easter Bunny instances.
But the second one is the one where it looked more like the Easter Bunny was trying to keep him from saying something he shouldn't, rather than telling him where his house was.
I suppose.
Yeah. So I'm not counting that one just because I'm not sure what was actually said there. Where the other one is clearly like, it's over there, sir.
You're going the wrong way.
All right.
Thanks, Harvey.
All right, we'll pick it up there. We have to get into the presidential debate and what Jake's reaction was when he had that onstage meltdown, and what is the reaction from these guys to the announcement about Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis on the eve of their pub date. Stand by. We'll be right back with the name. You know that girl reference to your-
She's selling shit that we're not getting paid for. So we're
The United States, Joe Biden.
Hi, camera guy.
This is some of the part of what I have an issue with is look at Joe there. He didn't even have to speak at this debate for us to go, wow.
Yeah.
For the listening audience, he's shuffling out onto the debate stage that would seal his fate when it comes to his candidacy for a second term. Joe.
Is that what sealed his fate?
I think dementia sealed his fate.
Yeah, I'm with you. This probably brought him or brought about the end of the end, but the beginning of the end was long since started. All right.
Joe Biden at the lectern, and Jake Tapper truly had a front row to history in that moment. Welcome back to the show. This is the Megyn Kelly Show, and here with me today, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. They are the co-authors of the new book, Original Sin: President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again. All right, Jake. So I have been in the front row of the presidential.
Was it really his disastrous decision to run again? I mean, for him, his legacy and the 2024 election for Democrats, I guess I can kind of see it. But they were going to lose anyway.
His legacy was destroyed the second he ran for president against Donald Trump, because that's when it became more evident. And you could trace it back to that because people like us were saying there's something wrong here. And then all these Biden secrets get exposed, the weird showering with Ashley, the scheme to gain money from Ukraine and Russia. Biden's legacy was forever tainted once he ran for president against Trump.
If he never ran in 2020, the Hunter Biden laptop never becomes a story.
Yeah, it would just be like passe at best.
Yeah, it might have been a blip on a Republican news site, and that's it.
Yeah, even Alex Jones won't bother with it. Like, oh, there's a corrupt old man. So what? He's irrelevant.
Yep.
Debate in big moments. And
I remember.
One of the interesting.
I remember.
One of the interesting things is always like, what's the dynamic between the anchors on the set when you know big news is being made? So walk us through that moment when he completely fell apart with the I killed Medicare, and everybody was left with their own agape moment.
I guess presumably your viewers and listeners know the agape reference by now. So
she just told us that story in real time about 10 minutes ago, Jake.
Yeah, pay attention, retard. It's not like it was 2 days ago.
We're not Alex, who couldn't remember that the question was asked specifically to him as it was being asked. Maybe you know what I just realized? Maybe they do think being this retarded is normal.
I think they do. I think they believe that most people are as stupid as they are, if not stupider.
Muggy seems to be going for a record video. Oh, we're at 5 hours already. Holy shit.
Yeah, we've done 6 before.
Yeah.
Actually, we've probably done longer than that even.
Video wise, I think our longest one is like 7.5.
That's what I was thinking. It was closer to 8, but yeah, 7 hours, 7.5 sounds right.
But this isn't even close to like my longest stream because I have done 24.
No. Yeah, you did the one with Satsu's kid being born.
Yep, that one was, God, I forget how, was that 16 hours?
Oh, at least.
Yeah, but I did do a 24-hour game stream once. Just this one we might have to break into because it's almost 6:30 and we're already 5 hours in. So we'll get through this part and maybe we'll pick it back up on the next episode.
That front row seat was really disturbing. And again, as you say, we all want.
Okay. You gave no indication about Joe Biden's answers being wrong, or I remember watching this debate. You still tried doing what you lefties always do and going after Trump and leaving Grandpa McGee there as though he was actually giving coherent answers.
Yeah, it was a tag team. When Trump said, I don't know what he said, and I don't think he does either. I think that's really what sealed Biden's fate.
Yeah, everybody they keep pointing to the Medicare thing, and honestly, I didn't remember it till it started popping back up. Trump going, I don't know what he said, and he doesn't either. That has stuck in my mind. That is what I think was the killing blow that night.
Yeah, that was the finisher. That was like a Mortal Kombat finishing move.
Yep, he pulled his spine right out of his mouth.
President Biden age. We all watched his gaffes. We all watched these moments that were uncomfortable and obviously representative of a decline going on. But
obvious now, Jake. Say it right, because it wasn't obvious to you back then. You little douchebag.
There was something about that debate that was utterly shocking. And maybe you and your listeners were not shocked. Maybe you thought that this was going to happen and this was
I think it was one of those shocked but not surprised moments for us.
Oh, no, we weren't shocked. We predicted this would be a shit show.
The only thing that was shocking to me, I'm sorry, Dangerous, I'll get that in 1 second, my friend. Sorry, I did miss that. The only thing that was shocking to me is how quickly he declined that night, because usually they pump him full of enough drugs that it takes 45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And he was awful from the jump.
Yeah, they must not have given him the good steroids or something. I don't know.
Thank you, Dangerous. You know what's really depressing? You guys had a president where there was not just one, but 2 situations with an Easter bunny. And you have to specify which one you mean. How fucking absurd is that? That is fair. That is actually a really good point.
You know what's sad is there's the 2 we know of.
The 2 we know
There may have
yeah.
been more.
Yeah, there were 4 White House Easter egg rolls, so there might have been 2 more.
Yeah, plus we weren't there. So, I mean, you interview everybody around. You might find 4 or 5 more instances each time where the Easter Bunny had to come and be like, hey, kids, I got to distract Mr. President for a minute.
And we haven't heard about Santa Claus or any of the other characters who might have had to help.
You're right. Right? Oh, man. Oh, they probably had someone dressed like the Tooth Fairy coming in helping occasionally, too.
But see what Jake just did there again, though? Maybe your audience would. Are you just admitting that Megyn's audience is way smarter than you and your audience?
Well, they're more attuned to what's going on, apparently.
Keister says, again, no relation to the Easter Bunny. Fair enough.
So he comes out and, he's obviously shuffling, as had been going on with him for years because of his degenerative spine.
No, he is old people shuffle.
Yeah, he's just getting old. But even that, I mean, the way he walked out, because we did comment on it, like even the way he was walking out was worse than normal that night.
Yeah. And I never heard anyone talk about degenerative spine until way late in the game.
And although, by the way, that was another thing that the White House wasn't being honest about. They were saying it had to do with his, like, breaking his ankle or something in December 2020. And
they said he broke his ankle and he refused to wear the proper shoes, so it wasn't healing properly. And you guys repeated that.
Did they blame that on the dog?
Yes.
And his refusal to wear the foot cast or support. Yeah, it was another
not true. Yeah, not true. So he comes out and he has a cold also, and he sounds.
There is no evidence he had a cold that night. Bullshit.
I don't think dementia is classified as a cold.
Do you remember him sniffling? No, wait. Any shivering? Nope. Any sign of cold at all? Nope.
But even if he was sniffling a little bit, old people do that shit all the time. And they just pull out their old Jaime hanky and wipe it and go on with their day. It's something that happens as you get old. You start having like random bouts of things.
The cold nonsense doesn't come out until midway through the debate when social media has blown up about how bad he looks. And suddenly there was a report. Oh, who was it? Fuck, I don't remember. I want to say it was a female reporter who comes out and goes, the White House is saying that Joe is sick, that he has a cold. Now, if Joe really had a cold, they would have announced that before, not during the debate.
Yeah, because they could have postponed it.
Yeah, but he had a cold. No, he didn't. Stop lying.
So even his voice, obviously, go back and listen to him. In 2020, his voice is much deeper and more and stronger. And then, he comes out, it's thinner, it's readier. He obviously is coughing a lot. But there was something about.
I don't remember him coughing a lot.
Well, again, that's another old people thing. They cough occasionally, hack up some phlegm because they're fucking old. That's fairly normal. It doesn't mean he's throwing him off his game. That's not realistic. That's stupid.
And he didn't sound any more frail than he had sounded. We've talked about the difference in his sound when we say go back and listen to his discussions like on the Senate floor versus how he sounds now or even in 2024. Yeah, his voice had gotten weaker, but it was no weaker that night. I'm not going to let Jake get up here and be like, oh, it's because the cold really made it worse. That's sure. It was Hunter getting indicted. It was everything except for the fucking clear dementia.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much.
Text to my producing team read phlegm. And I saw that same word in your book referencing what you were thinking.
It was phlegmy. He was definitely very phlegmy. But it was a few minutes in. I mean, his first answer was not good.
No.
But that wasn't ultimately particularly surprising. I think it was the second long answer in that economics block that we did, where he just completely lost his train of thought in such a way that he was like grasping for words. And look, he has those.
Like he had done 100 times before that year.
Nah, it was brand new, Monkey. You don't know. You don't know. You weren't at the debate stage. You don't have a lab coat.
And Jake was just sitting there thinking, oh, this is an interesting gaffe.
That's a hell of a stutter.
Crutches where he starts wandering off and then he says anyway because he's lost his train of thought. That's something that we've seen, but this was something else. This was something more shocking.
No, it was only shocking to anybody who wasn't. This is the shit I'm talking about, Jack. There's no way you should have been shocked by that. There was nothing in that debate that we had not seen before. Nothing.
No, it was probably a little bit more noticeable because the drugs wore off faster. So you saw it sooner. But none of us were shocked by that. I think that it was definitely the worst display he'd had in a long time. But they just didn't hop him up on the good methamphetamines.
I would argue that the reason that it seems more noticeable is it was the first time in his entire presidency where it was a live discussion where he was answering without the ability for one of his staff members to go, okay, that's it. It's time to go.
Yeah. Yeah. They couldn't stop it and they couldn't edit it out. It was live. So there was no going back. It was a shockingly bad performance. Really.
But we'd seen that exact stuff when they bring him into the room to talk to people and he wouldn't take questions. And then they'd quickly move him out of the room. And as he was walking away, he'd be mumbling to himself loud enough for us to hear.
Yep.
All of this had been caught on video many times.
Also, I would argue that because it was a lengthier thing, it was more noticeable over. Because if you just saw him at like a press conference or one of those meet and greets with some public official, it was always like 5 minutes or less. This time it was like over an hour. So he's making the same mistakes over and over again. And people were starting to pick up on it that were incredibly dense, like Tapper
Like
here,
Jake?
apparently.
Yeah. That's why when he keeps saying this was something different, it really isn't, Jake. And if you go back and you watch actual footage, you can't deny it. I mean, this is how he was, and it was clear.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, we finally beat Medicare. And I presumably he was trying to say we finally beat COVID, but it was really shocking. Also interesting at the time was Trump obviously was
also claimed that he cured cancer at one point.
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
I don't remember if it was in that debate, but he did say it.
Okay.
Very Trumpy during the debate. He did his thing. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. For Trump, given what was going on to his left, he was fairly restrained. He was
entirely restrained. He only made that one comment instead of going, somebody want to change his pants?
I think that Trump felt sorry for him because he had so many good opportunities for zingers.
Yeah.
The only reason he held back is I think out of pity. Like, I think Trump might have been a little surprised by how bad Biden was.
Yeah.
Really commenting on the self-immolation that was going on. I think he only made one comment that night about Biden's incoherence.
That's
He said something like, I'm not really sure what he just said, and I'm not sure that he does either, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
But get to the text that you sent to your control room and the correspondence between you and Dana.
So we have iPads, because you can't communicate, obviously, talking to your control room during a debate. We have iPads where you can write on them. And I recommend it if you don't have one, by the way. It's fantastic. And I wrote, because I had no idea who was back there, so I tried to keep it clean. I wrote, holy smokes. Now, what I was thinking was, holy fuck. I mean, it was just shocking. But I kept it clean. Dana writes to me on a piece of paper, he just lost the election. It was just.
And that's when I realized something was wrong.
It is amazing to me. And this is to give a little grace to these two assholes. I honestly do think that they might have seen that he had some decline, but they were like, no, it's overblown by the right wing because the right just hates him. But they knew that he was bad. But they thought that they could, like the Democrats did, skate through with that blithering idiot. And this is why his book is all about, or their book, I guess, is why it's all about how bad it was for the Democrats, not the country. Remember, this man was president at that time. It wasn't, holy shit, this is our president. It was, he just lost the election. Am I wrong to focus on that?
No, because
it seems important to me.
Oh yeah, well, remember you have a basket full of deplorables. It's half the country, and they're a bunch of fucking monsters who they would imprison or murder if they could. these people are party liners. That they care more about the party than they do about the country, because the country has half the country full of bad people that are dum-dums.
Mm-hmm. There's early onset dementia. There's no immediate onset dementia, Jake. Holy fuck. Right? Right.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, it is, I don't think this is hyperbole at all. The worst debate in the history of presidential debates going back to 1960. I just can't think of anything even remotely close to it.
And then you saw him immediately after.
I mean, the Stockdale one is close because it did that poor bastard clearly had dementia too. But I get you. I one of Joe Biden's legacies is going to be that debate.
Yeah.
And how fucking fitting is that?
It's tragic. But Biden is a scumbag, so it fits. I mean, it kind of makes sense
so well that's going to be something he's going to be remembered for.
After you write in the book, and he seemed like unaware that something extremely problematic had just occurred.
Well, it's just, first of all,
he was always
Jill helps him down from the stage. It's like a one-step stage. Maybe it was a little distracting because there were weird lights or whatever, but that looked weird too. But they come over to the table. Trump is long gone. He's probably in the air at that point. And they come over, and they really didn't seem to have any idea that this had been as bad as it was. And
you know why that is, right, Jake? Jill knew how bad it sounded, but she also knows what the press does for the Democrats.
Yep.
Joe didn't know because Joe didn't know who Joe was.
Joe thought he was getting a pudding pop for talking to the TV camera.
Yeah. But Jill knew that you guys would do what you always do and tried to do here. Remember your colleague writing that, hey, Joe had an off night, but did you see all the lies Trump told? Why would Jill think that there would be any repercussions for how bad that went? She'd been through 3.5 years at this point of you guys apparently oblivious to all of this shit happening right in front of you.
Yeah, she either thought you were blithering retards or that she knew you would run cover no matter what.
Yeah.
And it was very awkward. He said something about sorry about my cold. And he tried to say something about how much Trump lies. And then he said something like,
what? Wait. Jake was accidentally honest there.
And it was very awkward. He said something about sorry about my cold.
Here.
And he tried to say something about how much Trump lied.
He tried to say something about how much Joe came over and asked you guys to talk about how much Trump lies. Yeah. And what did I just say the media was trying to point out after this?
Trump's lies?
Why'd you correct yourself there? Why didn't you just tell the truth?
Because he's not willing to admit that he's a puppet for someone else. He's a useful idiot stooge, and he's not going to admit that because of his ego.
Any grace I was giving this asshole for maybe he wasn't actually in on shit. Nope, that just went out the window with your accidental honesty there, dude. Because we saw what the press ran with after that.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me.
And then he said something like, I guess we'll go see what the commentators have to say or something like that. And he and Jill wander off. And it was just one of these, sometimes you think did I just see that? Was that, did I just witness this 90-minute event?
Yes.
During it also, I just
remember how Jake came out the next day and was talking about how Joe was oblivious to how bad his debate was. Oh, no, wait, that didn't happen.
I think he mostly said Trump lied.
You weren't out there talking about that. You didn't tell this story about Joe coming over to you and asking about telling lies. Weird, Mr. Totally unbiased person, you.
Right.
I'll just say, so I'm 56, so I'm now at the age where I love sleep. Like sleep is something that when you're a kid, you hate it so much, but when you're an adult, you're like, I can't get enough of it.
Is he selling me a mattress right now?
I think so. A Sealy Select.
Yeah, if he starts talking about Tempur-Pedic, I'm checking out, dude.
For the record, I hit that at about 22, but it's because I had 3 kids and was working a real job, Jake.
Yeah, I hit that about 15 because I'm stupid lazy.
I always liked naps. I just didn't like taking naps when mom told me to.
Yeah, it's different on your own schedule.
Yeah.
And I even thought as this debate started, why are we starting at 9? This is so late. And
9 o'clock is not that late for a presidential debate.
Right? And besides, I'm barely out of bed at that point.
I mean, prime time goes to 11 and then people watch 11 o'clock news. So the idea that 9 o'clock is just so late. What?
Well, it is very late for President Nappy time, but Trump is a machine, so any time would have been fine with him.
Yeah, notice they're not talking about how late it was for Trump.
And then when Biden started to fump around, I thought, man, starting this at 9 was really a bad idea. Why didn't they ask
They
for
never
like
should have
5?
agreed. We never should have agreed. Following up on a point
Well,
from earlier.
here's the thing. It wouldn't have been much better at 5 because by the time the debate comes around, Joe's sundowning at sunup.
Yeah, his sundowning starts real early in the day at that point. So, I mean, we noticed it over and over again that it was getting earlier and earlier. But I think if they had done this at noon, it would have been almost as bad. Probably not as bad, but pretty close.
Freeze frame God, monkey. Damn Skippy. Nobody can touch me when it comes to pause frames.
That's true.
I wish I was doing it on purpose. I really do, so I could claim it as a talent. I'm just naturally gifted.
Yeah, see, when you try and do it, that's when it doesn't work.
Right.
Earlier, Alex, because we talked about the cabinet secretaries unnamed, and we talked about the Politburo protecting him, and you gave us the names. There is a suggestion in the book, though it's never written explicitly, that President Biden wasn't always making the calls as president. Is that what you're reporting? That he was not in full command of the decision making for those 4 years?
Well, some members of the cabinet told us that they felt that one of them put it to us this way, is because what happened is they closed ranks. They had the cabinet members come in and brief senior staff. And then the senior staff would brief the president. And one member of the cabinet put it to us this way: yes, the president is officially making the decision, putting the sign, dotted line, but
except we know that's not true.
Yeah, with his auto pen.
If the decision is framed in a certain way, is it really a decision? And are really they the ones making the decision? And there was a feeling that they were, putting their hand on the scale one way or another. And, some people also felt that this began, as early as 2021 when.
Really?
Maybe even before that.
You mean the year he got elected or took office? He was elected the year before, technically, but the year he took office. Huh. Shocking.
The Biden administration, went pretty far to the left of where Joe Biden had been for a lot of his career. And many people attributed that to Ron Klain, who is more progressive, being chief of staff. And they felt, some people, including in the cabinet, felt that if Biden had been 20 years younger, it may have been different. One cabinet member said, he's an old man. He's got 4 to 6 good hours a day. And if
4 to 6 good hours a day.
4 to 6 mediocre hours a day.
All the way back in 2021. See, this is what I was saying. There's no way he could have taken the 2 a.m. phone call when he first got inaugurated.
No, not even close.
All right, we're going to wrap up here right at the 1 hour mark. And maybe we'll jump back in because I am interested in this now for a whole different reason than the first half of it. The first half of it was, our lying press corps and Jakey, come on, man. Just admit what you are. You're a fucking shill for the DNC. I'd at least respect you for admitting it. I wouldn't respect you otherwise, but at least then I'd have some respect for you.
Maybe a little, but not much.
I will take an honest shill over a lying independent any day.
Yeah, that's fair.
At least I know where you stand.
Yeah.
I know how to judge what you're saying. I know which slant you're coming from. But this shit, get fucked, Jake. How dare you say it was a cover-up? That's the whole basis of your book, is that it's a cover-up and you fell for it. How dare you say I was complicit? You were. You absolutely were.
Wait, which slant he was coming from? We're not talking about Swalwell.
No. Different kind of slant.
Different. Okay, sorry. Got confused for a second.
No. Now somebody's going to be like, oh, Jack hates Asians, which would be the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, it is. I will gladly apologize to many Asian women in a one-on-one basis in my recreational dungeon.
Jack, final thoughts on at least this first half that we're doing. What'd you think?
I have a headache, and Jake Tapper's a retard, and a disingenuous one at that.
Yeah, this is nothing more than a pathetic attempt to cover for being a shill. The very best he can possibly claim is that he was oblivious, and that's probably not the message you want to put out when you're trying to tell people, hey, you should listen to me for important news.
Yeah, I don't notice things is really not a good way of saying I'm a journalist.
That really should be CNN's tag. We don't know shit. But anyway, yeah. So we'll probably watch the next half of this because I really am interested in it. And thank you guys for sitting here for 5 hours and 45 minutes as we listen to somebody lie to us over and over again.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sorry.
I feel like we repeated ourselves a little bit today, but that's all right.
I don't mind repeating myself. I repeat myself because they're forcing me to correct their bullshit. And so much of it, you can point to just one or two things that show Jake Tapper's a lying shithead.
Yeah. Oh, his defensiveness at the beginning when she was really laying into him, I think that spoke volumes.
Yeah.
His ego got bruised.
Thank you, Dark Conservatarian. I remember back in the day that Mark Levin used to consider Jake Tapper one of the few credible CNN reporters. And now, I've given Jake credit. Excuse me. So sorry. I've given Jake credit. I'm drinking water. Why am I getting burps?
Is it vodka water?
No, it's just water. Damn it. Anyway.
Oh.
I've given credit to Jake before for going further than most lefties will, actually covering certain things that the left wouldn't. But as the Biden administration moved on and on, he got worse and worse at just covering for them.
Yeah.
So Mark wasn't entirely wrong, and I don't know that I would ever say that Jake was credible, just the most credible on CNN. But as Megyn said, that's like being the thin kid at fat camp.
Yeah.
It's such a low fucking bar.
Sort of like saying you don't sweat much for a fat chick.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you guys so much for coming by. Thank you for the donations. You guys are so kind. Anything you want to shell out, Jack?
I'll drop a link to a cool video. As always, thank you guys so much for all the support you give us. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for coming out and watching this really long episode. These actually are a lot of fun most of the time. Mm-hmm. Listening to people like Jake Tapper not take any responsibility, though, is a bit frustrating. So we understand that it could be a little bit annoying occasionally.
I don't. You guys can turn it off if you don't like it.
Oh, hell no. They got to watch with us. We are not suffering alone.
Watch it. I do like that we're broken up here, and we probably should have done it maybe an hour ago when she stopped ripping into Jake, so that they're separate things. Because I really am. I'm interested to hear the behind the scenes story, which so far they really haven't given us anything specific. But the behind the scenes stories, the stuff that we didn't know that happened, like cabinet meeting. I guess I didn't know that the White House staff was moved out of the residence basically so that they could keep Joe hidden that way.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
The White House staff, I can't remember too many major stories that have ever broke because the White House staff came out and said anything.
I think those are probably the most trusted people in the White House, and they earn that. They respect that. If they want to keep their job, they're going to keep their mouth shut.
Yes. And
they're probably some of the best vetted people too.
So yeah, I guess I never considered that as bad as Joe was, maybe he was so bad that they were like, even as trustworthy as these people are, one of them is going to go warn the country.
Yeah, probably. And there's a level of paranoia that comes with having a secret that big.
Sure.
So,
ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here, Jack. A pleasure as always.
Always glad to be here.
My stomach is rumbling. I'm going to go get something to eat.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do the same thing.
Guys, take care of yourselves. We love you. We'll see you on the next one. Bye now.
Bye, everybody.
Singity song, singy song. I'm running for president.